Trish Bodie.
Here.
Gloria Gonzalez Delicia.
Here.
Alexis Grimes.
Here.
Sade Fashokun.
Here.
Aaron Johnson.
Here.
Christine Maurer.
Here.
Anna Smith.
Here.
Good evening. It is 6:17 p.m. and with the quorum of the board present, I will now call the Leander ISD Board of Trustees meeting to order. We will start with our opening ceremony on our agenda this evening. It'll be our Pledge of Allegiance with, well, let me make sure I can, let me get the glasses. That works better. Cadet Petty Officer 3rd Class Noah Bethapudi of the Lone Star Company Navy Junior ROTC at Vista Ridge High School is going to lead us this evening in our Pledge of Allegiance and the Texas Pledge. Cadet Bethapudi is a junior and second-year cadet. He is an active member of the Lone Star Company's unarmed drill and academic teams. He is a graduate of the NJROTC Basic Leadership Training Course and takes pride in serving the community as a volunteer at the Veterans Memorial Park and local Adopt a Road cleanups. Cadet Bethapudi recently earned designations as the Cadet of the Month for his demonstrated loyalty, reliability, patriotism, and exceptional performance of duty during the month of October. Cadet Bethapudi's performance and dedication reflect most favorably on the Lone Star Company Navy Junior ROTC, his school, and the district. Thank you so much for leading us this evening, Cadet Bethapudi.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And now the Texas Pledge. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the one state under God, one and indivisible.
If you'll join me in a moment of silence. Thank you.
For our audience members and Board of Trustees, it is my pleasure to tell you that our next item on our agenda this evening is a spotlight on learning. We have Blockhouse Creek in the house to come tell us about learning on their campus. This table over here has their microphone still on, so if we want to turn it off, and you just press the button when you're ready to speak. And then if y'all want to speak, whoever's speaking first, there's a button there with a microphone. Just press it when you're ready.
Okay, we're going to use this. Good evening. Good evening, Board, Madam President, and Dr. Gearing. My name is Dina Cady, and I am the proud principal of Blockhouse Creek Elementary. Blockhouse has been in operation for 34
I know we thought it was all worked out, but thank you so much. Technical difficulties, but thank you all for adapting and rolling with it.
I'm just going to pull the whole thing. Oh, look at that. Okay, I'm going to start over. Good evening, Board, Madam President, and Dr. Gearing. My name is Dina Cady, and I am the proud principal of Blockhouse Creek Elementary. Blockhouse has been in operation for 34 years, and I have been fortunate to work with this community for the past 14 years now. Blockhouse Creek is a Solution Tree, nationally recognized model PLC school. We are the only elementary school in Central Texas region and within Leander ISD to receive the recognition for our PLC work over the last 12 years. I'm excited to be here tonight to share with you a little bit about 3 initiatives that we have currently underway this year. The first one that you will hear about is about our enrichment clubs. These clubs meet for 45 minutes a week for 6 weeks, where students are afforded experiences with deeper learning as a part of our Voice and Choice initiative. Next, you'll hear about our Innovation Station. This is where our students use the engineering process to solve monthly challenges. And finally, you will hear about the amazing work of our PLC teams who are using the graduate profile and the ICANN indicators to focus on character development and academic success. So we're going to begin with Sally Sosa, the assistant principal, talking to us about our enrichment clubs.
Hello there, good evening. At Blockhouse, we strive to promote voice and choice and create meaningful learning experiences for our students. One of the ways we do this is through our enrichment clubs. Each grade level teacher has a unique skill that they pass on to a group of students. The students are experiencing baking, pet care, sign language, gardening, clogging, graphic design, balloon animal making, crocheting, and so much more. I have the privilege of introducing Nolan, who's going to talk about his experience in his enrichment club.
In our crocheting enrichment hour, we made a winter hat. We used a loom, yarn, and a special type of needle. It took me about 6 weeks to make this hat. I learned that making this hat is that it is easier to make than it looks. You just learn the pattern and then repeat it. Our plan for the hats is to donate them to people in need. I feel so happy knowing that I made something to keep someone warm.
You did well, and I don't know if you can see all the smiling faces up here, but there's also a lot of smiling faces behind you. Excellent job.
Hi, my name is Angie Motal, and I'm the instructional coach at Blockhouse Creek. And we want to tell you a little bit about our Innovation Station, which we launched this past October. This is a collaborative space where students have the opportunities to engage in STEAM challenges and tasks. Each month, students get new grade level challenges, as well as 6 to 7 mini challenges to choose from throughout the month. And we'd really like for you to hear from our teachers and students about our Innovation Station. So we have brought 5th grade teacher Tracy Humphreys and 4th graders Advik and Owen to tell you about their experiences.
Over the last few months, I have seen many positive changes in my students thanks to their experience they have had at Innovation Station. At the beginning of the year, my students struggled to work in groups, were not able to communicate their ideas, needs, or wants with others, and when faced with a challenge, would get frustrated and give up very easily. I committed to going to Innovation Station weekly and made time for reflection after each session. As we reflect, students talk about the challenges they faced and how they worked through it, and we discuss what went well and what was easy for them. I have been very intentional about tying their challenges and successes back to their learning in the classroom. I remind them how the skills that they have learned at Innovation Station can help them in class and in life. After a few months of weekly visits to the Innovation Stations, my students have improved their ability to communicate kindly and effectively with others, work through frustrations without giving up, and now look forward to new challenges each week. I have been blown away and beyond proud of the growth that my students have made thanks to their opportunities.
Good evening. The Innovation Station teaches kids how to become engineers and learn the engineering design process. Although The innovation station may look intimidating, looks can be deceiving. It's actually quite enjoyable and engaging. My favorite big challenge has been the roller coaster, which is just a paper roller coaster taped to the wall. Although it took a while to get started in the beginning, we were so excited when we finally got the marble in the cup and were successful. The Innovation Station also teaches kids how to be creative, and our imagination pops out to help us overcome big challenges.
Innovation Station is a place where you get to do creative tasks, work in partnerships, and push through challenges together. Teamwork is a very important lesson in life, and Innovation Station helps us see that we cannot do everything on our own, and that our ideas can be better together. The hardest challenge was the paper tower challenge, because the taller it got, the less stable it became, and our team got frustrated. You may get frustrated during these challenges, but you don't give up. You just have to try again.
Gentlemen, thank you so much. Good job again. Y'all did great. So all of y'all did your school so proud.
Good evening. My name is Brianne Klein and I teach 3rd grade. This year we've had the exciting opportunity to begin diving into the graduate profile indicators. We were thrilled to be able to teach students these necessary skills to be a good human in today's quickly changing world, focused on collaboration, innovative thinking, and problem solving. What we found out is that this is much harder to teach than we originally planned for. As a model PLC campus, we knew that we needed to use the PLC process to really unpack each indicator, create a common understanding of what each graduate profile indicator means, and discuss what mastery looks like. When we began this part of the work, we quickly realized how difficult these skills are, even for us adults, and how we needed to be in alignment with the instruction and follow through on each indicator. We have been using our PLC time to discuss how to create whole group lessons that first teach the students the skills we're looking for so that they have the success criteria needed to show mastery. After that, we were excited to be able to utilize all of our other campus initiatives to collect the data needed to continue to support students with their graduate profile indicator success. We found that Innovation Station is an amazing opportunity to see kiddos in action with problem solving, facing challenges and setbacks, and overcoming obstacles. We have also used our enrichment clubs to see students collaborate with others and see where they might have current needs for communicating with others when they disagree. By being able to weave all of these pieces together, we were able to get an amazing picture of our current needs that need to be addressed. We've been using this data to collect this data to create flex groups, and we've been coaching students through situations and modeling with them ways to improve in these areas. We have found that some of our students that struggle with these indicators are some of our more higher academic performing students, which fortunately gives us the opportunity to focus on a targeted group of students that would otherwise go through their schooling careers lacking these necessary skills to be successful in today's world. I'm so passionate about this work, and I'm so grateful that you all have allowed us as teachers to pause instruction when necessary so we can do this real work. This is the work that matters, and this is how we raise good people for the world to be proud of. I couldn't be more proud to be able to spend my time unpacking and instructing students on these graduate profile indicators. Thank you.
So thank you so much for allowing us to spotlight Blockhouse Creek tonight. We are excited about our new initiatives this year and would like to invite you guys by to actually see it in action. So come visit us at Blockhouse.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Blockhouse Creek. All right, we will move on to our communication announcements and start with our superintendent remarks.
Thank you, Madam President. I do not have anything for you tonight.
Board Trustees.
I had the pleasure, Sade, I was waiting. Go ahead.
Okay, so Trish and I went to visit Larkspur about 2 weeks ago, and we did see the first 40 minutes of their day from the minute the door opened at 7:20 till 8 a.m. The kids were engaged in what's called 0 hour. And so they get to pick whatever activities they want to do. Some kids use that as like extra recess time, outdoor playtime. Indoors, some were in the library, some were just doing artwork, and they could just move around as they wanted to. So that was actually very interesting. And then outside, they had on the playground, there was a square, which was called the Buddy Box. So instead of having to try and raise money to put a bench there, the kids could just sit in the box if they needed someone to play with them. So that was a very interesting visit. And then I also attended there was a training with the principals here, and I got to watch them work on the strategic planning piece, give their input to that, and also got some feedback, or we got some insight into what MAPS data would look like as we collect more data over time, and how how it really informs the instruction for the students as to what they're ready to work on, and also the TEKs that they're ready to work on, and also how that information could be shared with the parents so that it can truly be a partnership.
On Wednesday, I went to Winkley, and Winkley's PTA put on Kids First, which is a Texas PTA program that educates students on disabilities. And I think the biggest takeaway, it was their first assembly in 2 years, y'all. And it was the entire grade, kindergarten to 5th grade, and they were just so engaged and just so eager to learn about their fellow peers with disabilities. And afterwards, Kimberly Waltman and I went through the stations and the discussions happening, but most importantly, just the acceptance that these students are seeing. And as a mother to a child with autism, just to be able to hear a child say, oh, so that's why my cousin, closes his ears when it gets loud. So some good stuff was happening at Winkley. So thanks, Winkley community and PTA, for putting on a fantastic program.
And on Sunday, Saturday evening. Saturday was like, what day was it? Saturday afternoon, evening time. Trish and I both got to attend the send-off concert for Leander and Vandegrift Band right on their way to Midwest. There was also a send-off concert that I missed on Sunday, though, for Styles. One thing that popped up from that announcement at the band concerts, at the send-off concert, was that this is the first time in Midwest history, and this is the 75th anniversary of the Midwest Orchestra Band and Orchestra Clinic. This is the first time that one district has sent 3 bands to Midwest. So that is a huge deal. Unless you're in the band community, you really probably don't kind of wrap your head around just being invited to Midwest is a huge deal. But to have 3 bands attend is a really big deal. So just wanted to send out really good luck to all of them. I know Leander performed earlier today. I believe Vandy is tonight, if I'm not mistaken. And then I think Styles is tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken. But anyway, best of luck to all those band kids, and I hope they enjoy the Windy City.
So, trustees, first of all, I've enjoyed the campus connections, and getting to visit with y'all in our campuses has just been tremendous to watch what's happening in our classrooms. There's some amazing learning, academic focus, and voice and choice. I'm seeing that in the campus visits over and over and over again. It's really great to see our kiddos getting engaged, teachers getting engaged. I was able to also go at Cedar Park. They had asked us to do a senior walk, a walkthrough. It's where kiddos who are in AP, they're working on their research project, and you just walk with them. They talk to you about their project, and you ask questions. And if you know me, I love asking questions. So I thought this is perfect. I can volunteer for this. But what was amazing was to talk to these students in AP. Not only are they doing their research project, this is a project they can build on when they get to college. So went through the experience. That was great. Went on with my life. And then all of a sudden, I get thank you letters, handwritten, which is just amazing to me because I'm not a big fan of handwritten letters. For me, like, I have a hard time writing them. I'm like, oh, please, I don't want to write a thank you note. That's so much. These kiddos are learning how to do it. I wish I had, because then now I could do it. Then I'd be a big fan of writing more. So, but these kiddos did it. They're learning life skills, and the thought that they put into their thank you letters was just amazing. And then it wasn't too long, around that same time frame, I actually got a couple of letters from students at middle school, and they just sent a shout out. They had the citation, they had the message. It was just, it's really incredible to see what our students are doing. So just want to do a shout out for that.
Last week, I had the pleasure of going to Danielson Middle School after school for a student club visit. And it was really an amazing process to see all these teachers after school. Staying after school to support students in whatever their interests may be. And the students wanted me there because they wanted to talk about, what does the school board do? Because they've heard a lot of different things about school boards since COVID, and had questions on how does that happen? How do the 7 people, what happens? So it was a great visit and a great opportunity just to talk to students and find out the questions, and some of the questions were, how can we get VPN back on, And I was like, yeah, you need to email the tech guy. But, some of the questions I couldn't help them with, but it was great discussions.
And then committees, I don't see our committees up here, but I do know that Dr. Gehring and I have still been, Bruce and I have been doing our Key 6 meetings. We have met with Leander and Cedar Park, just really great details on infrastructure, what they're looking at in a growing city, growing environment. And so I just appreciate the collaboration and coordination in those discussions. So if there are no other remarks, we'll move on to our citizen comments. So in our citizen comments of the agenda, wait, my note is blocking my normal script here. Let's do this. In our citizens comment portion of the agenda, you can communicate with the board in other ways, but this time is set aside for us during the meeting to hear from our community. Now, we're going to be restricted from the ways we can interact with you during this portion of the meeting. Per our board operating procedures and policy BED local, which states the board shall not deliberate or make decisions regarding any subject that's not posted on the agenda. Therefore, please note, this is not going to be, it's not a conversation, it's not a back and forth. We have 2 students who signed up, and I don't know if y'all had heard that before. So know that there's not a back and forth when you come up here. We'll ask that your comments respect that limitation, and as such, please refrain from directing your comments about an individual by name who would not be able to respond. Our board operating procedures enumerate further requests, but I'll just sum up by saying we encourage polite and professional conduct. We ask that the audience help us maintain the decorum of the meeting, and as such, there should be no outbursts or verbal demonstrations. Each speaker this evening will have up to 1.5 minutes, 1.5 minutes to speak. We have just under 50 speakers who have signed up, so this will be a lengthy process. I intend for us to honor each speaker's time. Remember, our recent change does have our students will be put at the top of our citizen comments agenda. So we'll have our 2 students speak first, and then we will move down in sequential order. When we hear 1, know that after 1.5 minutes, if you're 2, you'll be up quickly. 3 will be next, 4. So you can help us move through the process. And especially if you have any plans for this evening, that can help you figure out about how long you'll be here this evening. We'll try to move efficiently and also make sure we honor our time. Our timekeeper, are we ready on our? Okay, looks like we're good. Without further ado then, we will ask for speaker number 1.
My name is Kaden Pinnick, and I am in 7th grade at Running Bushy Middle School. Today is my 13th birthday. It was very important for me to be here tonight so that I could explain why the new elementary school should be named after Carol North. Miss North was my kindergarten teacher at Knowles Elementary. She was my favorite teacher because she was so compassionate and so incredibly good with kids. She made me feel safe and loved. She always made the work in her class fun. She taught us how to read and to love reading. She taught me how to be a good friend and was my biggest fan. One specific memory I have of Miss North is that she always made sure that every single kindergartner at Knowles went home with a stuffed animal and a book during Christmas time. Miss North always understood exactly what each of us needed and never saw two people the same way. She was the most special, unique, kind, and loving teacher I've ever had. She deserves to have this school and so much more named after her because she was just such an incredible person, was selfless and compassionate, no matter the personal cost. Thank you for considering Miss North and letting me share about her.
All right, thank you. Speaker number 2.
Hi, my name is Georgia Ramirez, and I'm a junior at Glenn High School. I'm here today to remind the board, parents, and staff that they have a responsibility to make their students feel comfortable, supported, and safe. From the perspective of a student, you guys are failing horribly. Our school culture couldn't be worse. Bigotry is rampant on campus, and we still have not seen any progress in the implementation of the diversity, equity, and inclusion policy. Both teachers and students seem to be allowed to use slurs and other hateful speech with little to no disciplinary action. I can recall one of my own experiences with racism in which one of my own teammates called me a beaner, a slur used against people of Mexican descent, and she also faced no consequences. Some have it worse. Imagine going into a class every day knowing you will be taunted and sexualized. My girlfriend doesn't have to. Every B-day she complains about some guys in her class that make comments about her body, take pictures of her without her consent, and use her sexuality as the butt of every joke. What about this makes Glenn High School a safe place for her? How would this environment make her or anyone excited to learn and attend class? She's just one of the countless students that are having to suffer through school while waiting for you guys to take meaningful action to prevent this. So please, it would be great if you guys protected students and followed through and started to enforce the promises made in your own policy. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes our student portion of the agenda, or the citizen comments, and now we'll be moving into the rest of the speakers who signed up. Speakers, if you are speaking on an agenda item that we're talking about, the agenda items get moved around a bit as we go along because of guest speakers. That means that your agenda item might not be up to 11 or midnight, but we will get there. So moving on, speaker number 3.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing me to speak. Tonight I want to praise the special education program of our district. I had the privilege of serving on a special ed team and learned the dynamic structure that exists for students navigating through school with a disability. I saw kids grow in confidence as they learned coping skills with how to handle and express difficult emotions appropriately. One of the key components to the success of these services is connection each child has with his or her teacher. When negativity and bad faith is sown into the LISD community, these connections become much more difficult to forge. Aggressive parents who bully, humiliate, and threaten teachers and staff cause children to feel unsafe and distrustful of the people they are left in the care of. Implying that LISD teachers are groomers and pedophiles and that they are offering X-rated books is not only a disgusting lie, but it is also dangerous. Teachers are often the first adults to identify abuse, and if they are afraid of making a poor judgment call or if their actions are under discretion, they may miss a sign or a subtle cry for help. Therefore, I am asking you as a body to condemn the actions of these community agitators, and to let all teachers know that you reject the lies and propaganda being spread about them. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Speaker number 4. Wait 1 second. If you'd press the button when you speak.
Good evening. My name is Chris Cudums. I'm a resident of Ava Ranch, Granite Shoals, attendance zone 1845. I asked to speak today because I have concerns, and many in our neighborhood have concerns about the rezoning exercises to be presented today. If anything, as shown, was implemented, many children in our neighborhood would be attending a new school while living within sight of Rutledge Elementary. They would also be bused across 183 to a school that's less than, in many cases, a mile away. Attendance zones should provide efficiency and safety for all the students. I asked the board to quantify how needlessly moving a population of students out of a net zone a mile achieves that. How is adding more bus routes cost effective? How is safety achieved by adding increased traffic in neighborhoods? How is splitting a neighborhood from its closest school in any way proper planning? Please share the data or insight in your presentation tonight as planned in the agenda, because many in our neighborhood are afraid we're about to get the rug pulled out from underneath us. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 5. Okay, speaker number 6.
All right. Good evening, neighbors on the board, especially Merry Christmas to you. I believe school is about academics, performance arts, sports, and learning to think critically. LISD appears to believe academics is secondary to feeling good. LISD also thinks that it's their job to teach specific points of view, especially about race. Whether or not you call it critical race theory, diversity, equity, inclusion, or the social emotional learning, it's all about some intellectual, and the same intellectual iceberg. For example, starting in kindergarten, this district used the materials of the Committee for Children out of Seattle for in the social emotional learning sector. Check out their website. They clearly believe in CRT and systemic racism. Teaching CRT is teaching racism, all right? Any racism is child abuse. We're not having these as parents. Our kids are our legacy. CRT represents the most diabolical attack on the successful social order since the Enlightenment, when Immanuel Kant had his critique on reason. Major cultural pathologies like CRT start with forced re-education of the populace, especially the children, as you know. And it's happening again. We're falling for it again. Okay? You as a board must think and act, publicly disavow CRT both as a board and as individuals. And check out Stop LCP.
Thank you. All right, speaker number 7.
Hi, my name is Teresa Peterson. I'm currently a third grade teacher at Knowles Elementary. I'm here today to ask the board to consider the name Carroll North Elementary for number 29. Carroll North impacted many lives in LISD for 22 years before cancer took her from us and her family. Carol had a way with kindergartners that made them all love school and learning. She truly taught lifelong learning. I love the way she called her students smart cookies. They all left knowing that they are smart and capable of whatever they set their mind to, and more importantly, loved. I reached out to a few of her students from her very last class before she passed to see what they would want you to know. Danielle said, Mrs. North was one of my favorite teachers I've ever had. I'm so glad that I got to be part of her kinder class. I've grown so much in learning since then. I will always love and miss her. Seth said, Mrs. North was an inspiring first role model I had. She helped many people through the first part of school life and gave them many things that they could value for the rest of their life. I know that she has helped many children get through kindergarten. While that might not seem like a great feat, but it is the beginning of getting through life. Carol North also made a lasting impression on other teachers. Lauren Prum, who was a first-year teacher during Carol's last year, began her teaching career with a mentorship from Carol. Mrs. North spent many long nights helping Lauren prepare lesson plans, materials, and giving advice. The time and wisdom Ms. North gave to Lauren is priceless. The lessons Lauren learned still impact our teaching today. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 8.
I'm here for the teachers, the one who make my own children feel welcome, the ones who look out for their allergies and injuries, the ones that exemplify the purest love, heroism, and service, and they're plentiful. They need to feel heard, acknowledged, prioritized. What are we doing to support them? LISD has thoughtfully offered a December bonus to all staff. Thank you. Inflation and rising home prices are crushing our teachers' ability to remain in this profession. They urgently need pay increases. Here are affordable and appropriate first steps that will cost the district almost nothing. Number one, the district must utilize the teacher incentive allotment designation system, which would afford committed teachers state-funded $3,000 to $8,000 annual raises. Number two, allocate all remaining ESSER funds as teacher stipends to cover additional tutoring demands of the pandemic. The ESSER funds currently at stake through Williamson County would afford every classroom teacher in the district around $1,400 worth of a stipend just this year. Our teachers are losing their abilities to be our neighbors. They're losing their financial security. Lumber prices went up again this week. Builders will take a $20,000 increase tomorrow. When we wake up in the morning, each of us will be $20,000 richer or $20,000 poorer. Second jobs won't pay the bills much longer. Our staff need livable wages.
Thank you. Speaker number 9. Speaker number 10.
Trustees, my name is Bill Rogers. I'm a graduate, former school board trustee member, parent of 3 former students, grandparent, and taxpayer of LISD. First and foremost, I'd like to thank each of you for your service, dedication, commitment to the community, parents, faculty, and ultimately the students of LISD. Though we may not always agree philosophically, politically, or directionally, I respect your role as a trustee. There's no doubt in my mind that each of you are sitting in those chairs as trustees because of your passion for the children of this district. For that, I want to personally thank each and every one of you. My purpose of speaking today is in regards to naming Elementary 29. I was pretty dismayed yesterday when I learned that Don Heisel Elementary was not one of the 2 recommendations that the restrictive 8-person committee will be submitting to the board tonight. First off, I'm greatly concerned for a district striving to be inclusive and transparent. This committee was restricted to parents that represented only less than 5% of a 200 square mile, 40,000 plus student district. Everyone's taxes are paying for this building. You are elected to represent the district as a whole. More importantly, the recommendation did not even consider the number of public nominations that you, the board, requested. Of the 198 nominations submitted, 89 of those were for Don Heisel Elementary, which represents 45% of the nominations. The next closest was half. I'm also presenting tonight at your seats a petition of 1,155 supporting Don Heisel. I'm concerned that you will be setting a dangerous precedence of being restrictive and non-representative of your decisions to ask the community input.
Thank you very much, Speaker 10. Speaker number 11. Speaker number 12. Speaker number 13.
My name is Joel, and my pronouns are he, his. I'm one off of being being the 12th man like I usually am. So I am a parent of kids at LISD. The question I want to ask today is how much censorship is enough to satisfy the demands? I want to dispel the lies. We do not have pornography in the classrooms. We do not teach CRT, LISD. Those are flat out lies. And the problem is when these lies get parroted by politicians over and over and over, LISD gets punished for that. We just recently got punished from the Williamson County commissioners because they said that we were teaching CRT and pornography in the classrooms. And frankly, we need to dispel those lies because they're not true. Do books have mature topics? Yes, of course they do. But it's not a G or an X. In between, there's a PG, there's a PG-13, and there's a rated R. And we need to give the books that are appropriate age groups. And that's what we're doing. And if there are books that are not given appropriately to kids, there's a process by which our school does that. So please, let's dispel the lies that are going on and move forward to do what's best for our kids. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 14. Speaker number 15.
Good evening. My name is AC Ponce, CNS Team Leader of Baghdad Elementary. I'm speaking on behalf of the men and women of the Child Nutrition Service Department who feel ignored, insulted, and cheated. Give the CNS department an equal measure what we have given and not the bare minimum. When we saw elementary and middle school team lead assistants would not receive an adjustment whatsoever, it confirmed to our whole department what we were thinking. They don't care. This adjustment was the parenting equivalent of telling our child to walk it off after falling out of a second-story window. Sure, you feel satisfied you've done something, but in reality, we're still hurting, we're still bleeding, and you've done nothing. We've been asked to undervalue our friends and family for $250 apiece. Members of the board, I asked for two things before the end of 2021. Push for a compensation plan that pays a wage that allows us to live in the community we serve, that does not require a referral or a sign-on bonus to look enticing. And number two, only approve a plan that meets that standard. When we prepare fruits and vegetables for students to eat, we only give them the best. We toss out everything that's rotten. We ask you to do the same. You may say what I'm asking is impossible. Don't tell me what's impossible. When we started emergency feeding in April 2020, I looked at my wife, holding my then 1-week-old son, and said, "This is gonna suck." Since then, we have been doing the impossible. We as a department want nothing more than to serve these students, but we cannot do so knowing it would be financially irresponsible to our own families. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 16. Speaker number 16, then speaker number, do we have speaker 16?
I'm here to talk about the process by which these books were removed from the classroom. My understanding, according to policy local EF, is there's a two-part approach that makes these books removable from the classroom. The first one is the informal process, where the parent goes to the campus principal, and asks them to remove this book. If the parent is not satisfied with that process, then the formal process must begin. The first part is that they must complete the Google Doc that's on the website that goes to the campus principal and also to district administration. The second part is the campus principal must designate a committee. That committee should be made up of the principal, a librarian, 2 teachers from a different campus in the same grade level, and 4 parents from that district. Parents, the committee must read the book cover to cover before they use the 3 rubric, the set of criteria that they must use to evaluate the appropriateness of this book. The fourth step of this formal process is they must submit their findings in writing to justify the removal of those books. My expectation is that Leander ISD can confirm that the 11 campuses that remove the books from the classroom all have 11 Google Docs that were sent to those campuses. Every single campus is going to have the committee that they are able to identify they assigned. There are going to be 11 copies of the rubric that were used in these campuses to remove these books from the classroom, and we expect to see 11 reports justifying why these books were taken out of the classroom. My understanding, according to your policy, is those books are supposed to stay in the classroom while this 4-part approach is completed. We want to know that you're following the process, and if you haven't and you cannot justify to us that you've done things by the book, those books better be back in those classrooms and on those reading lists come January.
Thank you. Speaker number 17. The microphone button, if you'll press that button when you're ready to speak.
Good evening. Kate Asturias, resident of Bella Vista and mom to a Cedar Park Middle School and high school student, and here to address the school boundary exercise. Without addressing the methodology of the data collected, forecast metrics, quantitative and qualitative analysis, a few comments. Generally, please remember the 8th graders in 2020 will be the seniors who move to new schools in 2023. Big problems, big ideas. Be creative and innovative. Schools with lower attendance, think about making them centers of excellence, performing arts schools, languages, design, and architecture. Instead of forcing families, give them a choice. Specifically, kids in Bella Vista and my neighborhood walk and bike to school. Why would you hire bus drivers when they can walk for free? Why add congestion to 620, which the Texas Department of Transportation says it's already in a failing state and projected to worsen? Earlier bus times negate the positive impact of later school start times. Traffic and safety concerns of teen drivers on the road, students not being able to go home in between school and practice or extracurriculars. And the high school students, the investment by those students of countless hours and sacrifices, athletes, the bands, relationships students make with their teachers to only have to move schools. Please think big, think smart, and please think about our kids who have already endured so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker 18. Okay, we have Speaker 18, 19, Speaker 19, Speaker 20. Oh. Are you Speaker 20? Okay, great.
Good evening. My name is Kelly Masters. I am a parent of 3 children who have all gone through Cedar Park Middle School and Cedar Park High School. I live in the Shenandoah neighborhood of Cedar Park. We have lived here for 21 years. My youngest daughter is a 7th grader at Cedar Park Middle School. When the photos of the rezoning exercise were posted earlier this week, I almost ignored them because there's no logical alternate school zone for our children. We live 1.24 miles from Cedar Park High School and literally nowhere near any other LISD high or middle school. So I was shocked to find that our neighborhood, along with several adjoining, were proposed to be rezoned for Vandegrift High School. The emotional impact is obvious, so I won't go in that. I'd rather focus on the practical problems. Vandegrift High School is an 8.4-mile drive. The distance poses an enormous transportation problem at a time when the district is struggling to provide adequate bus service. There are enormous fuel costs and carbon emissions for individuals who drive hours and hours every week spent sitting in traffic or driving. And lastly, please consider the danger of that stretch of 620 for teen drivers. It is a busy 5-lane road. There are no lane barriers. The speed limit is 55, which most drivers seem to interpret as a minimum, okay? The road is lined with businesses. Drivers are constantly turning in and out of the driveways across traffic, multiple lanes of traffic. It is an unsafe drive for inexperienced teen drivers, and there's no reasonable alternate route. Please consider other alternatives because...
Thank you. Speaker number 21.
Hello, thanks for letting me address you all. I know it's a relatively thankless job. I only hear from people when they're angry, and that's why I'm here. A little bit about the zoning redistrict, the redistricting exercise. So I live in Deer Creek. I've had a kid in LISD for 8 years, and I'm going to have a kid in LISD for another 12 years. So I'm totally going to do two decades in LISD. We chose to live where we chose to live so our kids could walk not only elementary school, but the middle school and the high school. I just looking at kind of the average drive times, you're looking at 40 minutes each way from my house to 4 Points where my kids would go for middle school. So say an hour and a half each way, give or take. So 3 hours a day, 15 hours in a car a week to get to that school versus being able to walk. I know that the reason for why you guys did this exercise was to ruffle a few feathers, and you have. I hope that you're able to perhaps bring that to bear at the next bond hearing, because I know that that's really what the part of this is. But my ask is, think about what you're going to do to your home values if you end up having people have to drive their cars 10 miles. Their home value is going to go down. That's going to affect how much LISD gets because it's based upon our home values. Anyway, I didn't leave enough time. Anyway, thank you so much, and please don't move our schools. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Speaker number 22.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak here today, and we thank you for your service to the district. I'm here representing the Glenfield community, which is also part of Avery Ranch, and I'm here to collectively ask a few questions regarding the rezoning exercise that will be presented today. Some of the questions we would like to ask are, how is capacity planning done proactively every year to accommodate for new growth? Is the planning done already with the district? 2 is, given the district relationship the direct relationship between the schools, taxes, and property values, does the district consider giving preference to keeping legacy neighborhoods together whenever rezoning is required? Third question is, like many of us have requested, logistics is a huge issue. Many of us can walk to school, so we are kind of at loss trying to understand why we have to drive to or bus our students. We are literally across the street from Rutledge, but will be rezoned to Reed Elementary. And some of the students, like other parents have mentioned too, will be impacted twice within a year if the rezoning does occur. Some of them transitioning to middle school, will spend 1 year in one school and the other year in, another school. Many parents have expressed the same concerns. We kindly request you to consider the rezoning exercise to be a more logical step. So thank you again for your time.
Thank you. Speaker number 23. Speaker number 24.
Hi, good evening. Thank you all for your public service and for the great schools that you guys have built and the great system you have here in Williamson County. It's one of the reasons my wife and I moved here. My Bryson neighbors and I have watched Elementary 29 go up, and we really looked forward to walking our kids there, volunteering there at our neighborhood school. My 4-year-old twins, Jack and Vivian, ask me daily about starting their new school because they can see it from our house, and you've heard similar sentiments from some other folks with their neighborhood schools. So we were disappointed that both plans, even with 2 northern schools, would have half of Bryson being bussed out. School proximity was a top priority in Hanover Research's 2015 report on attendance rezoning. I know overcrowding and growth are serious challenges, but who's advising the board on the rezoning, and how can we balance our shared priorities of filling the existing seats while avoiding moving students within net zones and avoiding some of the cost of busing and the trade-offs there. We were excited to participate in the last election, and we asked the board to call another bond election as soon as possible, as many new families didn't know or realize the implications of November's turnout. We trust the board is going to tackle overcrowding while striving to preserve as many neighborhood schools as possible. And again, we thank you guys for all your work.
Thank you. Speaker number 20, wait, did speaker number 25 just go? Speaker number, okay, 25? Speaker number 26? Speaker number 27? Speaker number 28? And your speaker number 28? Okay.
Here are a few reasons why I voted no on the LISD bond. A student at Comanche Elementary overheard a teacher say, "White people are the most racist people." The student went home and said, "Mama, my heart is broken." The student is biracial. A student at LMS was bullied and ridiculed by their teacher for not wearing a mask. This student has this recorded. My question is, was the teacher notified and or knowledgeable of the opt-out form? Were they pushing their own agenda? A male student at LMS was called a sexist by his teacher for simply opening a door for his female classmate. This teacher's response from this parent's email said, I don't recall this event, but I will apologize. The teacher never apologized. The parents of this student teaches their son chivalry. A student at Danielson Middle School was called a cracker by their teacher. To the student that spoke earlier, I agree to part of the speech. At Glen High School, the environment there, it's an absolute mess. To be continued.
Thank you. Speaker number 29.
Hello, my name is Cody. This is a first for me. It's pretty exciting. The reason I'm here to start is that there was a clerical error on the rezoning list of what roads were going to be where. Particularly Maney is not correctly listed. They are going to stay in Leander. I know this because you guys emailed me back, so thanks. After sitting here listening to the other adults in the room and the students that have also addressed you guys, I would like to point out that Texas is in the bottom half of education in America. We should probably take a look at what we are doing and understand that, one, our teachers are not paid enough to give a shit, to care enough, and two, we need to understand the implications that we are giving to our students by denying them access to information. Whether as parents we agree with what is in the classroom or not, does not mean that we should sit here and try and tell you guys what you can and cannot have. But at the same time, do not try and tell me what my student can or cannot have. If you have books that you guys do not like, a political entity should not be able to come into a public school and take that out. There is a reason there is a separation between church and state, and the fact that people are using their religious ideas to deny access to information is something we need to take a step back and understand. Freedom of speech covers everything. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 30.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Hi, good evening, everyone. Myself is Sheikh. I am from Bryson community. In my community, you people are building. Thank you. First of all, thank you for providing this opportunity for me. In my community, even you people are. Leander ISD is building a new elementary school. I have 2 kids who are about to go to elementary school. So in the journey, within the community itself, within the community, it's divided into 2. There is a border coming where some of the part of the community goes to the new school and the other section goes to different school. Where here the students will face too much problem, and the parents who bought the new houses, and then they were eager to go to the new school within the community, and you people are making them disappointed, and then you people are making them to go away from, leave that home, or else go to a different place, where for the students with a limited distance, they can walk, because kids, for kids, sending in a bus, it will take wherever we go, at least half an hour before they need to go. They need to go and stand for bus as per the bus timings. Sorry.
No. Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. All right, speaker number 31. Speaker number 32. Speaker number 33. Speaker number 34. Number 35. Okay, keep going. 36. No, just a second. Let's make sure we get the microphone on so we can hear you, and then we'll start.
Oh, okay.
Now start at the
My
beginning.
name is Charles Rouse, and I'm here tonight imploring the Board of Trustees to consider naming elementary school number 29 after Don Heisel. As I understand it, one of the criteria within the LISD naming guidelines is for a person who has made a significant contribution to education in this district. I believe Don Heisel is one of those people. Don, one of the Central Texas longest serving school trustees, spent 23 years supporting the education of students in LISD. During his time here, the district more than doubled in size and yet retained the reputation as one of the best districts in the state. Don worked cooperatively with 3 different superintendents and numerous school trustees throughout his years on the board. He was a staunch advocate of the students and teachers, always supporting what was best for their welfare. I can assure you there is a significance in having a school named after you while you're still alive. You're able to enjoy the tremendous honor of participating in the legacy bestowed upon you. I appreciate your time and consideration for this important decision in honoring this fine man who has dedicated his life to the youth of LISD.
Thank you. All right, speaker number 37. Speaker number 38.
I'll be reading for Gerald Prater. He's not here tonight. This past Tuesday, the Williamson County Commissioners Court voted to deny care funds to LISD and Round Rock ISD, largely due to the unresolved parent community concerns regarding student exposure to materials that are racially divisive, anti-American, and sexually explicit. It was a 4-1 vote, and the only dissent was from Commissioner Terry Cook, Precinct 1, who stated the following, quote, "We are outside of our lane if we're trying to micromanage the ISDs. We can use this bully pulpit to stress what we think is important, but it's ultimately the school boards and the administration that makes those decisions." I find this statement to be very ironic because this is exactly our statements to the trustees regarding the need for the district to stay in its lane when it comes to morality decisions about our kids and how we raise them. We continually state that it is the parents' role to decide what values to pass on their children, not the schools. But a small group of activist parents, teachers, and staff, support and encouraged by some board members, think that they have the right to force their views and opinions onto our children, which we view as indoctrination. Our objection to sexually explicit material is not banning books. It is simply a serious concern of what our children are exposed to when we send them to our publicly funded schools, a place where trust should never be broken. We are not haters or religious bigots. We simply don't agree with our kids being.
Thank you. Speaker number 39.
Good evening. Thank you for taking the time to hear us. I'll get right to it. We're going to talk a little bit about unity, since we saw a nice video about that today, or actually yesterday. Mary Parker Follett stated, "Unity, not uniformity, must be our aim. We attain unity only through variety. Differences must be integrated, not annihilated, not absorbed." Follett advocated for schools being community and vocational centers after hours, and this was back in 1900. Not everybody was pleased then. Today, as public schools connect communities and provide necessary programs and services, we have a segment of our population calling programs unnecessary or handouts, extending their outrage to every aspect of public school systems as they trot in here proud to take money away from public schools and block CARES Act funding, when really all they're doing is just blocking access to resources for our students. That's not exactly a badge of honor. Wrongfully interchanging unity and uniformity is a common and purposeful error of convenience, privilege, and power preservation. It's the same argument used to promote segregation in schools and deny access to education to Black students, Indigenous students, students with disabilities, and scores of others for so very long in this country. I'll close with this quote by Bell Hooks. Sometimes people try to destroy you precisely because they recognize your power, not because they don't see it, but because they see it and they don't want it to exist. It's time for LISD to see, value, and empower every student and place true unity of and for students over the loud adult voices seeking to defund and disempower public education at the expense of students they do not value. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker number 39. We're now up for Speaker number 40.
Good evening, trustees. My name is Mike Sanders, and I'm here to speak tonight a little bit about the survey, the presentation that you're going to be given tonight. A survey that was done on to follow up on the bond election. In that survey, it indicates that 350 respondents were surveyed, and that on slide number 5 of the survey, it indicates that 14% of our county of registered voters in our school district voted. It says that 50%, on slide number 5, says that 50% of the respondents actually voted according to the county voter rolls. And it says that 64% of the respondents claimed to have voted. So in other words, 50% actually voted according to the county records. 64% claimed that they had voted in this survey. 14% claimed that they had voted when they had not, according to the slide number 5 of this survey that you're going to see tonight. And then they say that the margin of error of their survey is plus or minus 5%. Well, if you start out with 14% that are not telling the truth right from the get-go, how do you end up with a margin of error of plus and minus 5%? That doesn't make sense to me. So I encourage you folks to ask questions when you see this survey tonight, when you see this presentation. It's disappointing to see that our trustees don't ask questions when presentations like this are given. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 41.
Hi, I'm Mrs. Pogson, and again, I wrote about a 4-minute speech that I usually can't fit into 3 minutes. So I'm going to just set it aside because there's some things that need to be said just to have it on the record. It shouldn't need to be said. I mean, none of us were born yesterday, but obviously a large group of people signed up so that they can silence voices and have our time limited because the number went over 35 based on your new policy. Thank you. I don't know the answer for that. I mean, unless you had everybody come in and get their cards before it was time to speak so you can figure out how many speakers you have and give us our minute and a half back. But, I really don't want that because I'm usually the one that's late. But it's obvious, and I just want it on the record. So thank you for allowing me to say that. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 42.
Thank you for having me here, or allowing me the chance to speak tonight. My name is Stephanie. My pronouns are she, her. And I'm here tonight to ask where the data is that supports the removal of 11 books from our classroom libraries and our book club choices. But first, I want to read a quote from a classic, Fahrenheit 451. Firemen were given a new job. As custodians of our peace of mind, the focus of our understandable and rightful dread of being inferior, official censors, judges, and executors. Those of you that have read Fahrenheit 451 are students who have the choice to read Fahrenheit 451 are going to learn about a book, or learn through a book, about censorship and how it actually harms society. And that often censorship has to do with fear from people that don't like what's being said. Our district has policies in place that allow choice for parents, allows parents to censor their own children's choices. However, throughout the whole process last year, I was an active participant. No formal reconsiderations were filed at all last school year on any of the books that were reviewed and reconsidered. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker number 43.
I just came in early from the North Pole. I want to wish you a Merry Christmas. Let's go, Brandon. First of all, we're broke. LASD is broke, which is why you had someone from another district go to the Commissioner's Court and ask for money. You didn't even have the courage to do it yourselves. I talked to her afterwards. Anyway, this whole redistricting thing, it's pay now and vote for the bond or else. It's very clear, it's very obvious, a mile away these people are talking. Santa knows what's right, who's naughty, who's nice, and redistricting like that when someone lives a mile away to 8 miles, that's being naughty. But let's talk finances. In the 9 months since I've been coming here publicly, how you you haven't discovered how to talk to us about the bond debt, which is right in front of us, and it is very hefty. But I don't suspect you'll do it, but in any case, I hope at some point you will. But let me tell you how Santa's been this past year. I've been threatened with jail 3 times. Why? Because I've asked how are we protecting our women and children from this community over the books and the curriculum. In fact, I've talked to numerous law enforcement, and not one who lives in the district has kids that live in the district. Not one.
All right. Thank you. Brandon, we had some numbers that I called. Are there other numbers that have? Oh, okay. Oh, and we do have 44. Okay, so let's go ahead and go 44, and then we'll go back to 44. Okay.
Good evening. Over the last few weeks, I've had the opportunity to get to know our alternative campuses and our 18+ services programs. The educators took time out of their day to explain the work they do and show me around their buildings. I was not aware, and probably most of you aren't either, that they serve students from every single corner of this district, and even students that are not members of this district. I was told on more than one occasion and by more than one person that their main goal is to teach the whole child, to educate the kids where they are, and it shows. I just wanted to say thank you because the work that they do is amazing, and most people don't know that they do it. As such, I'm also here once again to ask our district leadership to issue a statement in support of our educators. The abuse that they are being subjected to is not right, and a statement from this team of 8 is absolutely necessary. We want our teachers to stay. We want our librarians to stay, and we want them to be able to do their jobs without looking over their shoulders and being worried that they're going to be bullied by parents. I hope that the district takes this winter break and takes the winter break to refocus on our kids and our teachers and not on theatrics. We have policies, we have procedures. Make people follow them. There is so much to do, but the trajectory we are currently on is just unsustainable. Maybe that's the point, I'm not sure. But let's take this time, let's give our teachers and students the support that they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to start back up with our speaker number, I guess. Okay, speaker, thank you. That'll help make us go quicker. Speaker number 9.
little holiday session for you guys. Everyone in Leander liked reading a lot, but some evangelicals in Leander did not. These kooks hated reading the whole reading season. Please don't ask why. No one quite knows the reason. It could be perhaps critical thinking causes fright. It could be their heads aren't screwed on just right. But whatever the reason, their brains or their fright, they can't follow policy in plain black and white. You wrote EF Local so that our children could learn. Please follow policy if there's cause for concern. These bigots don't get to choose for us, that's clear. Then how, I am wondering, did we even get here? They growl at our meetings, all hawing and humming. We must stop this indoctrination from coming. They've come for the books and the bonds, and what for? Their kids don't even attend Leander schools anymore. Bring back our books, maintain decorum, good grief. Wouldn't it be nice to have a meeting in peace?
All right, thank you, Speaker. Speaker number 33. Speaker number 33. I'm sorry.
Yesterday, we weren't born. Come on, LSD, get rid of the porn. Good evening, Merry Christmas. Where am I? LISD. The LISD bond did not fully pass because the district has not honored the community by taking action to the request of improving curriculum once again for the value and safety of our children's worth. Nor is it increasing the quality of education, but rather quick to receive the quantity of millions the bond would have brought. That becomes billions with the tax increase, citizens. A strong foundation without faulty in our schools starts with trust, protection for the greater good of our children's learning, and innocence protected, stewarding millions of dollars properly, and seeking even better ways to educate, not indoctrinate our kids. Now is the time for a turning point in our community for good. Please address the concerns of the parents and citizens, along with the students who want equal education according to their academic level. Enough with the social book porn, because it is porn, bundles, error of truths and actions, and we can work together in a more positive light, focusing on a great learning environment with schools for our growing district, because you and our kids are worth that. The bond did not only fail because of increased taxes, because increased taxes also means increased home value, which benefits the homeowner. In fact, a poll predicted that more than half of the voters in the election would not be in favor of the bond due to the curriculum, and that is the final result, but where can we go from here? Growth is happening, students are coming in, but they're not.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to do one more check. Board members, as you know, our adopted policy does say at 30 speakers that would be at 1.5 minutes, and it does look like we did reach that threshold, but we didn't have 50 speakers. So, all right. We will now move on and close our citizen comments portion. We will be going into the next item on our agenda, which is our public hearing for the elementary and secondary school emergency relief update and public hearing. We have our speakers, though, that we're going to have come up. Our speakers are our citizen comments. We have some citizens who signed up for that. So I will call I'm sorry, speakers, we're going to need to take a 5-minute break. No, we have the speakers, the public hearing. We need a 5-minute break. Sorry. All right, board members, let's go ahead and come back into open session, please. Audience, if we could go ahead and get attention. Sorry, my voice is... All right, let's come back into open session. All right, if we could come back into open session, thank you. Let's go ahead and go to our public hearing portion. Now, we have some citizens who have signed up. I believe I'm going to call numbers. Speaker number 1, if you want to go ahead and come up to speak about this agenda item. Thank you.
Is this in regards to the pandemic funding? Okay, good. I'm at the right thing. Okay. You know, I just wanted to say that I was shocked to hear that the Williamson County Commissioner's Court blocked federal monies for the CARES Act. And what shocked me even more was that when they said that they were not going to fund that, I heard cheering in the background. And it just goes to show that there are people actively trying to destroy this school. This is money, as you're going to be talking about pretty soon, that's critical to the health and safety of our kids. And I don't understand why people are wanting to deny our kids that type of funding, that type of opportunity to be in a safe classroom. So as you're going through this and as you're talking with the Williams County commissioners, I'm just really disappointed with their decision, but I'm also disappointed about how people are behaving as a result of that decision as well. So thank you.
Thank you. And not to speaker number, okay, then the third one. Okay, speaker number 3.
So, Mrs. Pogson 2.0. The timing seems providential that just this week, the Williamson County Commissioners Court opted to withhold ER funds from the Leander and Round Rock school districts over concerns of purportedly filthy books. And here we are tonight discussing your plans on how to spend ESSER money. Now, I'm not a lawyer and I don't pretend to understand all legal arguments surrounding the decision. I'm sure there will be plenty of that to come, but I applaud the effort to get your attention. It picks up where the bond failures left off. The message is clear. You are not trusted with financial responsibilities. Not just because you spent way too much money on books that are not usable, or because you spend excessive proportions of salary money on DEI staff that duplicates policies already in place while actual needs like CNS, transportation, substitute teachers are set aside. You are also responsible for putting our tax dollars at risk through lawsuits. Your decisions can leave me culpable for putting a minor in danger. Your refusal to hold staff accountable for actions can lead to severe consequences. As you are aware, are you aware that a group of parents sued a Wisconsin school district on November 17 over a policy that allows students to change their names and gender pronoun preference without their parents' consent while they're at school? Are you aware that gender affirmation is a form of counseling? Well,
Well, thank you. Thank you very much for coming. And speaker number 2 is, okay. All right, well, that will close that portion. We'll go ahead now and open it up for your presentation.
Good evening, Madam President, Board of Trustees, and Dr. Gehring. The purpose of our presentation tonight is just a brief overview of our update with the elementary, I have to read it because we always call it ESSER, but it's Elementary and Secondary School Emergency Relief Fund, and specifically 3. And we did get additional funds that are supplemental to 3, so they fall under the same recommendations. So we have to go through this. So the overview is just the fund sources, the ART plan, the American Rescue Plan, and through this, those are the two ones we're talking about tonight. With the allocations, we got $15,816,305 under ESSER 3, and you can see how much we got under the supplemental. The purpose of the funds are really to mitigate and respond to the pandemic. The funds timeline was pre-awarded, so anything that we spent the money on or needs that we had in March when the pandemic first came out to, you can see September 30th, 2024. So just a couple of things, you know, when we get federal funds, there are always requirements and ties to that and compliance issues that we have to address. And one of the things that's very important is the revision and evaluation of the plan every 6 months based on public input. So that's one of the reasons we'll be bringing this every 6 months for public input and to just review what our allocations and what they have gone to. So some of the uses for these funds are prevention and mitigation, like I said, professional development, really anything that was a result of the pandemic. They were very broad in what we could spend the money on as long as we had meaningful consultation and public input. On the district site, one of the requirements is 30 days after you received the notice of grant award that you would put that on the web page for everyone to see, and that has been there since September. And if you click on that site, you can go and see the spending of all of the plans and the allocations. Just a reminder that we did receive stakeholder input through the whole pandemic, and we're able to gather information on what needs to go into that plan.
So if you'll recall, I believe we had a meeting back in June to talk about how we were going to spend the ESSER 3 funds. And then this slide shows you, since that plan was put in place, we've received several different grants from the federal government through the Texas Education Agency. And so each time we receive a new grant, we have to go back and revisit our original plan to make sure that we're maximizing the new dollars under the requirements of that plan. And so you can see here several pots of money that we've received as late as this month applying for the school health and support grant.
So some of the things that we have allocated and that are on our plan are up here on the slide. And so you can see that that money has been moved to different places to cover a lot of these items that through the gathering of community feedback of our staff, that these are the needs that we have identified. So we had public input, but one of the things that we really want to stress is if the community, families, staff see any other additional needs as a result of the pandemic, that they use our Let's Talk tool and give us that information, because it really is important for us to have that information as we look at our plan and we tweak it and we continue to move forward. Any questions?
Board members? Okay. And also know, I understand there might be some question about is our superintendent giving us an update on the CARES funding, and he'll be doing that in the superintendent's report. So that will conclude this item, our public hearing. Thank you all so much. We will move on to the consent agenda. Do I have a motion to approve, or does somebody wish to sever something? In other words, if you want to sever for discussion, do that. Otherwise, I need a motion to approve as presented.
Madam President, I move that we approve the consent agenda as presented.
I second.
Have a motion from Aaron, second from Anna. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries. All right, board members, we've got a lot of guests this evening. So the agenda, we're going to be moving around and back and forth a little bit. For right now, we are going to move into closed session for the purposes permitted by Texas Government Code 551.071, consider approval of litigation regarding school access road to the Vandergrift High School and the 4 Points Middle School. There will be no action in closed. We will come back out to open if there's any action. I expect this item to take no longer than 10 to 12 minutes, and then we should be back in open for our superintendent's report. Thank you so much. $7.50 for those who are taking time when we go to closed. Okay. Board members, we are back. It's 7:57. We are back in open session. Do we have a motion from closed?
Madam President, I move that the Board of Trustees accept the recommendation of district staff and outside counsel, Nossaman LLP and Smith Robertson LLP, to initiate litigation against the Department of the Interior, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and such related parties as may be appropriate in federal district court, and to report regularly as appropriate regarding the status of this matter and any material decisions required of the Board of Trustees in connection therewith.
I second.
I have a motion from Aaron and a second from Anna. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries. All right, we'll move to our next agenda item, the superintendent's report.
Thank you, Madam President. Actually, Board Member Sade Fashikan brought this up earlier, and so you see yourself up there. We really appreciate our board members visiting our campuses and getting a look from the inside at what is happening with our students all over the district. There are wonderful things happening in LISD. We're very proud that board members are prepared to sacrifice their own personal time to come and see the wonderful work that our staff and our students are doing across the district. This is School Resource Officers Week, and we want to just say a really special thank you to the work that our school resource officers do. We have wonderful partnerships with a number of different entities who supply our school resource officers. These men and women do a fantastic job of not only keeping us safe, but also building relationships with staff and with students. And those relationships are some of the most important work that they do, because it's through those relationships that they build trust, and it's through that trust that we get forward notice of things that might potentially happen. And we'll talk about that a little more in a second, but we wanted to take this opportunity to say from the bottom of our hearts how much we thank them and appreciate the time and effort that they put in and the sacrifice that they make for us. So thank you, school resource officers. I'll give you a brief update to our CARES Act funding. We did have the opportunity to visit with Judge Gravel and Commissioner Long today at 1:30, several members of my team and I. Several comments. We appreciate Williamson County's partnership with LISD over time, all through the pandemic, and also through the snowstorm and through a number of other events. Williamson County and LISD have worked closely together to solve many problems, and we appreciate their partnership. We wish to continue to partner with the county to benefit our community because we share a lot of that community. We appreciate Williamson County allowing the flow through of federal funds to all school districts in the county. We've already seen a first round of funding come to the district and to other districts in the county. We understand that the county is not required to flow through those funds to school districts, and many counties across the state do not flow those funds through to school districts. And so we understand and appreciate what Williamson County has already done and continues to do. We specifically appreciated the opportunity to meet in person with Judge Gravel and Commissioner Long today to answer their questions about our book review process and policy. We have remained transparent throughout this process, and our board has reviewed and recently approved policy that continues to guide us as we move forward in this space. We believe that we answered all of the questions that they had today. We understand that the Commissioners' Court will meet again on Tuesday morning, and they will make a decision at that time as to whether LISD will receive any of the further flow-through funding or not. I do want to talk a little bit about school security. We've had several threats across the district in recent weeks, and we want to make sure that folks understand that we take each and every one of these threats extremely seriously. One of our priorities in the district is the safety of our staff, and the safety of our students and any visitors that we have in any of our buildings at any particular time. And so we cannot afford to not take every threat that we receive very seriously. We investigate every single one as if it were the worst thing that has ever happened to us. We speak to everyone involved. We communicate with respective agencies, that includes law enforcement and others. We respond to every case as if it's a real situation, whether we know it's real or not. I want our students to understand that these threats are very serious, and there are consequences to making threats in our community. And we will apply those consequences consistently across the board. And some of those consequences have long-term implications for individuals who make threats against a school district. This is not something to play around with. We take it very seriously. We make sure to close the loop in every case so that we can put closure on, and we make sure that we communicate effectively as much as possible, as quickly as we can, with our community to let them know what's going on and what we're doing. It's very difficult in the social media environment to communicate effectively, quickly enough to beat what goes out there. We do debrief every incident that we have in the district to make sure that we understand what happened and that we take any lessons that we've learned from that particular incident so that we can apply it to the next one. You can help in the community by making sure that if you see something, you say something, that you tell us what you see and what's going on. It's really, really important that we understand as quickly as possible any threat that might be out there. Please talk to your students about what the consequences of these threats are and how seriously we have to take them every time. Talk to them about the resources that it ties up. Talk to them about what that does if something real were to happen while we were in the middle of a different investigation, for instance. Make sure that your students are staying connected with the adults in the system. It's really, really important that if they have needs, that they let us know. We can't help what we don't know about, and so we really urge you as a community to visit with your kids and make sure that they're letting us know if there's something going on with them or with their friends. We ask that if you hear about a threat, if you're on one of our campuses, that you make sure to follow instructions carefully. We have safety protocols in place that have been researched, developed, practiced, but it's really important that people do what we're asking them to do in dangerous situations. And so if you should end up in such a situation, we ask that you please follow instructions. And most importantly, we ask that you share accurate information. We will communicate accurate information out as quickly as possible, but sometimes it takes a little bit of time for us to make sure that the information that we have is accurate. We ask that you don't share what's going on social media, because that might not be accurate information and could exacerbate a already serious situation. So school security, safety of our students and our staff is our number one concern, and we will do everything that we can to keep everybody safe. We need your help, and we ask you to work with us as we go forward. Board members work extremely hard in this district and in districts across the state. This weekend was no exception. Our board members met on Friday night for 3 hours, and then again on Saturday all day, to really address the serious implications of decisions that have been made across the district. A couple of themes that have come out of that work. We are working to make sure that we maximize our resources, that we revisit our historical parameters. What are campus sizes? What do they look like? What services do we offer? Where do we locate programs and why? And how do we possibly make sure that we're maximizing the use and being great stewards of taxpayer dollars across the community? We talked a lot about communication and how to effectively implement purposeful two-way communication, how we make sure we're listening carefully to our community. We believe that these are community schools, and we are here to serve the community's children. And that means we have to listen really carefully to what the community is telling us about how they want us to do that. We need to make sure that we're communicating about what additional resources are necessary, and make sure that our board is not only speaking out to the community and advocating, but also listening very carefully to the community. And we have some listening sessions coming up where the board will do just that. We heard that school finance and an explanation of what school finance is doing is necessary as we go forward. And so we will continue to work on preparing ways that we can communicate to the public about what's happening in school finance in the state of Texas in public schools. You'll hear some of these talked about as we go forward, as we explain resources and what community engagement is going to look like, as we talk about things like bond elections, as we talk about VATREs, which are voter approval tax ratification elections, and some other things that relate to recapture, and some other issues that are about to come in front of the district and the board, and the public needs to know what those are. We asked some difficult questions that we're seeking answers to. What are the impacts if we don't call a new bond election? You'll see as we start to go through one of the responses to that, which is a rezoning exercise this evening. We have to make sure that everybody understands what the implications of each of these decisions is, and how we manage those as we go forward. And what is the current climate in Leander ISD, and how do we manage expectations for what the community expects from us in terms of the education of their children in the district? So thank you, board members, for a really, really productive weekend. It was an excellent use of continuous improvement tools, and I felt like we got a lot accomplished. It was fun to go back in the central office this week and see all the work that you'd done on the posters lining the walls of the upstairs office, as Sarah Squared went through and made sure that they understood exactly what was there. So we'll continue to bring that back to you in pieces, and we'll start with the rezoning exercise tonight. I wanted to talk a little bit, if I may, about the Leander ISD learning model. So we have that posted in this room in prominent places. I gave you a couple of little things, that a little magnet and some sticky notes with the learning model on. And this is so prevalent in the district that it's one of those things that eventually you don't really see it anymore, because it's everywhere you look. It's on posters on the wall. And we haven't talked about it a lot lately. And it struck me as I was thinking about the process that we're going through with strategic planning, that we've been through developing core beliefs. We've talked about vision and mission. We've revisited our graduate profile. And as I was looking at the learning model today, it struck me that all of those things are in the learning model. And all of those things are organized in a very purposeful way in the Leander ISD learning model that's been in this district in several iterations for a very long time. In fact, if you look on the wall at the back, you can go find where various different versions of that model were introduced in the district and then iterated over time as we go forward. So I just wanted to point out that we're very purposeful about what we do in Leander ISD, and always everything comes back to that white dot in the center, which is a focus on student learning. And so thank you for your service to the district, and just wanted to give you that quick reminder. Quick COVID update. Numbers continue to stay relatively low, although they're kind of hovering at a plateau. And so we're watching that very carefully. We're listening very carefully for evidence of Omicron and other variants as they start to pop up, and trying to understand what that modeling looks like. I'll be sharing some of the UT predictive data with you from Williamson County this Friday in the memo, so that you can see that there's really quite a lot of uncertainty about what things might look like as we come back from break in January and February in terms of COVID cases and numbers. But for the most part right now, we're in good shape. We have no classes in remote learning right now because of COVID. Austin Public Health has dropped to stage 3. We continue to work closely with APH as well as Williamson County Health to monitor where we are with COVID. Enrollment continues to rise at a slow trickle. We are almost at 42,000 students across the district. The big news on this slide is that most of those 1,273 students who are in remote right now will be returning in person to their classrooms in January, except for the 300 that we originally started out with remote learning for the entire year. That was the plan for them. They will remain in remote learning in the second semester, but the rest of those students will be coming back in person. Had the privilege of visiting at Aiken Elementary earlier this week, and heard stories of those kindergartners who are coming back to Aiken in January. I got the chance to come and visit the campus and hang out, and they had a lot of trouble getting them to leave again. And so that's great news that those students are excited to be back in school in person with their teachers. The teachers are excited to have them back in their classrooms, and lots of preparations are being made to welcome our students back in person to our schools. So as you can see on this sheet, the budget number projection is right around where we anticipated and hoped that it would be. But I want to talk a little bit about attendance and the effect that that has on revenue in the district. So right now you can see that our average daily attendance is hovering right around 94%. This is traditionally very low for the district. We usually are north of 96% and sometimes close to 97% at this time of the year on average. And I just want to point out that the way that state funding works in the state of Texas right now, it's tied very closely to that average daily attendance number because of the number of students that we have in the classrooms. So for every % of funding that we're down, it costs us about $3 million in revenue. So you can see we're about 2 percentage points down on ADA right now, and that's going to have an impact on revenue as we go through the rest of this year. So we continue to monitor that carefully. Of course, this is a very tough time for us to ask for students to be in school. And so we're treading that line very carefully and trying to balance how we encourage parents to send their kids to school, how we encourage our secondary students to make sure that they're coming to school on a consistent basis, while at the same time meeting their needs and understanding that we're still dealing with a global pandemic. So we'll continue to keep you updated on how average daily attendance is affecting our budget numbers. So tomorrow will be our last day in school before the winter break. Our students have a half day tomorrow. Staff returns on January 3rd for some professional development time. Students return on January 4th. School Board Appreciation Month in January. We look forward to celebrating the work that you do in the district, and I know that there'll be some reverse celebrations going on too, and reverse appreciation. So we look forward to the activities of January, recognizing the work that you do. We have a board cafe on January 6th. That's a listening event for trustees where the public will be able to sign up for one-on-one interaction with board members. It looks at this time like we'll be splitting that into 2 events. We should have another one on January 20th and make sure that everybody has the opportunity to visit with board members if they choose. January 17th is Martin Luther King Day. The city of Leander is hosting a parade. Students are off on that day, and so we'll be excited to see our students performing. There's also a student essay contest, and so that'll be a great celebration in the city of Leander on January 17th. Look out for Leaf Gala on January 29th. That exciting news is that we'll be in Leander at the crossover. It's going to be great to have that right in town. LEAF does wonderful work to support our teachers and our students across the district, so we ask you to support them in return. And then that last date on there is February 18th, and should the board choose to call a bond election for May, that will be the last day that they'll be able to do that, and we just want to keep that on the radar. And with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Board members, that was a lot of information. So, any questions?
Question, do we know if the threats of violence at schools, are we seeing correlations with impacts of attendance on those days at campuses?
I think it does impact. I'm not sure that I can quantify that for you yet, but I definitely think that we certainly had one day this week when we had a threat on a bus, and that affected some students who would not get on the bus. And so I think it does have impacts on that. And that's part of why we're asking, our students and our community to really pay attention to what that does and the impacts that it has on our system.
Can I ask for a little elaboration on your meeting with Judge Gravel and Commissioner Long? Can you tell us a little bit about how you thought the meeting went and whether you think there's likely to be any adjustment in their posture? Were there any asks, or what was the nature of the discussion?
They had questions about our process and the books that have been removed from the system. And the books that are remaining in the system. There was some concern about the books coming out of book clubs and out of the classroom, but remaining in our libraries. The way they understood it, I think, was that we had removed them from our classrooms and then put them in the libraries, and we explained to them that that's not something that we did, but rather that some of those books existed in our libraries before all of the book review process, and those have remained in our libraries. So we answered all of the questions that they have, and I think they were satisfied by the time the meeting ended, and we'll wait to see what decision they make on Tuesday.
I was just waiting. I have a question. I saw the COVID update and we're in yellow phase. Do we have a timeline in regards to allowing parents back on campus for all schools in LISD? I know it's a case-by-case basis for campuses. I'm just curious, are we waiting to get in the green zone? What do we have a timeline? I know you guys have got that out. I'm just curious about that.
So we are trying to make sure that we allow our campuses to make those decisions as much as possible, because every campus has unique circumstances, and so we'll continue to work with them. If we get back in green phase and we start to really have good positive path forward, then I think we'll start to have those conversations, but at this point we're still working on a campus by campus basis.
Dr. Gehring, to clarify, there was information asked when y'all were talking in your meeting about CARES Act funding. There's information asked about kind of what is our policy, so I'm guessing you had to bring them up to date on what the policy is and the process, and update them on what currently the situation is.
Yes, ma'am. We explained the review process, the 9 cycles that we've been through, and that we're complete with that process, and what the results of that are, and that information is all available on the website. And we did explain EF Local, and the fact that the board recently reviewed that policy and approved it, and that's what we're using in the selection of our materials as we go forward. So yes, we did have that conversation.
So was the posture just, I'm going back to an earlier statement made about posture. Was it just about gathering information, you needed to bring them up to date on what's happening on a district here, or was there anything else?
So I think both Commissioner Long and Judge Gravel have a level of concern about several of those books being available in our libraries. I'm not sure that we answered that to their satisfaction. Judge Gravel did ask me straight at the end whether we would be removing those books from our library, and I indicated that we would not at this time unless they were challenged through the challenge process that we have in policy. But we explained the procedure that we have for doing that, and that our community, we've been communicating to the community that challenge process, and that that's available to anybody, and that as those challenges come in, that we're putting those books through the process.
And just a final question then. So they're tying the CARES fund to an action request?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
So they're tying that, the CARES Act funding question is directly, they're saying, they're talking, or from what your understanding is, they're talking about our books in the library then?
So I did try to bring them back to clarify for us what they needed from us in order to be able to make a decision as a Commissioner's Court on Tuesday. I'm not sure that we got a definitive answer from either Commissioner Long or Judge Gravel about what they needed from us in order to make that decision. And so as we ended the meeting, my understanding was they had enough information to be able to go to Tuesday's meeting.
Is there any sense what it would take, what they would require in order to get assurances about them releasing the funds?
They did not give us any definitive response to that, no.
But it sounds like Judge Gravel at least seemed to have posited that perhaps if those books were removed from the library that had already been removed from reading book lists, that might help.
You'll have to ask Judge Gravel that yourself. I could not speak for Judge Gravel.
We could send him the form and he could fill out that form since we have a process. I'm curious, do we know if those funds, because there are multiple school districts in Williamson County, do we know if those funds have been released to the other school districts?
My understanding is that other school districts have had their funds released. I understand that Round Rock and Leander ISD funds have not been released, and that decision will have to be made next Tuesday.
And the funds that were released to those other schools, has the Williamson County Commissioners done an audit on their school libraries? I'm just curious, do we know if that's taken place?
I do not know if that's taken place.
Okay.
Was there any discussion about the First Amendment implication of removing books from the library?
We did not talk about the First Amendment in our meeting, no, ma'am.
I have a question. During the meeting, were you all able to explain exactly what the funds would be used for and how they would support our students? And would you mind explaining that to the members at home?
We did talk some about the funds, partly because the funds have to be expended by December 31st. We received our first notification of this round of funding on November 14th, with only approval coming this last Tuesday if they had approved it. So we will only receive approval for those funds next Tuesday when the district is closed. However, those funds are able to be spent in such a way on things that have happened in the district already. Our CFO, Elaine Cogburn, has already made plans to make that happen should the funds be approved next Tuesday. These are items that we can legally expend these funds on that have already been expended in the district, and so they'll do the appropriate accounting to make sure that that happens in the district. I hope that answers your question.
Can you also talk about Travis County and the funds available through Travis and what's going on there?
So my understanding is that Travis County has not flowed funds through, but I'm looking to make sure. So Travis County has not done any of this flow through funding from the federal government.
Okay, board members, that'll conclude superintendent's report. And we will move on to our discussion action items. For vote in our section 9 of the agenda, we only have one item that's going to be up, which would be the consider approval of tax resale deed and resolution. That means there's a lot of discussion on the agenda for tonight. We have guest speakers who are coming, several actually, on agenda items. So we're going to be moving around based on how the speakers and guest speakers are coming in. I did put on follow the leader so that we could follow along. If y'all need to follow along as we're moving around the agenda, the first item we're going to then have called up tonight is the first part of 2. 2A, the long-range planning discussions. Bachelors?
Good evening, Madam President, trustees, Dr. Gearing. I have Matt Gamble here to talk about the phone survey that we did through Basilisk. This is our 3rd survey around the bond. We have other listening and survey elements that we'll bring back to y'all in January, but we wanted to start with Matt and his report.
Okay, got it. All right. Good evening, everyone. Here to share with you the results of our phone survey that we conducted the beginning of December. We interviewed 350 respondents, and the most important thing to understand about the sample is that half of the respondents were flagged as having voted in the election, and half of them were flagged as having not voted. We did that by design because we wanted to study the opinions of both types of voters. Right, so it's important when you do a post-election survey to understand what are the viewpoints of those that voted, what are the viewpoints of those that didn't vote. One of the things that we learned is that those that didn't vote were more supportive of the bond than those that did, and that is why we had 50% of each. So our key findings were, as I just alluded to, we found that the support was higher among those that hadn't voted than did, and that indicates a broader range of support out in the community than was discovered on election day. So there's more potential out there. The second thing we found is that the tax increase was a big issue for people to vote against the bond. And we found that 2/3 of those that said that was the reason why they voted no did not hear that there was a no tax rate increase. So they were not informed about that. And we also found that those that did hear that information were more supportive of those who did not hear there was no tax rate increase. We also found that 4 out of 10 respondents indicated their opposition was primarily due to criticisms of the district. So that was, we'll get into that in a second, but mostly that was pertaining to spending. And that represents 17% of the sample. We found that there were a number of indicators that show respondents who were more informed about the bond were more supportive of it. So as we saw in the first survey, when people and voters are informed, they're more supportive. But we also see there's still an opportunity to build that knowledge. Not everyone got that information. And finally, we found that when people are more informed, we saw that 67% would favor a bond, having learned a little bit more about what we told them in the survey, and we'll show you what that was. Let's recap your image. The district's image in July was 73% positive, 14% negative. We did a survey in October and saw that the negative had gone up about 8 points. Is holding steady in this December poll, 63 positive, 21% negative. So we asked them, if they didn't vote, we asked them to tell us why they didn't vote, which was the biggest reason why they didn't vote in that election. And these percentages are among those that said they did not vote. So 15% said they just didn't know about it. 35% said they didn't find the time. That's the most common reason. 23% said they weren't sure what was on the ballot. And another 19% didn't feel strongly enough about it. 8% were not sure. And what we found when we looked at parents versus non-parents, a higher percentage of parents just said they weren't sure what was on the ballots. They just, again, some people got information, but there's a lot of people that just didn't understand what was on the ballot or they didn't know about it. So we asked respondents to tell us if they had voted, if they did vote, how they voted, and if they did not vote, how they would have voted. And 49% of our respondents said they voted for, 42% voted against. If you see the intensity, it's pretty close as well, 28 to 26. Let me back up for a second. So I told you 50% of the respondents were flagged on the voter file as having voted, 50% were not. We also asked the respondent, did you vote in the election? And anytime you do a survey, you're gonna find some people that say they voted and they didn't. They don't wanna sound unpatriotic. That happens every time. So you can really look at the respondents two different ways. One, based on the file, the information we have on the file, and the other is how they say they voted or if they didn't vote. And no matter how you look at it, whether it's on the file or how they answered that question, we found that those that voted, when you take the total percentages of for and against and the strongly and average them together, we're within about a point of what actually happened on election day. All right, so the sample is very accurate. The actual election results was 49.5%. If you look at those that have election history on their file, it's 48.5. If they say they voted, it was 49.4. This also shows that you have 58 to 60% support among those who did not vote, depending on how you look at it. So when we told them to tell us, or asked them to tell us why they didn't vote for it, or why they would not have voted for it, 50% say they didn't want their taxes to go up, and then 40% mentioned district criticism. These are the percentages of those that were opposed, not the total sample, just among those opposed. So we found that 68% of the people who said they didn't want their taxes to go up did not recall getting that message. We asked the respondents to tell us how much information they received about the bond. We do this oftentimes in a post-election survey to find out if there's a correlation with the amount of information and support or opposition. And we found there was no correlation here because what's happening is it's what kind of information they're getting and whether it's positive or negative. So it wasn't necessarily the amount, but really what it was. So we asked them also, how much information did you get in support of the bond? How much did you get in opposition to the bond? You see a little bit more people are saying they got more information in support of the bond, but just by a couple points. When you look at those that got more positive than negative information, it's 66% favor. If they got an equal amount of positive or negative information, it's 49.5. So part of it is, when I was here the last time, you got to get your information out, but other people are saying things too. And so there's other factors involved, but when they heard more positive information, they were more supportive of it. We asked them to tell us what it was that they saw, read, or heard about the bonds. And 20% of the total sample really just gave us a general response. It said essentially, yeah, I heard there was a bond election, and there wasn't really a lot of specifics behind it. And then another 19% of the respondents, so about 1 out of 5, told us they heard something about renovations, additions, equipment. Really, it's something specific, a specific project of the bond. If they recall something general, their support was 56%. If they recalled a specific, it was 75.4. So again, underscoring as they get information, they're going to be supportive. So when they hear how the funds are addressing the needs of the district, there's that support. We asked them if they heard the information about the ballot language would state it was a property tax increase, but that the rate would not increase. 35% of respondents said they heard this. Just over half did not. If they're unsure, you can pretty much assume they did not hear it if they can't remember, but 35% heard it. Among those that heard it, 59% were in support. If they didn't hear it, it was 46.8. So this was an important message, ties back to one of the biggest reasons that people voted no. We also asked those that said they heard it, so here's the other challenge. Now that with this change in the law, you have to have that language. Another challenge that we're seeing in districts is people believing it. So we asked if they heard this, did you think your taxes would increase or not? And 14% said they thought they would increase. 10% said they would not. So getting the information out is one thing, and then having people believe it is another. We asked them, regardless of your position on the bond, do you think the district needs to build more schools to address growth? And if yes, is that an extremely or somewhat critical need? And a plurality say that it's a somewhat critical need. We saw in the last survey that it was about 2/3 said that you need to build more schools and classrooms. So this time we asked, how critical is that? And we're seeing that only 3 out of 10 are thinking that it's an extremely critical need, which could point to a new way to talk about the bonds as being extremely critical. We found that those that think it's extremely critical to build new schools, they were 87.7% in support. If they're somewhat critical, they were almost break even at 51.9%. So again, getting the voters to understand how critical it is may be important. And we also saw a correlation with if they got a lot of specifics about the bond, they were more likely to think the needs are extremely critical. So this was asked if they thought the needs were critical, or if they thought you needed to build new schools. I was curious, did they maybe just think that you were building too many schools, right? And so the question was, do you think that the last bond, the number of proposed schools, was appropriate, more than needed, or not sure? Most voters don't know if the number of schools was appropriate or not. But again, if they think that was an appropriate ask of the community, it's 87.9%. If they're not sure that what you were asking for was really needed, was really appropriate, it's 46.5%. And lastly, we asked them, having heard more about it, how they would vote on $727 million in bonds. We told them there's no increase in the property tax rate for the primary purpose of helping combat overcrowding. And before we read that question, we gave them that fact there in italics, that the number of schools currently near capacity and your growth and how many will be over capacity. And when they heard that, 67% would be in favor, 27% against. So it comes back to getting that message out there in the context of other messages that are also being communicated. But when they come to understand the needs of the district, they're much more supportive of the bonds. And it very, very close to passing it as it was this last go around. Does anyone have any questions for me?
Board members? I mean, that was one of the things we said. Why no? And I guess by the opposite, why yes? That was a huge question. So we have our survey people here if you have a question.
Did you have, because I got a call on this survey and I found it pretty long, lengthy.
No.
Did you lose some people during that process?
Every now and then we lose one or two, but most people will stick it out. It was not nearly as long as some of the longer ones we do. So I mean, we run into problems when they're like 24 minutes long, and this was nowhere near that. Yeah. So it was actually, by our standards, about average, or actually a little under average in its length. So
okay. Yeah. This one took 12 minutes.
Yep.
And
it's about, yeah.
Yeah. And did you learn from talking to the participants where they would expect to get this news from, those that did not hear the details, where they would expect to get it from?
We didn't ask where they would expect to get it. We did ask them some questions about if they had gotten information from different places, such as information sent home with their child from their school or from the district or from the local news. So I can look those up, but we didn't ask where they would expect to get that.
So I'll take on a little bit of that question. In our analysis of just voter turnout data, we were able to cross-reference it with some of our guardians. The challenge continues to be, 71.2% of the electorate are not staff and are not parents in our database of people who actually voted in the election. So reaching them is more expensive and costly than just reaching our parents and staff, which we can do through our systems.
Yeah.
My questions tend toward sort of the progression of the survey responses, the data, right, from the original to the October to the current. The October and current seem to be fairly consistent, but we saw a significant move from the first period. And as I look at what's changing from the second to the third, again, a lot similar, but I do see that the strongly against seems to be growing. I'm trying to get a sense for how significant that is. Is that a hardening? Is that, what does that mean in terms of that aspect of our community?
Yeah, let me look at that. So 32. I think one thing that you're going to see is that after an election, kind of some intense feelings will settle down. So that's the first thing I would say is that I would expect both the strongly for and against to kind of settle down over time if there's not a lot of communication. So actually looking at these results here and the first two surveys, when we look at the ballot, it was 25% strongly against. The first one, the second one was 32% strongly against, and then this one's 26. And we actually saw in the second survey, the support went down, and we saw that kind of correlating with the change in the district's image. So the negative went up like 8 points, and the support for the bond went down about 8 points. We saw not only did the number of respondents with the negative impression increase, but those with the negative impression were even more against the bond in the second survey than the first. What we saw on election day and what we saw on the poll is that we kind of almost got back to where we started in July, from my perspective. So it was an issue of kind of putting positive information about the bond out there or educating people more about the bond and pushing that out the last couple of weeks of the election to kind of, I guess, compete, if you will, with a lot of negative stuff that was going on. From looking at the data from my perspective.
So based on the data, hypothetically, if an election were held today, based on the data that you've just received, you would expect the results to more closely follow your first assessment.
I think if the election were today, it would be just basically that, depending on how many people voted or how many, depending on the turnout, right? So, we saw, again, this is an average of the people that voted and the people that didn't vote. So if you had the same type of turnout again, this is what you would get the same result. In a sense, the opinions from the last election haven't really changed much. They won't change much with this short of a distance. Over time, those strong opinions may start to come down.
Okay.
But.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think the biggest key is if more younger people had voted, there would have been a different result, as you see in that data there. Those that didn't vote are going to be a younger group of people. And then if more information had been put out or received.
So what I'm hearing is if we had the election today, we'd have similar results unless we did different actions, right? And it'd be us having to communicate and give more information and all of the things. I mean, if we keep doing the same thing without doing anything different, we will get the same results. And so, and that's exactly what the data shows.
Yeah, exactly. Doing something different in terms of either communicating and or more turnout with younger people or parents.
So given what you've seen and the work you've done for us and what you know from work with other clients, how does this November experience extrapolate into potentially a May election or the upcoming November election cycle, given the unique characteristics of those elections and those likely voters? And what would you tell us as we look forward to those two windows?
There's a pro and a con with both. So the pro for a May election is there's less going on, and you get the attention of the voter a little bit better, and it is less challenging or expensive to reach those voters. The con is that it's hard to get people to turn out to vote. The benefit of a November midterm election is your turnout's going to be extremely high. The last midterm was very close to a presidential statewide. I mean, it was about 2/3 statewide. You're going to have a lot more people showing up. That's going to be a younger demographic, and we see right now, just based on the information they have, had it been closer to that type of turnout, it would have passed. So you have an advantage there with a younger voter group voting. The challenge with that is putting the information out in the midst of other people's elections, what might be going on locally, and then also with statewide races.
So I don't know if the survey got there, but let me ask a question, and maybe it did, and we can just confirm it or tell me what we missed. But when you asked voters if they voted or not, I'm getting from you that there wasn't information, there was a communication gap, if you will. Do you know if it was, and maybe it was I think we kind of hit on one of those surveys. Do we know if it was an understanding, like I got information and I had enough of it, now I get it? Or was it we didn't communicate those things enough? Does that make sense? Was it an explanation issue, or there wasn't even enough out there to get even to the exclamation point?
I think that the biggest challenge was just receiving the information. I don't think it's a hard concept for the voters to kind of understand. I mean, through the survey, we're able to explain the needs in pretty basic terms. I think they get it. I think from my experience with doing campaigns and surveys around campaigns, is it takes a lot of information, a lot of repetition to get that message in, and that's why you're throwing stuff at your television during presidential campaigns because you've seen this same commercial 30 times in the last week. It's because you gotta put those messages out there at a high level of frequency for people to start sinking in. So I think it's about more of it, and it wasn't an issue of not quite understanding what it was.
And then I just want to affirm what I heard. You said that 71% of our voters who voted in our election were not parents or staff members?
Yeah, that was my data because we pulled the voter file and ran it across our data.
Board members, any other questions? Okay, do y'all have anything you need to conclude before we move off of this agenda item? Okay, this will then end our look back. Now we're going to start talking about forward and next steps. So, all right, thank y'all so much. We appreciate your information. We will now move, we're going to jump around a bit, to the next item under governance, B1. Elementary school number 29, naming committee recommendations. We have parents from our community. I bet you they're so excited we're running 9 minutes ahead of when I told them we'd start them.
Well, and we did our meetings over Zoom, so it's the first time I got to meet them in person.
They look taller, don't they?
They look taller. Good evening. I'm going to just set the stage as to how we got here and let our two committee members, Casey and David, explain the process that they went through in picking the recommendations that you'll see in the board packet tonight. Again, our purpose tonight is to make a presentation on the recommendation for Elementary 29, opening in August of 2022 in the Bryson subdivision in Leander. CW Local, that's our governing policy here that we operated under, and you see those 5 criteria and how it's outlined for how a element of a school can be named. Our process was we worked on a charter with y'all, which we brought for approval. We tweaked up our process a little bit. First, we did our normal step, collect nominations from the entire community. We had 199 submissions through that process. Step 3 is where we tweaked it a little bit. We wanted to bring a community voice to vet some of these names. Oftentimes, at least in my experience in the district, that step has gone right to the board. We wanted to create community voice as part of this and to bring a recommendation or bring options for y'all versus having to go through 199 lists as the board. And then our goal tonight is to also present, we'll come back and present for action after the recommendation in the January 13th meeting. Here's that charter y'all approved and the members of our committee. These members were made up of volunteers from the elementary 29 zone. So I have David James Martin and Casey Muse here to present on behalf of their members, who we also have a couple in our audience as well. They are taller than they looked in their Zoom as well. I mentioned 199 submissions. If you get somebody to nominate you to have a building named after you, you're probably qualified to have a building named after you. And that's what was so hard about this process, which our trustees have done this before, know and understand. It was important to us to bring this community lens and look at the policy and make it about a celebration of a person who could connect with the community and the culture of that school. They looked at all of the nominations. They went through a couple different layers of it, and tonight would love to have them speak about their process and speak about the two names and the rationale behind those and how we got here today.
All right, so when y'all get ready to speak, if you'll press your microphone button right there, your speaker comes on green when you know you pressed it. And then if you just want to let us know a little bit about the process, method, how y'all got to the decision that you're recommending to the board.
Okay, awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. My name's Casey Muse. I'm going to read from my phone because I want to make sure I do it right. I want to thank the board for the opportunity today, as well as Corey for his great leadership of our meeting. Myself, as well as other members of the community, came together to help decide a name for a nomination for our new elementary school. David and I will both have children at the new elementary school, and we're very excited to be a part of the process. Throughout the meetings, we reviewed every nomination that was submitted. We talked about every fine and excellent point of each person and entity that was nominated. I agree with Corey, if you're nominated for a school, you're probably pretty great. We discussed in groups as well as on whole of what name would have the best historical impact as well as an impact to the students directly. And the name that kept coming back over and over was Carroll North. As the board will know, Carroll has been nominated for several other schools before, and the committee and I believe that this is because of the direct impact she had on her students. She taught kindergarten for 22 years, and I think we can all agree that kindergarten is a difficult grade to teach. It requires love and patience and also knowledge of how to break information into small chunks for children to digest and learn and eventually master. She dedicated 22 years of her career to teaching the foundation of education in our public elementary school system, as well as being a champion of foundational literacy. She was beloved by her students and their families, but she was also known throughout her schools as a person who they could rely on. Students who went to the school but didn't have her directly knew her. Families knew her. Teachers knew they could count on her. Carol even went as far as getting a second job on the weekends. She worked at Kohl's and partnered with Kohl's to have them donate books and toys to children. We believe that Carroll North would be relatable to children. Everyone had a kindergarten teacher. I remember mine. My son is in first grade now. He will always remember his kindergarten teacher. I don't think he'll forget Zoom kindergarten. And we know that Carol's legacy will continue on in the students that she impacted, as well as her family and beloved friends. And we believe as a committee that this legacy is an excellent match for our new elementary school. Thank you.
Good evening, you guys. So I have the, thank you, for letting us come speak and be a part of this process, you guys. It's an honor. I actually would like to say something real quick, just if I could. My family and I moved here from California a year ago, and primarily because of our son and our concerns with his education. And I want to thank you guys from the bottom of my heart, because it's been amazing. So thank you. So having that said, it is my job to explain or give you guys the other option that we had. We thought it was important that we give you guys a couple options. Ultimately, Carroll North being our final decision, but we wanted to give you guys the runner-up because we thought that was important, and the reasons why we chose Carroll North over the other one. So the other one is Bryson Hills Elementary School. Okay, just off the bat, it's a strong name, and I don't think a lot of the name itself needs to be explained, especially to everyone here, but I will go over some of the key points. I mean, if you look at the 5 categories that we broke down, the 5 categories being historical or geographical site or community, a deceased or a significant individual, a local, state, or national historical event or place, or a significant state or national figure. If you look at all those, really, if you take Bryson Hills, and there's an argument can be made in each one of those categories, we felt. As I said, the name Bryson probably doesn't need a lot of explaining. I actually, new to the area, had to go in and kind of educate myself. And that's what actually drove me to change my mind as part of the committee to Carroll North as well. And I'll explain what I saw briefly. But if you look at some of the top reasons, Bryson Hills does make a good argument for checking out each and every box on the list, like I said. Bryson, the family name, what they developed, what they came here and did in 1872, I mean, it just doesn't need explaining. And the hills, the gateway to hill country, right? What Bryson's referred to as. And it's just, like I said, I had to go kind of check it out, but when you go into Bryson, the community, I mean, it's beautiful. Yeah, green rolling hills everywhere, so it would just make sense, Bryson Hills. And it's just a great, strong name, we felt. I was, and a few of the other people on the committee were very for Bryson Hills. For 2 reasons, we kind of changed it over to Carroll North, but for my reason personally is I actually hopped on the Bryson Hills website, and immediately on the website, there's a quote on sort of the development and the reasons for development, and I'll read you the quote that I got. In creating today's Bryson, we have taken every effort to show respect for the history of the Bryson family and prepare their land for the next generation of pioneers. So that right there actually changed my mind to Carroll North in the sense that I think the job has been done recognizing Bryson and their contributions to our community. And I think maybe for me and a couple other people, that right there was probably why we switched over and went with Carroll North. That's all I have.
And can you explain to us just the process you went through to get to here, the methodology to get to those names?
So a couple ways. It was tough because we had a lot of great people, and a lot of those great people had a lot of nominations. So we really had to break down into categories first. Which components were strong, which individuals were strong in each one of the categories. After we broke down some of the important aspects of each category, we were then able to dial it down to a few people in each one of those categories. Once we got down to, I think it was 8 people were on our final list, we kind of discussed those 8 people, and it was actually on our next call where Corey was actually instructed us to come to the table with your decision, because we really had, I think, 3 or 4 when we went to that last conversation that we really wanted to look at, and by the end of the conversation, it was unanimous. It was the work that Carol had put in, the care. If we look, we really took a fine look on the recommendations or the nominations and what they said, the substance of what they were talking about and why she was impactful, what she did. And it was that right there that probably put us over the top, because there was a lot of people. there was even individuals had more nominations. We felt that it wasn't just about the nominations, it was about the substance and what exactly that nomination, each nomination was about and the reason for it. So that was our process.
Board members? Did you take a look at the previous comments that were made when she was nominated in the past?
I think, if I'm right, we did.
Okay.
And it seemed, because I believe Larkspur was one of them, they just chose to go with the community. I don't think we knew the reasons why, but I think it was just that. They just chose to go with a community theme, Larkspur area, community, Larkspur school.
When we got to a smaller list, they were, asking, because, these are local heroes, right? Not necessarily, in some cases, people that are, robust on Google or anything, because it really centered around, there was a historical figure, but local people with contributions. And going back to the previous naming allowed me to give them information more about Carol without having to engage the family, because we really didn't want to engage families unless there was going to be serious consideration. Especially since she's been nominated a few times. So that was an opportunity to give them more information to inform their decision when they directed me, when they had a list of some final candidates.
So basically, there's more information about her that was input more, outside of what we can see, because we do see these comments online in support of.
Well, those were in the public record. They were from 2017 or 2018. But yeah, they had their list of people, and to be able to help inform their decision, we had to find some source to be able to do that, and that was the best one that I knew for that particular person. For some other candidates, I did some phone calls of people who knew them around a bit, again, trying to be respectful, because we didn't want to make this about person versus person. We wanted to make this about who the committee was going to bring forth.
Okay, so my last question, it's not really making it about person versus person, but how do you overcome all of these recommendations and still pick Carol?
That was, I think it was found in the substance of each one of those recommendations and her personal impact on so many students across the board. There was people that never had their kids instructed by Carol. And vice versa, obviously parents that had their kids, and across the board. I mean, it was the same characteristics spoke to on just careless or selfless service on her part, and just always putting the students first over her own free time, which as a kindergarten teacher, that's pretty much across the board.
I just want to say thank you to you both and your whole committee for doing the work that you did. I know that this isn't easy work, and I really appreciate it.
I have a question about the committee process in general. Can you just tell me your overall experience with that? And I'm guessing, how many people, Corey, do we have on this committee?
We had 8. We had 10 volunteers from the group. One of them was related to somebody who was nominated, and so we asked that person to step aside, and then one was a spouse of somebody who served on the committee, so we limited it to 1 per household. But anybody who volunteered, other than those 2, were on the committee.
Were selected. Awesome. Can you tell me just a bit about y'all's experience on the committee and your thoughts of the process?
It was exciting. It was neat. My husband and I moved here specifically. I grew up in Austin, sorry. And I was a bit of a traitor to my family who all lives in Austin to move out to the burbs. And y'all, best choice we've ever made. We love it out here. It's exciting to be a part of your community. My husband and I specifically chose our neighborhood because of Larkspur, and we knew it was going to be a great school even though it was brand new. And we were processing that we're moving schools, and we understand, and seeing the portables up at a school that's 3 years old, we understand that there is a lot of growth. So it was exciting to be a part of the process that's going to be, you know, this is a school we're talking about. This isn't something that's fleeting. This is a memory that our own children will have, as well as impact in the community. So the process was not only smooth, but also inviting. I met people, David and I live in the same neighborhood. We didn't know that. We met people that live in Bryson and that are so excited to have the school that was promised to them when their homes were built. It was also neat to see how this process is done. Corey informed us this is normally something that's exclusive to the board, and so open it up to the community does make us feel, and we're both relatively new to the Leander area, made me feel very much a part of this community.
Yeah, and I'd probably say just from our whole committee that we just feel just deeply honored to be a part of this process.
I would echo the thanks you've already received. We appreciate you serving in this capacity, and we're excited for the opening of the school. As we make this decision, given that we represent our whole community, how would you counsel us? How do we talk to some of our constituents when we start looking at the nominations? There was a clear pattern in the nominations, right? And I think some of us know very well an individual from that list who got a lot of nominations and who we have worked with and appreciated for a long time. How do we talk to our community about the direction you've chosen to go versus what we see in those nominations?
I probably couldn't guess the individual, and that was probably the hardest part for us. And for me, I saw that right away, and it was check the box. I mean, what else do we need to know? But it was actually that. It was Corey who kind of pushed us to think a little bit deeper, I guess, because there was a couple of us that were headed a direction, or I guess we were kind of split. But what brought us together is, like I said, the substance of each one of those recommendations and what was in it and the why behind it. And there was an individual that received twice as many nominations than the person second to him. And that was tough, but just in those individuals' recommendations, there just wasn't a lot there, to be honest with you. The recommendations that came from Carol and the recommendations that came from Bryson, Bryson speaks for herself, but Carol, the substance and everything that she was about put towards out of herself, and it made it clear for us, the decision.
I think we also all went into this with an idea of what we thought we were going to want. And the group was very divided. It was 4 and 4 about. There were some people who really had their mind made up, and we all, of course, we're all going to go in with our own motivations and our own history. But just to echo what David said, we just kind of fell in love with who this woman was, and we don't know her, but the testimonials we read from previous nominations as well as the nominations for this school were so intriguing that we just kept asking for more information. And what we kept coming back to was, if our child or a student were to ever ask, who is that? We could say, oh, she was a kindergarten teacher. And that impact right there of, oh, I know exactly what that is. I know what that person does. I know what role they play in a school. We thought it made it easy for the kids to have a grasp of why to have school pride, why to have community pride. It just tied to so many things that were a connection point for us as parents.
And then I guess I'll say one more thing. This was the other reason that switched me over to being a fan of Carol North. I at a past time was a substitute teacher for about 6 months. Elementary school. And I don't know if the system works the same here, but you get your name on a list and they call you first thing in the morning and they got a job for you and you accept or not. And you have all different grades that you'll accept. I had everything on there because, bring the work. I got to do kindergarten for the first time. That day when I got home, I took it off the list. And I can't even imagine doing that for any length of time, let alone 22 years doing it over and over. The amount of special kind of person that you have to be, the patience, the love, the caring. And I think that everything going on right now, that was a big part of it. We need more of that right now, love and caring. So, Carol North, that's what she was, and that sealed it for me right there.
Quick question. This is the first time our board did this approach. Is there anything you would recommend to us, because there's going to be other schools and other namings, anything that y'all would recommend that we do differently, consider for next time in this process?
No, I can't say. I think it was very well done, and across the board, I think Corey was amazing, and how he corralled us and had us think critically about it. So that was amazing. So I can't say anything that would be done better.
I completely agree. It was seamless. It was easy. It was convenient for our time. No one felt like their time was wasted. It's difficult to say looking back. I don't know. Ask me in 3 years. I don't know. I really enjoyed the process. So no, I can't. Nothing sticks out as would change.
I didn't mean to put y'all on the spot. It's not a test. If you think of something, feel free to email us. And I know there's other members, I think, in the audience that were part of this group, if anything comes up, because this is a new process. I know, I think it was like our second board meeting or something, right? Where, there was a previous school naming, and we want it to be a celebration of the name and the person, and not a competition of people. And so we're trying to think of a process for this. And so this is the first time, and I don't know if this is like the process, but maybe it is, so if anything comes up that you think that we could do differently, that would help in any way, please feel free to share that with us. Thank you so much for your time.
Continuous improvement carrying over from the weekend.
I just wanted to say thank you to Casey and David. I'm a parent to two future, elementary 29. But I think what really captured with y'all speaking tonight is we all know what it takes to start a new school, that community, connecting with those in the community. And you two made that connection. So I'm excited to see where this goes forward, because I think that says a lot that the members of Elementary 29 came together, found a solution, and I think worked it out. And I think right now more than ever we need that. So I just want to say thank you all so much for, I know it's crazy right now, December's crazy, but just thank you for taking time out and helping us with this process. I really appreciate it.
I think, Corey, you mentioned there might be other parents here who were part of that committee. If they would raise their hand, just so we could, thank you, y'all.
Thank you so much.
Just wanted to thank everyone for doing that work. Thank you.
Ditto. Thank y'all again. And I think that wraps up all of our board questions. Thank y'all so much.
Thank you.
Board members, this will be on our agenda for a vote January 16th. Is that correct, Corey? 18th?
13th, I think,
13th,
right?
13. Okay, lucky number 13. All right, so any questions or any other information you need, please reach out to Corey by then. All right, without further ado, what we're going to do is now spin around back up to the top of the agenda and go down the agenda until we get to operations. We have some guests in our operations, so we're going to pull them up at the top of operations when we get there. For right now, though, we're going to go ahead and invite our next guest speaker on our agenda item under student experience, A1 LISD Early College High School provisional designation.
Madam President, trustees, great to see you this evening. We're here tonight to update you and provide information about the early college high school development and designation process. And Krista Carlene, our Assistant Superintendent of Pathways and Innovation, and Clay Courier, our Senior Director of Innovative Learning Programs, Dr. Clay Courier, sorry Clay, will be presenting. We also are just very pleased to have some of our Austin Community Colleges partners with us today as well. And so first up at the table with us, we have Misan Zuniga, who is the Interim Associate Vice Chancellor for College and High School Relations with us this evening. And behind us, in case we need more backup, is Dr. Shasta Buchanan, who I think many of you know, the Vice Chancellor for Student Affairs with Austin Community Colleges. So with that, I'm going to hand it directly over to Krista and Clay and Misan, and they will talk to you and walk you through the presentation.
Good evening. Good evening, Madam President, Board of Trustees, Dr. Gearing. So tonight's meeting is to provide you with additional information regarding early college high school. As a reminder, our early college high school programs are an open enrollment program where students can earn up to 2 years of college credit or 60 plus hours, tuition free while they are in high school. This is for discussion tonight, but we will be asking for approval at our next board meeting to submit our provisional designation application to begin in early college high school here in Leander ISD. This is just a reminder of the timeline that this has been a work in progress starting in the 2018-2019 school year when we had the Program Advisory Committee through our DWIC committees. And so as you can see here, we've had a series of different district and community meetings as well as some planning time with our partners here from ACC and our partners at Educate Texas. And our most recent group that really looked at early college high school was our Citizens Facility Advisory Committee that met this year. And so that brings us to where we are here, ready to ask you all for permission to submit our designation application. And so as a reminder, early college high schools are really a collaborative effort between TEA, Educate Texas, Austin Community College, and our district. And so a couple of things I want to highlight about this collaboration is some of the supports we've received in that pathway that you just saw on that timeline. And so some of those supports that we receive is from Educate Texas. They provide an early college high school coach for us. And so they've been partnering with us as we've been doing the planning to ensure that we're working to meet the benchmarks that are set aside by TEA and Educate Texas to ensure a high quality early college high school. And then the great partnership with us and Austin Community College. We have been meeting regularly with them, having monthly meetings as we work to make a good collaborative effort to provide this opportunity for students within our district.
Good evening, Board. I have the pleasure to talk with you tonight about why this is the direction that appears to be the optimal direction for Leander ISD. First and foremost, as you can see within the slide and some of the content that we'll discuss here in the coming slides, is it directly aligns with the core beliefs as stated by the board, along with the learning model for the district. So what this really represents is a kind of a confluence of interests between TEA, ACC, and Leander ISD. By moving forward with an early college high school, we would be starting a school of choice which would ultimately expand the available options for the student experience that we currently offer within Leander ISD. So getting into what a student at early college high school may look like, you could think of this just like we have a graduate profile within Leander ISD. What would that student profile look like? So what kind of students would actually attend the ECHS? So first of all, this is going to be a like-minded cohort group of students. These students would typically prefer a small school setting, and a lot of times whenever you have these schools start up, you have a first generation and underrepresented students that are typically attend college. These students would also receive personalized wraparound support to ensure their success whenever they enter into the program and ultimately acquisition of a college or associate's degree whenever they graduate high school. So it is very important to note whenever we're talking about an early college high school model that this is actually open to every single student in the district. We invite every 8th grader in the district to apply to attend early college high school. We'll talk about what those specific pieces are as we work through it to figure out what that cohort would look like. But again, I would really like to stress it is open to every single student within our district. Now, how do we get those students? Well, there's obviously going to be a recruitment process for that, and the best way to do that is to literally get boots on the ground. So the way we're going to do that is we're going to be partnering with ACC, and they will have representatives at our 8th grade parent nights that are hosted currently at our middle schools. Those are pretty well slated out already between January and February. So as you might imagine, as we're talking through this process, we'll have a lot of work ahead of us this next semester. Well, we've already kind of figured out what those teams will look like and how we'll go through that process. We will also host parent information nights, and we'll ensure that those happen at a time in the evening so that all parents would be able to attend. So we're looking at things like 6 o'clock and beyond in the evening to make sure that they work outside of any work schedule or limitation that a parent may have. We've already spoken with the SCR department in preparation of marketing materials. Those marketing materials, to ensure that we reach all of our constituents within the district, would need to be in multiple languages and formats. When I say formats, I'm talking about digital print, I'm talking about handouts, the whole shebang. So we also need to make sure that those student applications, which are also created through that process, are again presented in multiple formats, because we don't want to exclude any family that may not have internet access at home. So we will make sure that those applications are actually available at all middle schools. We'll make sure that they're available at central office, and all those would also serve as drop-off locations back for those applications to make it easy for the community that is interested in participation within the ECHS program. When we talk about the student interviews and the committee review of applications, those kind of work together. So really what that means is we're going to be checking the applications for completeness, first and foremost, but the student interviews, you need to have a different mindset about that. This isn't a student interview like what you might think of a job interview or something like that. Whenever we sit down and when we discuss with these students while they're applying to ECHS, we're really trying to figure out what specific supports are going to be needed to ensure your success within our program. Because we want to get you in, and we want to make sure that we get you out with that high school diploma and that associate's degree, compliments of ACC. I need to go back one slide. One thing that I just kind of left off there, should we have more than 125 students apply, there would be a weighted lottery that is actually implemented on that. That is a standard system that ECHSs statewide deploy. And so if we have less than 125 applicants, then that would mean that all 125 applicants are within the system.
I just want to remind us that that's for incoming freshmen, and so each year that would be an additional 125.
Correct, correct. That 125 that we're talking about over a 4-year span would ultimately push the school size to about 500. So it's 125 per cohort, yes. So one of the things that Leander ISD has always prided itself in is making sure that we are using research-based strategies and deploying those strategies system-wide. So whenever we're talking about an ECHS and we're determining how is that a good fit within the district, it's very important that we look through the peer review research that is available to us. And anytime we're looking at peer-reviewed research, we always want to make sure that it's recent, right? We want to make sure that the data that has been collected is representative of the current lay of the land, if you will. So 2 of the big research projects that we looked into show that the successful student outcomes that come out of an ECHS are that the students that attend graduate from high school at a higher rate than their peers, and whenever a student accrues college credit while they're within high school, that also explains a very high degree of their post-secondary degree completion. Now, qualitative data is fantastic, but I like quantitative data as well. So let's talk about that a little bit. What you see in this slide is a meta-study that was conducted across 5 states for early college high schools within each of those states. Now, it's also important to note that these state demographics that we're looking at closely resemble Texas. Texas is actually one of those 5 states. The other states were North Carolina, Ohio, South Carolina, and Utah. So when we're looking at those 2 trend lines up there, let's discuss the legend, because it's very important that we look at that. So the top line that you'll see on both of those graphs are actually represented by the early college high school students that participated and ultimately completed the program. The other line, the control students, those are students that applied to go to early college high school but were not selected through the lottery process. So that's a very important thing to think about, because all of these students were approaching going to early college high school and therefore something post-secondary because they applied in the first place. However, those students that were selected in the program, due to the wraparound supports and the partnerships that we have, that we've already talked about with ACC and some of our other partners, clearly speak for themselves for the outcomes for the students. Now, the trends up there are a 10-year rate trend line, and you don't see years 1, 2, and 3. So let me tell you that year 4 is actually their senior year of high school. It started tracking them their freshman year of high school. So I just want to explain what you're seeing in that data. So on that senior year of high school on the left, these are students who enrolled. So you can see a dramatic difference between those that attended an early college high school versus those who did not. And on the right, these are students that actually completed any post-secondary degree between year 4 and year 10. So this also speaks to the persistence data for students that also attend an early college high school. Now, what does that look like in the local area? Because we do have early college high schools in our local area. We had the benefit of visiting 2 of those campuses whenever we were going out, because whenever you start up an early college high school, there is an expectation that once you start it, you collaborate with other members of the community that are looking to start this educational opportunity for their students. So these 2 campuses welcomed us with open arms, and we were very happy to visit with them and had very candid conversations about startup and lessons learned and just the process in general. So these 2 schools, on the top there, you're seeing the data for the students that completed an associate's degree in Round Rock ISD, and below that, that is Elgin ISD. Now, we wanted to visit these 2 schools specifically because they are 2 different models. Round Rock ISD is a standalone campus that sits at their local ACC campus, whereas Elgin ISD is an embedded campus within a comprehensive high school. Now, I know previously when we've talked before about this topic, not myself, but as a group, that one of the questions has come up is which model should we really kind of go with? And so this is a local model, local data, and it's also important to note that for Round Rock ISD, the 2019-2020 graduating class represents what we're calling our legacy class. So that was their first cohort of students. That was also in the middle of a global pandemic, which is quite impressive. Those numbers even increased while we were still in the pandemic, and I assume that that's probably attributed to people started getting their feet on the ground and understanding the lay of the land, if you will. Now, that is in contrast to Elgin. Now, I want to be absolutely clear that this is very good data for Elgin, because what is not included in this data is also their certification completion rates. Now, is that something we're looking at exploring in the future? Absolutely. But we also don't want to go too far, too fast, and overpromise and underdeliver. Now, when you add in their completion rate data for their certifications, along with their associate's degree completions on the 2021 school year, they were at 100%. So I want to make it absolutely clear that they are doing fantastic things in Elgin. But I wanted to use this data because I wanted to clarify to the board exactly why we're going this route and the justification behind it.
Thank you so much. And thank you so much for allowing me to join. I just wanted to be sure that it was very clear that we look forward to the continued partnership. I've had the pleasure of working with the district for over a decade in all things dual credit, and we have done great things for Leander ISD. And really, we are not new to the early college high school arena. We have been in early college high school since 2011. So we are very experienced and super excited and just cannot wait to be able to expand our partnership here in Leander ISD.
So to conclude at least the data portion of this presentation and some of the research and background, there's three major qualitative takeaways from this data. And I went ahead and left the references just in case anybody wants to dive into it. It is quite a lengthy report, but again, summary was probably the best option here. So clearly, ECHS students are going to be significantly more likely to enroll in college, to complete any post-secondary degree, and even complete a bachelor's degree, which has been a concern nationwide for the last few years at that rate.
So we have had a wonderful partnership with ACC in our dual credit program, but this is a slide we saw in the presentation that we previously made to you early this fall, just as a reminder of what makes the difference between an early college high school program and our traditional dual credit program. One of the biggest pieces is that first line you'll see up there. At the early college high school, the students may earn up to 60+ hours of college credit at no charge to them. When you look at the traditional dual credit side, our students on average will get about 3 to 24 hours of college credit. ACC has partnered with us to waive tuition for our students for up to 36 hours. So you do see a difference between the 36 versus the 60+ hours of tuition-free college credit for our students. Again, in an early college high school, these courses are in a sequence that will help them reach a degree plan, and they're placed accordingly to their grade level appropriateness. And so we'll look at that here in just a minute. And then another piece is our students in an early college high school will start taking their college courses in the 9th grade, which means a lot of the prep to support them has to begin earlier, and they get to immerse themselves in the college culture right away with their peers and have those supports and know what it's like to be on the college campus and what resources and supports are available for them on that campus. This is a sample 4-year plan for our students, and so this is another piece where we've been working collaboratively with ACC as well as partnering with our curriculum department in the district to really think through the coursework and the sequence of courses available to our students who would attend early college high school. You will notice as they move to 11th and 12th grade, there are a lot more dual credit courses. The other thing to notice on here is their advanced courses are their dual credit courses on here. And so students who are wanting to move to an early college high school and choose this as their pathway are looking more for that dual credit route. There are not courses such as our advanced placement or our IB courses here because we are specifically focusing on that dual credit associates route here with these particular students. And then this next slide just lets you see over the course of 4 years how they accumulate the college hours that they need for graduation and completion of a cohort. And so you'll see by the end of their freshman year, they'll have 3 hours. As we move to sophomore year with the courses they will take both as 9th and 10th graders, they will already have 15 hours of college credit by the end of their 10th grade year. And then continue to increase the number of courses that they take. So that's a pretty full load for some of our high school students to be taking, and that's why it is important to have and such a great thing to have that small school setting and the counseling staff and administrative staff who really understands how to support students who will be taking courses at this level. And so we have a lot of work to do. We're here presenting. We've done a lot of work to get us to this point, but as you see here, we're at this bar to the left because there's a lot of work, great work still left to be done before we actually launch this in August. And so that's why we are coming to you now to present and asking for approval at our next board meeting so that we can submit designation by the January 29th, because there is so much that we want to get ready to make sure our students are prepared to enter in the fall.
Before we go to board member questions, could you clarify the facilities impact of this program?
Absolutely. And Clay has a couple of other things too that he will do. But so the facilities impact of this program right now is a part of our wonderful partnership is we have been meeting with Misan and Dr. Buchanan and others at ACC to really get this going with the understanding that we would be starting this particular school in their building. So that's something unique. I don't know if that's ever been done before. So it's never been done before, but at the San Gabriel campus, they have found us rooms on the 3rd floor and office buildings for administrative staff, so we can actually start. So that's also a very unique experience that our 9th graders will be taking on as they enter, is they will be attending on the college campus. They will have a section of that campus that is devoted to them, and so when we say immerse in the college culture, we really do mean that. And so it is a very unique and very great opportunity for our students to do that. And so we will begin there, and we have worked out plans to continue to be there for a few years before we would need our own building for that.
So you have 4 more slides to wrap us up? Okay.
So let's talk about what starting up in early college high school would look like and some of the parameters that we'll be working within. So obviously, whenever you start up a new school or a new program, there's going to be upfront costs. And if done effectively, those upfront costs taper off as we go on. So as we go through this, if there are any questions, by all means. So to get us up and off the ground, what you see there is an instructional materials allocation of $31,000. So what that would do is that actually covers all instructional materials for that 9th grade class. When we're looking at the FTEs and the staffing components, that data initially may look a little lopsided with teachers and administrative support, but let me explain what those numbers actually are. So as we showed earlier, that first year, that freshman year, they're taking predominantly advanced high school classes, right? So we obviously need high school teachers to be able to conduct those classes. But in terms of the administration and support numbers that you're seeing for the FTEs, we would have an assistant principal whose primary responsibility is the day-to-day operations of that campus. We would have a counselor, a nurse, a CNS worker, and we'll talk about that a little bit later, an instructional coach, an administrative assistant, and the 0.5 is actually our custodial worker. As we go forward over the next few years, the primary pieces that are added to the puzzle are going to be FTEs, obviously on the teaching side of the house. Once we get to a point that the program is getting close to capacity, then we'd have slight tweaks of adding another counselor on to make sure that we have the entire wraparound supports, because now the student body growth numbers have increased, along with additional administrative support on the campus. At the very bottom there, you see miscellaneous startup costs. So what these are going to be things like copier rentals, right? This is going to be a budget to make sure that we're doing our marketing properly and can reach our community. And so those kind of pieces are wrapped up, and those startup costs we estimate to be about $66,000, which seems to be in line with the campuses that we have visited and the budgets that we have reviewed. So the last couple pieces of this puzzle is we've got to get kids there, their previous middle school, because now they'd be attending a high school, or neighborhood pods, whatever would be more efficient and ultimately a better fiscal use of the dollars of the community. When we're talking about child nutrition services, there are no facilities on site for meal preparation. So that's also why we had that CNS worker allocated within the budget. So that worker would work at one of our designated schools that's close, just to give an example, but not saying that this is the campus, you know, something like Danielson or Glenn that's relatively close to ACC San Gabriel. And then the district already has at its disposal a food truck. And so what we can do is we can cart that over to ACC. We can serve those students out of there and make sure that they have a nutritious lunch every single day. In terms of, In terms of wellness and security, I mentioned before that we had a nurse, because that is not something that ACC typically keeps on staff. So some of these support pieces that are needed, those are pieces that are going to have to be implemented by our district, because we're supporting the K-12 side of the house, if you will. So that nurse will be on site, and they will serve all LISD students. So, and as far as the security component goes, ACC does have its own police department. However, what we can do is we can amend our current SRO contract to loop that campus into our current agreement. The reason that we're looking at some of these things like food trucks and amending the contracts is because our intention is to launch and keep this program lean. We are trying to be fiscally responsible with the community's dollars and the trust that they've placed within our district and the board. So going ahead, what do we need to do? Well, you already saw the timeline that we talked about, and there was a lot of lines on there, so we have a lot of work ahead of us. But we will need to apply for our designation prior to January 29 so that we could start in the coming school year. We'll need to, after that, continue to work with SCR, make sure we've built out the dual language marketing materials, website, and application, and make sure that it's completely accessible to all members of our community. We have already started some preliminary planning sessions with middle school, but we are awaiting board approvals to submit those and get those locked into place and then project those out to our community so that they can go ahead and find out any key missing pieces of information to inform their decision-making process. We're asking for the board to consider moving forward with a provisional designation so that we can get to that point. And then also, as we're talking about a new campus, we would be talking about branding and program design decisions in the coming semester.
Board members, any questions? That was a thorough presentation. Thank y'all so much for all your work. Sade?
Yes. Okay, so I was looking at the plans for them to get the college credit. And what I was wondering was if you do have a path that is towards certain majors, and if you, because I didn't quite see it here, and whether you've seen that at other implementations or if it's something down the road.
Before I just briefly turn this over, I'll just throw in, so right now we are looking at one specific degree, but there will be options, and that's the piece that I'll turn over there, and that degree would be an Associates in Arts and General Studies at this time.
That's correct. So we will start, and we start most of our early college partnerships with a general studies that really allows students to focus on the core curriculum courses so that as they develop and progress, they can determine what those interests are. As we continue to onboard students, we will have the capacity and ability to expand those, and we will do those based on the student interest.
And so they give up their zoned home campuses, so no UIL activities, right?
That is the case. And one of the things to think about whenever we're going through this process, because I've had several community members reach out to me saying, how do I apply? And what are the details? I want to get in on this. And that's been fantastic. We've gotten several community members and they're ready to go out to their local community and talk about it. And that was a common question that came up. And so I'm glad you asked, because they said, well, my friend, my son, my daughter may not be near their student group, right? Because now they're transitioning to high school, which is a big jump. And so what we've discussed with everybody is you've still got that same friend group, right? You can still see them on nights and weekends. But what you're walking into here is you're walking into a cohort that's going to be like-minded. So you will make new friends. You'll still have your old friends. But by entering into that cohort together, you will have that support. What also happens whenever a student gets to their senior year is we'll be setting up a buddy system where they'll actually be mentoring those freshman students and carrying this process forward to make sure that it is an efficient and effective process for any student that enters.
Anna?
I just want to say thank y'all for letting me attend the Elgin Early College tour. That was really awesome. I have to ask, because you said all students are accepted, how is this program going to work? Kimberly Ray is already smiling. How is this program going to work with our special education students? And you know what? If you need to talk to me later, that's totally fine.
So one of the things that we look at, that's part of where that interview process comes in, because you did see it is a rigorous type of a curriculum. And so what are the supports that we need to be able to provide that for our students? In addition to that, how do we counsel our students to have an understanding of what they ask for when they go to college? Because when they need their accommodations or whatever it is to support them to move into post-secondary, that is something that is up to the student to ask for, whether it's currently now moving into ACC or it is moving into a four-year university. And so what that allows us to do is to work with that student to coach them and how they ask for their appropriate accommodations and advocate for themselves. So then when they do transition into a four-year university, they feel more confident in doing that because they've done this already at this ACC campus and they know what that looks like and they know the process through which they need to go through. And so those are just some of those wraparound services that we can provide for them.
Thank y'all. Tremendous presentation. Trustees, I thank y'all for your engagement. I know you've either gone to some of the things, gone to some of the events where we've toured other campuses. I know y'all been active in asking questions and following up. Thank y'all for your continued engagement. Do reach out. As I said, there will be a vote item that we will need to have at our next meeting. So if you need any more information to help inform you before we vote, please reach out. Thank y'all so much. Excellent information in the presentation. It was fabulous. So thank y'all. That'll conclude this agenda item. Before we move on, y'all have done a great job. Thank you for your patience. Let's take a 10-minute break. All right, board members, thank you. We are now back from our break, and we are ready to start with the next item on our agenda that we had left off at under student experience, the district-wide attendance rezoning. I want to do this exercise.
That's right.
All right.
So good evening, Madam President, Board of Trustees, Dr. Gearing. We have continued to hear from our community through surveys and through thought exchange about next steps after Propositions A and C and the November bond election did not pass. And some of this feedback talked about a district-wide rezoning exercise. And when we spoke in July, prior to you calling the bond election, the subject of attendance zoning and school utilization came to the forefront. And as we've seen in our demographers report, we will continue to have uneven growth as the northern parts of our district will add new housing, while the central parts of our district will slowly regenerate. So tonight, our Chief Facilities Officer, Jimmy Disler, will present a district-wide rezoning exercise to show what an attendance zoning scenario could look like if we prioritized balancing enrollment and maximizing building utilization. This exercise impacts about approximately 10,000 students in an initial rezoning. However, future growth could require us to rezone again in a few years. So tonight's exercise, as a reminder, is not a formal rezoning process, but rather an opportunity for you, our Board of Trustees, to determine if this is something you would like the district to continue to pursue. Jimmy will share with you the parameters and assumptions we used for this exercise, as well as some observations that came to light through this exercise. And I want to publicly thank Jimmy and Marty O'Neill for their work on this. This was a lot of work over the last couple of weeks since we had our last board meeting, and so they have been working behind the scenes to prepare this exercise that we're going to present to you this evening.
Thank you, Madam President, board members, Dr. Gearing. What we're going to talk about first are the assumptions that we did include in the exercise when we started this process. Of course, we said any rezoning that would be effective, we'd started in the 23-24 school year. And the intent of this is strictly to maximize the efficiencies of our buildings by filling the available seats. We didn't look at the transportation issues that could arise or the impact to just traffic in general around schools. It was strictly what does it take to fill the seats? And so that was one of our key components that we made assumptions about. And then we also said we're going to use the functional capacity, because what this did, the functional capacity we used was for this past year, and that means that's taking into consideration any of the programs that are at the existing schools at the time, because as we do these existing programs and look at functional capacity, we back out capacity for that program in a school to reduce it. And that, when you see schools that have less than 800 elementaries that are less than 800 students, that's because they have programs on those schools and allow the program or the enrollment to be less in those campuses. And so we looked at that. And then of course, you know, one thing the board has looked at over the past is feeder patterns. We said, in this exercise, that won't take precedent. It's going to be about balancing and maximizing the use of the facilities, and then we will show what feeder patterns impact are with that. Then, of course, on the net zones, we tried to really not touch the areas right around the school in the net zone, but as you'll see, when we're looking at the type of moves that we have to look at, you've almost have to touch some of those areas and have some impact on them. And we know if we want to get that minimized, we're going to have to look into actually splitting neighborhood codes in the future to make that happen. And of course, another thing, we did not include transfers as an option, because if you're moving 10,000 kids, it's hard to sit there and really say you're going to have transfers also, because otherwise they're all going to transfer back. And so we said we'll not consider those at this time. And of course, the programs that have like IB or RLT, you know, any of the programs that are specialized at specific campuses, those would be allowed to have transfers to those campuses to continue their programs there. But general transfers, no. And of course, as I mentioned, the existing programs would remain at their current campuses. And then also, one thing we utilize are neighborhood codes, and Neighborhood codes are done, if you look at our zoning maps and you see neighborhood codes, they are representatives of catchment areas within the district. And as you look in the northern part of our district, the blocks are larger than what you'll see in the district, center part of the district. They're smaller neighborhood codes. As you develop these neighborhood codes and you start having 500 kids on a neighborhood code in your zoning, it's hard to manage your zoning and look at that because it's such a large block. And so that's why as we go through zoning and we're done with zoning before the demographer does her update, we actually look at neighborhood codes and the potential growth and split those out of the zoning process. We don't do it during the zoning process as a typical rule because you really start gerrymandering with what you're trying to accomplish. And it's not fair to people if you're splitting neighborhood codes at that time, they're not aware of it. And so we like to do it out of zoning, but if the board in the community feels this is where we need to go, that will need to be part of the process to actually split some of those neighborhood codes. So, and of course, as everybody's mentioned, this is strictly a presentation for discussion purposes, and this is to allow the board and community to understand what the implications of this process could be. It's not 100% perfect, we know that, but at the same time, conceptually, it gives you a very good idea of what could happen if you go down this path. And so you're going to move large blocks of students, and so it's going to have some hurt for, upset some people. We know that, and so we want to make sure. Of course, the observations when we went through this, it did show eventually if you were to implement this, you've got 2 elementary schools in 25-26 school year that would be needed, but it wouldn't be in the central part of the district as the demographer showed from the east and west part of our center part of our district. They'd actually be needed in the northern part because you've shifted. You wouldn't need the 2 schools in the middle part of our district with this type of exercise. Of course, the middle school, by what we'll show you, you're going to need another middle school probably in the 28, 29, 30 school year, somewhere out there. That's a long time from now. The growth can change dramatically or it could slow down. So that's just a reference out there in the future. High schools will need some sort of relief out in that 28, 29, 30. Again, that's a long way out, and as you get closer, you're going to, the district will have a better understanding of what's really going to be needed. And of course, when you look at this rezoning, if you were to implement this in 23, 24, it's going to maximize your efficiency for the most part, but you can see 4 or 5 years down the road, you're going to need to undertake similar type process because you still have some declining neighborhoods, and those schools again will be low. And so if you're looking to maximize, you're going to need to pull again almost the same type of exercise, pull down, pull down, pull down. And so it's just something we could see from this. And of course, we did do multiple exercises looking at different scenarios as we went through this, and you can just see the number of students impacted for each type of exercise. The the nomenclature for our exercises, E is for the elementary, and then it's just exercise 1. In T1, we call it tweak 1 because we did an exercise and then we went back and tried to fine tune some of the feeder patterns in the small cohorts to remove those from the picture as much as we could without impacting the efficiency. And so you can see, when we look at down at the bottom of our summary, you can see if you used our exercise 1 and then the middle school exercise 1, high school exercise 1, you're moving about 10,500 students at the time in 23. And then we also looked at a second middle school exercise and used the first elementary and the first high school, and it drops at 116 kids from what we did in the other exercise. So it just gives you an idea of each type of exercise, what you're looking at, and then what kind of impact you'd see down the road. Now, when we get into the district-wide exercises, we did start with elementaries, of course, and so one thing, I'm going to try to get this where everybody can see it. The district-wide zone map, this is what is adopted for next school year when the elementary 29 does open, and that's our current boundaries as we will open next year. And so we wanted to show that. One thing I do want to point out, when you look at the projection table for the 22-23 school year, let me blow it up so you can see this. There is a little data on the 22-23 school year from Fabian right here down. Those numbers actually need to be shifted one line, but it doesn't impact any of the exercise information because 23, 24 on out is all accurate and in the right order. It's just that reference year that we showed so everybody knew where we were starting from in 22, 23. But we didn't actually do any zoning because that's already adopted for next year. And so we wanted to point that out. One thing I wanted, we also did develop is what we called heat map of our percent capacity in our district. When you look at our entire district, you can see on the map down in the southern part of our districts, in the Steiner Ranch area, you have a lot of green. And so that represents about 600 seats that are in excess that we need to move 600 kids down into that area to try to fill those schools. And so then you look in Cedar Park, you can see right there in the center of the, I'm trying to show and I can blow it up so everybody has a little better eye. You can see the Cedar Park area, that represents about 1,000 open seats in that area. And so when you start looking at, trying to shuffle things, as I mentioned, you have 600 in the south, you have 1,000 seats sitting in Cedar Park area that we need to feed. And so when I go to the first map, you can see now the blue line is our current zoning. And what we started down in the south because we've got to fill those seats first. And so we actually pulled, you can see, and especially the Steiner Ranch area, we needed to shuffle a lot of students. And so you can see the River Ridge zone took a lot of what Bush zone is. And then Bush took a lot of Steiner right around the school down into it. And then Steiner ended up having to pull up around Grandview to get their facility filled. And of course, the River Place zone, you had a little of it that actually got pulled over into Steiner also. And then Grandview Hills just got shaved off. And then when you get into Cedar Park, that's where we really ran into some challenges in Cedar Park because you have a number of facilities that are very close by to each other. And when you start trying to backfill, you have 1,000 seats, plus you pulled some other students out. And you're pulling from other schools that are already low in their facility capacity. And so it makes it a struggle because you're wrapping schools and you're trying not to. One of the things in zoning we really tried not to do is don't zone where a student has to drive by another school to get to their school. It's really hard on families if they're driving past schools. And so we tried, possibly not every instance, but we really pushed real hard not to do that. But you can just see how Nauman got part of Fabian, and then Cypress ends up losing some to Steiner Ranch, and then they picked up part of Nauman and part of Deer Creek. And it's just, you keep rolling people down and around. And, and I know, we've heard a lot about how, to give you an example in some of the neighborhood codes splits, when you look at the area that we've got a lot of feedback on, and I don't want to touch everyone, but just to give you an example, we know some adjustments can be made. When you look at the Rutledge, like 1845, we've heard a lot about, pulling that, don't do that, leave it at Rutledge. And I agree, you could split the neighborhood code and leave the close proximity of the school with the school, and then pull some of it out to the other part over to Reed if you want. But, when we had our conversation, there's about 229 kids in that neighborhood code. You've got to relieve Rutledge because they're overcrowded. So if you don't take 229 there, you're going to have to pull from the east side of Avery Ranch and rotate them up to Reagan Elementary. Now Reagan's going to be over, so then you got to take them to Cox, and then you got to take them to Reed. And so you have more of an impact. And so that's what we did a lot of, is trying to minimize where we impacted different neighborhoods and different campuses. And so there's a lot of complexities to try and move in all these. And then,
Jimmy, the complexity, just to make sure I understand, though,
Oh.
you didn't do neighborhood schools and try that at all to keep like this neighborhood with this school, right? That was not done in this exercise.
no,
It's not a
because
neighborhood
with
school
the volume
concept.
of numbers that we have to move, if you want to do that, you're not going to achieve your goal of maximizing the efficiency of all buildings. There's just too much to be moved at this time. And then one thing, when you look at let me go over this, you can see now the numbers that we actually ended up with. It really does, you get a lot of numbers, but one thing, if you're looking at this, you can look at Mason still. It's still very low. And we tried fixing that, and when we rotate kids over to it, we left another campus empty. There aren't enough kids right there without us going in. Let me do this. You look at, they're at 54, 57%. And we know that's low. For us to fix that, we need to split some neighborhood codes and be able to fine tune numbers and get enough students over to this campus. Because we got it, and then we ended up leaving Reed way too low. And then we moved it in Deer Creek. We kept chasing it. And so, but we didn't want to go start splitting neighborhood codes at this point. We wanted to leave those consistent for everybody. So, and then of course, what we also tried to show everybody was for each exercise, if you look at a campus, you can look across there and you can see on the green, that means they're moving the number of students on that row from that campus to whatever campus they fall under. For example, Deer Creek shows 225 students would be moved out of Deer Creek, and they moved to Cypress. You can see that. And then, Cypress had 238 students they lost, and they moved those kids to Steiner. It's just large blocks of kids moving. And so you can see the numbers overall. And then what we wanted to also show for each exercise is what does that represent of how many new students are going to be on that campus in 23, 24? And so you can see some of the campuses, a number of them are above 50% and some are in the 60% range. Highest one we had is 64%, I believe. And so it's like almost opening a new school for some of these campuses. It's really impactful to that campus and the community, but it's just part of the process and part of the implications that will happen if the community and the board wants to go down this path. And so, and of course, if we looked at feeder patterns, at the elementary, you can see the different percentages. When it says 0, that just means they didn't lose any out there, but for the most part, we don't have any super small ones. We do have one up in Blockhouse. You have 2%. That's not because of anything we changed. That was actually from, I don't know if some of y'all were here when we did all the zoning and the feeder pattern changes. This neighborhood actually wanted to stay at Blockhouse, but go to Henry and Vista. It's on just the north side of 1431. And so that was where they wanted to stay there. And so we didn't move them. We left them where they wanted. If we go down this path, we'll reach back out to that whole neighborhood code, get their feedback again to confirm that's where they'd want to stay. But we did try to clean up the feeder patterns as much as we could. Of course, then, when you look at the projection tables, you can see where we started exceeding 120% out in 24, 25, or 25, 26, you're going to need to relieve some schools again. And so we went ahead and said, okay, if we're going to do that, then we showed adding 2 schools. But as I mentioned before, we will not need them in the center part of the district now. Now they need to be up further north to relieve some of the campuses up north. And so you can see where we've identified, potential school, elementary school A and then elementary school B over, I don't see it, there it is, right here in the purple over here. And so we've located them sort of where our demographer had indicated we'd need schools. And so then we started the same process of fill in those schools, and then it just, start rolling, people around to get those projections. And you can see by doing that, we really cleaned up all of you don't start having trouble until, that 28-29 school year with Baghdad at that point. And so, you have some campuses that are just over capacity, but for the most part, you're sitting very well with your campuses. And of course, we did the same thing, looking at the number of students. This one has 1,671 students that will be moved at that point when you open those two campuses. And then minimal, 16 to 18%, 30% at Plain because they get reduced. So then the feeder patterns, I'm not going to go through all of them. I think we got them fairly well. It's the same, 2% at Henry at Blockhouse. And then, we've had requests about doing 1,000 student schools. And so we then said, what if these schools were 1,000 student schools instead of 800? And so we did the same exercise doing that. And you can see the projection. Now, Baghdad doesn't have a need until you get out to 3031. You've pushed out even further. And so you do have some campuses, that are getting 118%. We're going to have to shuffle. Like I said, as you get further out, we're going to be needing to do some additional rezoning to the south as we get there. And again, you can see there's 2,166 students that will be impacted if you do that. And then I won't go through all the numbers, but you can just see the impact overall to the campuses and then what the feeder patterns do. And then I'll go to the middle schools if y'all are ready. If y'all don't have any other questions, I know going fast, there's just a lot of information.
Yeah, let's stop and pause and get some questions.
So when you're looking at the capacity, is it just for the fixed buildings there, or did you consider portables?
No portables were considered right now. It was only permanent structures.
Can we have something that includes portables? Maybe there's just less shuffling around too.
We have them at different campuses, but we move them every year. And so when we're doing zoning, we don't pull those into account because you never know if they're going to need them or if they could need them. And then plus, typically it's not real good to build your building plan, long-range plan on using portables because of typically the families want permanent facilities, and that's your end goal. Portables should be used as a temporary basis to fill the gap before your buildings are there, unless you just have no other choice.
But if the option is driving 8 miles away on 620 in traffic, they might want to have those portables.
You could do portables up to the north, but the fact, if you don't, then your buildings won't be maximized. That's the hard part, is this travel, it's hard.
And do we have a range of, what is the maximum distance from a neighborhood to the school?
I don't have it off the top of my head.
Yeah.
And we didn't, like I said, our primary focus was, our main goal was maximize efficiency and use of our facilities.
I think what I see is this gives us kind of a platform for discussions of where we want to go.
Exactly.
I'm not hearing or seeing anybody's thrilled with these options, but this gives us a start of going, okay, what does it look like if we did maximize? Okay, now where do we go from here, right?
Well, and it's really, this really educates you about if you want to move forward, we have to set parameters. The board will need to set parameters, and this just helps you understand we need to consider this. We need to consider A, B, C, and that helps build the criteria of what is going to be accomplished.
Jimmy, could you quickly just speak to core facilities and the impact that putting portables at campuses have on core facilities and how we have to balance that? So
Sure.
just to make sure she understands.
Yeah, when we design and build our facilities, currently they're designed and built for 800 students. And when you artificially increase that with portables, that puts a burden on your core facilities, which is your cafeterias, your library, your offices, because typically if you get them large, over 1,000, I believe, they started getting additional AP. Well, there's no space built for that, and so it just compounds it, and plus your lunches get extremely large, and they start earlier because you got to spread that number of students more throughout the day, and so it does challenge it. Of course, your PE areas, NPR spaces too, play areas. More kids you have, you're pushing. When we go to 1,000 student schools, you're probably going to have to do additional playgrounds at the facility because you're going to have a lot more kids out there, and so it's just those type of things you've got to consider as you do portables.
You also run into code issues in terms of fire, in terms of restroom and wastewater facilities, and all of those kinds of issues.
You have to expand all that. Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't.
All right, thank you.
I was just going to observe that I think, not all of our buildings necessarily were built this way, but many of them were built with a little extra in the core facilities because we knew that they might need to flex a little bit during some of our rapid growth. So I think there is some allowance in many of our buildings for portables from time to time and that sort of thing in terms of core facilities, right?
The 4 core facilities aren't actually built for the portables. We allow for 6 portables at each elementary school. That's what we started planning on site for where we'd place 6 portables. But the core facilities weren't expanded to accommodate those because typically those are just done on a temporary basis. The plan was you pull them in there, you use them for a year or 2 before you get another school to relieve it instead of building additional square footage.
Fair enough. I don't think any of us are contemplating permanent portables.
Yeah.
They're called temporary buildings for a reason. I don't think we have an intention of making temporary buildings permanent. Admittedly, this is complex work, right? It is a very complex exercise. I just want to make sure I understand how you all went about it. I hear you use the word maximize frequently. I understand that that's part of the expectation with the exercise. At the same time, the word maximize can violate common sense many times. And so we have to kind of rein that back and say, here's on paper what's possible if we maximize the scenario, but here's some compromises we're not willing to make. And so from a common sense perspective, we're going to back this down a little bit, and we may not get all of what's possible, but we're going to get as much as we think we reasonably can. Where do these scenarios fit in that spectrum?
We push the envelope of maximizing the efficiency.
So it's pretty hard towards the maximize end.
Yeah, we made sure to fill the buildings up, and like I said, if this was going to be serious, we have definitely looked at splitting neighborhood codes because you could change some of those things and make it not so impactful to the community school.
Right.
But right now, with the neighborhood codes like there were, we restricted ourselves from doing that. Yeah. And so I do think you can do some things. It's just when you look at the South, that's going to be the hard one.
Understood. Well, we'll probably have to look at that up close because it kind of stands on its own because of 620 and all the traffic issues. It makes it very difficult to move students down that venue or down that road. The other question I had was just to make sure I understand how you all went about this. Did you start with elementaries first and try to get those locked and then think about feeder patterns and what that naturally looks like for middle and then high school? Is that right?
Yeah, we went elementary, middle school, and then high school, and we looked at the feeder patterns as we went along.
Okay. Last, I would love to get the raw data and try and manipulate that a little bit and take a closer look at this myself. I think some of the real art of this is looking at where the maximization model sort of creates problems and where you have to start making some choices and using some judgment to back away from that just a little bit. And I think that's really where we need to focus this exercise. I think if we're serious about taking a real look at it instead of kind of an academic look that says if we maximized, if we really pushed it to the edge, this is what we could do. My concern is a scenario like this that really pushes things to the edge is already out in the community, and we're already getting people excited about something that it sounds like none of us really believe is a realistic scenario. because we kind of have to back away from some of the assumptions or some of the decisions, the choices made. So I want to make sure we're moving towards realism pretty quickly.
Yeah, and I totally agree. We've got to get more clear on the assumptions because, you know, what we did was listen to some of the feedback we've gotten, and that's what we just tried to accomplish. Now, you know, we pushed some of the areas, but there's a high majority of what was shown here is pretty realistic. It's very realistic. You're going to move a lot of kids around the schools. That makes it very, you know, challenging.
Yeah.
At the same time.
I think we also have to look at some of the programs and the students associated with those programs and the possibility of moving some of those programs if it helps to address capacity in a positive way, right? And that would be a long-term move, and we would have to evaluate whether it makes sense to do that or not. But if that facilitates better use of our existing plant, then that seems to me to make sense. We haven't, since I've been on the board and many years prior, we haven't really looked at a whole district rezoning scenario because we were just growing. We just needed more all the time. That's not true anymore. We need more in places and we need less in other places, and this becomes a little more complex. And so I think there's a lot of value in pausing and taking a serious look at this to kind of reset the landscape for years to come.
So
I would like to say, and I'm not saying you're saying this, I personally want to caution though, if this exercise is about maximizing facilities, if we start adding on it, we are building off of a ground of maximizing the facilities. That was the plan. So I'll give you an example. Last time I remember we did zoning, we said, okay, we want to talk about feeder pattern, and then we said, oh wait, we're going to talk about neighborhood schools, and oh wait, then we want to talk about size. And so you said, look, if you're going to maximize size, this is the zoning plan you would pick. If you want to do feeder patterns, this is the plan you would pick. And if you want to do neighborhood, this is the plan you would pick. They were different. But when the board started trying to find that balance, we lost that genuine decision and that clear line that you gave us. And what happened was it almost became close to picking winners and losers. All of a sudden, we're moving a neighborhood code over to one area, and this neighborhood code goes over here. And the process begins, I think, to break down, and we're no longer doing that board vision of where we say, what do we want out of it? So for me, I think maximizing the facility, this exercise lets me see what happens when we do a pure look at maximizing. I would rather start with a ground base of a pure look at a neighborhood school, but then talk about, okay, now what are we doing with our facilities? If we have smaller facilities, what is that, our facilities with not as many students, how does that look? Do we need to look at school of choice or have an academy? If you're talking about a school that has rapid growth, are we also addressing to keep that neighborhood school model, schools at 1,000, which Alexis has talked about before? So I just want to make sure I clarify where my thought is currently, but board members, you know, help me understand if you're seeing something different.
So I think this exercise helps us see the gaps and opportunities. What was the word? Opportunities? Yes. And so, so I don't like all the drama that goes with it, but I like that we can see where we have real gaps and real areas for efficiencies to kind of come in and help us. But I think it is a part of a building block of a conversation that we have to have as a group, saying, where's our STEM school going to be? Where's our school of choice going to be? Where are we going to push some resources? Or we already have existing resources, and that should be opened up to the entire district and utilized that way. And so I think that helps us see some of that real clearly. But those are definite conversations that we have to have, like, let's commit to a school of choice and let's put it on this campus or see if it's sustainable, or retrofitting some existing campuses. I have been a big proponent of that for a long time, that we have declining enrollments in Cedar Park and a couple campuses. 4 Points Middle School is also, 50% capacity? That gives you a lot of capacity to have, A school of choice, exactly. And so I think we have a lot of opportunities and we should seize them in this time that we have.
And so what I wanted to add was, in reality, since you say that the elementary schools, you allow for 6 portables, so maybe as part of this exercise, we actually include that. And really just fix those net zones and say this is a I mean, if people are within 2 miles, they should be able to walk to school or ride their bikes to school, as opposed to driving 5 miles away. And it looks like the final number for Mason, it just seemed so low. Yeah, and so there's so much moving around, and then it ends up being so low. So there's some of those that something needs to change with Mason. And then the last point I wanted to make is behind all these neighborhood codes, those are numbers, but there are kids behind those codes. So it might sound corny maybe when you're doing the exercise, have some neighborhood codes on the wall and put pictures of kids there so you remember that it's really, we're not trying to disrupt them, make it really disruptive and difficult for them.
I think I completely agree with you, Alexis, in that we asked for this to be maximized, as to look at it and say like, okay, this is maximized. I think most of us do not want this, as I think administration does not either. It was really, this is the starting place of maximized, and it allowed us to see those spots of opportunity, gaps, what we could do, and where we could look at schools of choice. It also gives us the ability to talk about what are the parameters that we want to set. Are the parameters going to be that no one's going to be moved within, if you live this many miles? Or we're not going to move a certain percentage of students away from their cohort or their block. Or we're going to talk about feeder. I mean, I think that's the discussion we need to have before we start talking about portables or anything like that. I think it's more about, here's what we have, maximized. And we know none of us want, I shouldn't say we know none, but I can say I do not want this maximized plan. I absolutely do not want that. But I do appreciate what you presented and what you gave us, because it allowed us to see where we have clear opportunities, to be able to fill in with the school of choice, so we don't have to push everyone down. I was having a conversation with someone and they're like, well, all the growth is in the north and y'all have all this empty room in the south. Can't you just bus the kids from, I was like, really? Like, we're gonna take people all the way from like the tippy top. And I was like, no, this is kind of the shuffle game, right? But I also know, we don't want to disrupt that many children. We don't want to disrupt community schools, because I think that's what makes public education so precious, is our community schools in your neighborhoods. But I do think that this allows us to visually see where we have some real possibilities, and then from there talk about what are the parameters as a board do we want to put around the next phase of pulling this back, whether it be neighborhoods, codes, distance, feeders, percent population kept together, and things like that.
Me? Okay. I agree with Alexis. Y'all know I met with Bruce for like 2 hours when I first got elected, and I'm like, let me see the long-term zoning pattern. And so I think for us as a board, because we're having strategic planning discussions right now, I think this is a good starting point, because this is truly going to get us set for the future. But I have a couple questions. In regards to Mason being lowered, the population, I know that they're an IB school. I'm assuming that it's low because it's an IB school, and that creates, more spaces for students in the elementary school to utilize that program, because that's essentially a school of choice, right? I'm guessing here, Jimmy.
When you look at Mason, excuse me, like their functional capacity is 733. It's a little lower, so they have different programs there.
Right.
You know, in the overall numbers, we knew, as I mentioned, it's a domino game, shell game right now
Exactly.
until we can split, or, you know, we have different parameters. We can get the numbers up. It's just, I didn't want to go splitting neighborhoods right now.
And then my other question, and this might be getting into the weeds. I know we did a big move of early childhood hubs. I can't remember when that happened. Are these numbers affected? Are they included into this? The extra pre-K classes we added, the extra SLE classes?
Yeah, we're leaving the existing programs, our functional capacity, it counts for that, and so we just left the percentages the same and didn't change that.
So I think that's where I'm going, because I know there was a lot of concern from the community when we put those hubs in, that the possibility of moving them back. I just want to make sure that, you know, we keep our word to that community.
That's our goal. How we calculated and looked at the numbers was
Awesome.
Current programs stay where they are, the communities don't move, and we just work with those numbers is what we wanted.
Thank you so much.
So I just want to clarify this maximize question, because I think it's important. Would you mind going back, Jimmy, to the assumptions page that we started with? Because I just need you to clarify for us. In my mind, we didn't really maximize this. This exercise is not a maximum. If we'd maximized this, we would have taken all of those assumptions off the table and started from scratch, right? And said anything goes, right? And so we'll make the numbers work on paper. I'm not sure that's what we did.
Yeah. I
think what we did is said, you know, what could realistically happen and still fill up some of our underutilized campuses in this domino that has to happen to shift everybody down. So, you know, if we visit those assumptions again, then I think this programming issue is a big one, right? So we look at functional capacity, but we didn't really move any programs in the district in this exercise, right? So we kept dual language, we kept early childhood, we kept special needs programs. We didn't really adjust any of that. I think that's a big assumption. We kept existing neighborhood codes as they are. I think it's become pretty clear pretty quickly that if you really want to do this seriously, you have to start to really dig deep into that and say, how do we split these, and how do we start moving smaller parcels of kids around to make it really work? You try to keep the net zones if at all possible. So I don't know, if you look at the maps, what you notice is that because we're shifting kids from north down to the south, what happens is the schools end up in this very southern part of their attendance zones. That's just what naturally happens when you try to domino it down, right? I think there's one campus in the middle, is it Fabian, or I think it's Fabian, that actually sits like right in the very southern tip of its zone. Just because of the nature of how those neighborhood codes work and where we have to move kids. Jimmy, if you look down in the very south of the district at Steiner Ranch and River Ridge, then you see that we can move kids out of the net zone of Steiner Ranch, but they end up then in the net zone of River Ridge. Am I saying that correctly?
For Bush. For Bush, excuse me. Yeah, so
explain that a little more carefully.
When the net zone of Bush overlaps River Ridge, so when we moved the students that were in Bush to River Ridge, they went from one net zone of Bush to net zone of River Ridge, because they're so close right there. And so we just had multiple instances of that happening, just like the kids, going to Steiner, they're sitting right there fairly close. Well, they're still within 2 miles of walking down to Bush. And so there are different areas where they went from one net zone to another, but we had a map with a 2 mile radius, and tried to keep as much as we could, but there were a lot of kids that had to be shuffled, and so it made it very challenging. That's why we need to fine tune it. We know that.
Some of the neighborhood codes are challenging for a different reason. There's an example right up there, that River Place neighborhood code. I don't know what the number is.
The 2590?
2590. Moving that from River Place, which is close by, that moves to Steiner Ranch.
Steiner's.
that's not as simple as it looks, because as the crow flies, Steiner Ranch is not very far from that neighborhood code, but you cannot get there, right? You have to go all the way out to 2222, go across, down 620, into Steiner Ranch to get there. So that's a major physical hurdle that we have to overcome somehow if we were to move that neighborhood code. Yeah. So there's issues like that have to be resolved before we could do any of this seriously. But what I want to say to you is that as we went through this exercise and the more that we talked about it, the more we realized that technically it really is possible, right? So we've never really wanted to visit this as a district before because we kept saying it's not really possible, right? There's so many hurdles that we'd have to overcome that it's not possible. But what we've realized in this process is that, yes, I mean, technically and logistically, this could be done, and it is possible. Now, does it have consequences? Yes, it has a lot of consequences. It has a lot of consequences for a lot of kids and a lot of families. But that's why I said earlier that these are community schools for our kids and for our community. And we've got to listen very carefully to what our community is telling us about how they want their kids educated. And just because we've always done it a different way before doesn't mean that that's how we have to do it going forward. And so I don't want anybody to think that this is an exercise that we're not serious about, because we are very serious about this exercise. We are going to try to find ways to do this in case the community comes back and says to us, this is what we want you to do. And so this is only a starting point and a conversation starter. But please know that in my mind anyway, and I don't know if everybody agrees, but in my mind, this is a realistic possibility and could be accomplished in this district if that's what we decide as a community that we want to do. It is a vexing problem because we have 200 square miles and complicated geography and traffic flow, specifically in that Cedar Park split of what happens south and how to get down 620 and into those southern schools and what happens north. And we all know, you know, we had an agenda item earlier that dealt with some of the issues we have with access down in our southern schools. And that's going to play into all of this conversation as we go forward. So I just wanted to make sure we clarified this is not a worst case scenario by any means. It could be a lot starker than this if we tried, but we did try to take some realistic assumptions and say, could we really make this work in the district? And we think that we can.
First time doing this. You mentioned neighborhood codes and refining them. Like, what does that process look like? Like, do you refine the neighborhood code? Does it go to the community? Do we define it? Like, how does that look?
We work with the demographer in projections as we get larger blocks, and then also just understanding how small you want to get, because you don't want too many because it makes it harder nitpicking every little thing. But you know, really when you get dense blocks of large number of kids, that's what you want to start splitting. You know, and if the board has parameters, say no one within 2 miles, then we'd look at the 2 mile area and what neighborhood codes are, you know, sitting in between, and do you pull them or do you split that neighborhood code? I mean, that's the conversations we have to get into and know the parameters, because then that'll guide us where to look on neighborhood codes.
I have a question regarding parameters. So like, for example, are you able to see like the zoning history of particular neighborhood codes? Because there's one that I remember frequent discussions about, 1675, been zoned like a million times, and here they've been zoned again. So are we able to just fix some neighborhoods and say, look, they've been zoned 6 times in the last 5 years, or whatever it is? I mean, they're exempt.
I mean, that gets back to what the board parameters are, because you know, if you're trying to accomplish this goal, then those goals butt heads with it, because you've got to move certain people. A lot of people have been moved a lot, and that, I mean, with Fath-Gross district, you end up moving certain neighborhoods a lot, especially if they're in the fast growth areas, a lot of times they'll get moved back and forth, and it's just part of being a fast growth district. But we like to minimize that, but we just have to decide, the board needs to put those parameters, and then we can definitely understand how that will work out in the solution.
I'd like to thank Bruce for also pointing out this isn't the hardest maximizing we could do. There were assumptions in place. So a soft launch, I guess, if you will. I'd also like to thank and appreciate, too, what Clarity members brought to point out, because I don't know if I said it as clear as y'all did, which is that this exercise helps point us to like some areas of where we might want to look at, some next steps, and I think that's important. I think for board voice, for sake of time, I know we could keep exploring tons of different options. We can have all these different areas and different maps, and we could look at maximizing feeder, all these different things. What I'd like to know from the board right now is, do you want to continue down the discussion of the maximizing facilities, or do we now go and look at another direction? And if so, kind of what direction do we want to give administration moving forward?
I think we're going to have to kick this can a little bit, but I think we do need to have conversations lining up in the near future about what, schools of choice or facilities built at 1,000 for elementaries or those type of things, those conversations. But I think we've been on this almost an hour, so I think tonight we've got to move on, but good conversations to come.
I'm with Alexis. I'd like for us, what we talked about, programs at each campus, how we can utilize the spaces for those programs, schools of choice, that's been a big topic. I'd also like to, neighborhood codes. We've got some neighborhoods that can see the school in their backyard. And I know that's going to create some issues, but I think it's just a subject we can talk about and go from there, so we can, justify our, reasoning when we do, if and when we do pass something like this, and the reasoning why we did it.
I would like to look at the programs in schools of choice in those spaces where we have a lot of room. And I think the discussion really is, do we want to go, I think after we look at programs and like filling in some of those areas where there's large, where we're at 50% or, we have a really low capacity, how we could fill those with schools of choice, and then decide, do we want to do this, or do we want to think about, do we want to talk about a bond? And because this is going to move a lot of people around, and if that's the will of the board, then that's the will of the board. But if we want to keep the communities in these schools somewhat similar to where they're at, utilizing that empty space with other programs and continue down, some path with a bond, I think that's a discussion too. And so I think we kind of should hit pause before Jimmy goes further into breaking up maps and us looking at zillions of maps and trying to organize different neighborhoods. I think it's a discussion of how could we utilize those large blocks, and is that what we want to do, or do we want to talk about a bond?
I do think one of the things that really struck me as we went through this exercise is that neighborhood or community school concept. And, I've looked at the studies. I'm sure some of y'all have read different studies and reports. But when we started getting feedback from community members, either through Let's Talk, or I'm sure y'all got individual calls and parents reaching out to you too, just a few, it really, brought home that concept of that neighborhood school, right? My kiddo's in this neighborhood, they want to go to this school, and afterwards they're going to go to this sport camp, or they're going to go to this after-school fine arts camp, or they're going to go to whatever camp it is in their community, and they're going to be there with their group in their community, and that's where they go to their events and their activities. And so when you change that does it does change that concept and change some of that fabric that I feel that is so important and that our community has told us before that's so important. So I don't want to abandon the concept of neighborhood schools too quickly. And the other thing that I thought, as I was looking at this, was just when we started talking about this, as far as this, what this rezoning a whole district could look like, it happens over sequential years. So what, 3 years it takes to make all the moves or something like that? There's a number of years it would take to make the full movement happen. Is that correct?
No,
One
in
year.
23, 24, everybody moves. And then it's stabilized for probably 3 or 4 years. Then you've got to bring on 2 schools. Then you're going to start again shuffling.
Right.
And you can see right around that time period, the South schools again, Central Park or Cedar Park schools will start still declining. So you need to fill those back up
Keep
again.
shuffling.
Yeah. That's why.
I was just going to make 2 comments. I think first, I just want to make sure our community knows that I don't think anybody here is recommending the end of neighborhood schools. That concept's not going anywhere. We all continue to want neighborhood schools. The question is simply, what are the boundaries of the neighborhood for a school? We don't want this to turn into a commuter district where everybody's going north or south or whichever way on Leander ISD buses for 2 or 3 hours every day. I don't think that's a good experience. I don't think the bulk of our community wants that. For special programs, some families may be willing to endure that, but it's still a hardship, right? That any of these schools of choice might be limited in terms of their ability to secure students if that's part of the experience. So we got to think about that very carefully. Anyway, that's the first point. Second point is I think we have to continue on all of these fronts. I don't think we can afford to turn away from this zoning question. And the reason I say that is really what we see happening in the south part of the district, right? It's going to leave us in 5, 6, 7 years unless we see a significant change in the demographic direction with some significant challenges in utilization. That creates questions for what we do with those facilities, right? Do we continue to operate them at 25% of capacity, or what do we do with them? And so I think because of that long-term question in that part of our district and how it affects everything else in the district, we got to think about that. Maybe that doesn't mean that we create this big commotion where everybody starts moving further south in terms of their attendance zone, right? Maybe we can tweak some things, but maybe we need to have some other ideas about long-term plans to address some of those issues. So all that to say, I think I want us to take a look at this with a 10-year lens. I want us to be solving problems for 10 years from now that are pretty clear from the demographer's report, right? That we need to start thinking about now. The solutions probably aren't all in the next 12 months, but we need to be making choices for the next 12 months that are aligned with where we want to be 10 years from now.
So let me see if I capsulize, or go ahead, add your.
I had one quick question and about the 4 points area. Jimmy, when we looked at PASA and that demographic report, was that taking into consideration like what's just been announced for the old 3M facility?
Yes, she did they had the Duval, they called it the Duval, because that's the person they had talked to is what they'd called it, and it does have development and multifamily going in there. And so it has additional growth coming in that area. Now, it's possible, I didn't get the final answer, but that she didn't go with 100% of what they said, because a lot of times they have big plans, but until they build it, you never know. And so she'll sometimes temper some of the projections, but I don't know how much she did on this one.
I'm just curious because I know they announced it recently and it was a lot more than what the community
previous.
had originally
Yes.
been told. I don't know if that will be significant or how significant, but just curious.
Yeah, she did adjust it for the new developer because she talked to them about it.
Okay, so if I can summarize what I'm hearing board voice, because when we leave and administration goes and works on this, but just to make sure we're all on the same page. The exercise, I'm hearing push pause or push that pause on that exercise. Then tell us more information about schools of choice or academies. Look at elementary schools, size of 1,000 for construction. And then long-term plan, kind of how this all scales out of where we're going in 10 years, so we have kind of a bigger projection. And then finally, just on another side note is those neighborhood codes, just so we can understand that concept. Okay, did I get us all? Did we land the plane? Okay. Bruce, do you have anything to add? Bruce, do you have anything to add? Oh, okay, I'm not going to make him rush. Okay, we need a pause for. Do you want to take a break? Okay.
Jimmy, can you go back to the observation slide? So I just want to make sure that I understand what you said a minute ago. So if we were to do a complete district-wide rezoning, that would get implemented in the 23-24 school year, right? So in August of 23, that's when all these moves would happen, right? In some form or fashion. You have up there 2 elementary schools needed in 24-25 or 25-26. Just depending on how fast the growth actually comes, because we just have projections from PASA right now, right? And those are the 2 schools that have moved from the east and west, the central part of the district. They've moved further north now in your exercise, correct?
Correct.
Currently, in the PASA projections, we have 4 elementary schools. And so this would reduce that to 2 elementary schools?
Yes.
And the cost of an elementary school is somewhere in the region of heading towards $50 million, right?
Correct.
The middle school projection and the PASA projection right now is for which year?
24 or 25.
24, 25, and this pushes this out to 28, 29, or 29, 30, so closer to the end of the projection period, right? The 10-year projection period?
Yes.
That capacity that pressure is mostly in the north, right? Coming out of Danielson mostly and Stiles Middle School. Currently, Wiley Middle School has about what percentage of capacity?
Let me. Wiley is sitting right now. Well, for this coming year, they'll be at 60%.
60%?
Yep.
Okay. Can you go to the table that shows what the, after the zoning exercise, what that looks like?
For the middle school?
Yeah.
Page 31.
They jump up to 81%, but then they grow up to 110% over the period.
So even in those out years of 28, 29, and 29, 30, though, if you look over the entire capacity of the middle schools, I think we're somewhere in the 102% range. Am I correct?
Yeah, bulk of them. I mean, Canyon Ridge, as I mentioned, the south is continuing to decline, and so they're low because I didn't shuffle everybody down in those when a school came on.
Right, so all I'm pointing out is that the total middle school capacity is somewhere in the 102% range, but that's without a secondary shuffle, correct?
Correct.
And so it's possible that somewhere in the 26, 27, 27, 28 year we could reshuffle again if necessary, and if we really want to maximize facility use, there's a possibility that we might not need a 10th middle school in this projection range. I'm not asking you to commit that, I'm just pointing it out.
Oh, I didn't know if you were questioning me.
I'm not questioning you, I'm just pointing that out. In my opinion, I think there's an opportunity to do some things in that Tell me the cost of a middle school, Jimmy.
The cost that was in the bond was 90 million.
90 million for what year? For 24, 25?
Yep.
And so this would be 28, 29. So there's a significant amount of inflation costs that go in there.
Right.
Okay. And so we've got 2 elementary schools at 50 million each and a middle school in the 80, 90, $100 million range, right? Can we do the similar exploration at the high school level, please, sir?
Yep. That's current. You can
So
see.
currently we have a problem in the north at Glen High School.
Yep. Cedar Park and Vista or Vandegrift are where you end up with capacity.
So Vandegrift is right at capacity now. I mean, that's the largest about that they'll get, right? Do they get any bigger? About 2,900?
Now they start declining now.
But that takes a little while for them to start really reducing capacity at the high school level, right? There's existing capacity at Cedar Park High School.
They're projected at 1896 next year, and their capacity is 2,400.
Okay, and they keep declining, right, slowly?
Yep.
Okay, so go to the reshuffle table. So on the reshuffle table, we don't see yellow, 120% at Glen High School until 29.
Yep.
But tell me what the overall capacity is at that point.
I mean, you're basically Vandegrift 84 and Cedar Park's at 89 that year, and everybody else is 100 to 115%.
Okay, but so the overall high school capacity, if you look at that bottom total number, is somewhere in the 100 and 102% range. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, so we've got that same situation at the high school as we have at the middle school. So there's the potential that if you reshuffled somewhere in the 26, 27 range at the high school level a second time, that you could meet the capacity.
Yeah.
How much is the cost of a high school?
For 25 or 27, it was 280 million.
280 million?
Yep.
Okay. I'm not trying to tell you anything or say anything. I'm just pointing out the reality of what the numbers look like on paper. But I want to come back to Tricia's point of what it looks like on paper and what it looks like in reality when you actually go and do it. And to Sade's point, when you put the faces of our children on the wall and the families and the issues that they're going to have to face, that's something different. But we're going to have to really pay attention because we're not talking about small amounts of money. We're talking about $100 million in elementary schools. We're talking about $100 million in middle school and somewhere in the range of $280 to $300 million in high school. That's a lot of money when you think about it in terms of that. We can't only think about it in terms of that, though, because you have to think about what that means in terms of how we get that money to build schools. So when you think about how schools are funded, that's a completely different thing that we have to think about, because what it costs individual taxpayers over time because of the way that appraisal values are rising and the way that INS works and the way that schools are funded in the state of Texas, then we have to examine that very carefully. What does that mean exactly for our taxpayers if we continue to build these schools to meet the capacity requirements in such a way that we don't do this to our families? And so we have to really ask ourselves the question, what experience do we want for the children and families in our community? And we have to make that decision in light of how do we accomplish that with the resources that we have and the ability, the capacity that we have to do that over time based on the way that school finance works in the state of Texas. We also have to make sure that we're not only considering how much it costs to build the facilities and put them on the ground and get kids to them. We have to consider that when you build a high school, you have to staff it. you have to make sure that you can operate it, and you have to make sure that on the M&O side of the district, we have the funds to do what we need to do. We're in a very rapidly changing environment, an environment where we cannot hire enough custodians, we cannot find enough child nutrition workers. We are losing teachers on a very consistent basis at a time of the year when we don't traditionally lose teachers. And we have to pay attention to what's going on around us. And so all I'm asking us to do is very carefully lay out exactly what the facts are on the table, take really careful consideration of all of those things, and start to really bring all the different pieces of that together in one place. And so this conversation is one part of the conversation, but as you saw this weekend when we started doing those interrelation digraphs, there are a number of other big rocks that are in play in this conversation. We cannot ignore any of them because they are all interrelated to each other. And if we ignore one, the whole system is going to break down. So we do have to pay attention to all of those. So just know that we want to be as transparent as possible. We want to make sure that we've really thought about this from every angle, that we've examined it with new, fresh eyes, that we've really said, this is the way that we've done it. This is what our community expects from us, but that may not be the only way that we can do it as we go forward. So this is a robust conversation, and I'm really pleased that we're having it. Thank you, Madam President.
And then whatever solution is, as we're working through the solution, we also have the lens of the impact on student learning and the student success, because we don't want a situation where, like you said, spending 2 hours in a bus, that's definitely going to affect their learning. So things like that, we still need to keep that in perspective.
And Dr. Gehring, to your point, as we start talking about schools of choice and academies, that may end up kind of going back to that discussion where we find ourselves looking at a high school discussion of going, okay, wait, now that we've gotten to this point, do we go back to our initial, this is like our reference, to go, oh wait, do we talk about maximizing at that point? So I think you're absolutely correct, is that these discussions do have impacts, and we will need to continue to walk carefully. But we'll have to see, based on these conversations and the direction, where we go with next steps. Is there any other things that you think we should be considering as we move forward?
Well, I think it feels like we're naturally almost ready to go to the next agenda item, which is a discussion of bond election timing. And that's, again, this was an exercise in what rezoning looks like for the entire district. The next discussion is the timing of bond elections. That comes in the same vein. That's not something that we are trying to do. It's just we have to lay out all the pieces of it on the table. 2022 is a year of elections for us if we decide to go to a bond election, because we know we have board member elections in November of 22. It's a midterm election. We're going to talk at some point very soon about VATRE. We mentioned that earlier. That's another election. And then very soon we're going to start to have conversations about budget, about recapture, and what's necessary in the realm of recapture as well. So if you're ready, I think.
Well, board members, are we ready? Okay. We're getting ready to move from here. If there's something else that you think of for maximizing and the exercise that we have, please reach out to Jimmy, Laura Lynn, and let them know. And that way we can bring that back if we need to, or bring up other components as we move forward in the discussions. Board members will now move to our next agenda item, student experience. Item C, the bond election timeline discussion.
Thank you, Madam President. As Dr. Gehring said, on Saturday afternoon, we hung out here in this same room and engaged in a Plan, Do, Study, Act around some long-range planning. And so at that time, there was a discussion not only about what potential rezoning could look like, but what were some of those timelines. And so this is a very, very short presentation. So I promise you it won't be near as long as the last one. But what we want to do this evening is essentially just outline some timelines and let you discuss considerations for possible future bond elections. As Dr. Gearing said, if you were to choose to go out to a May 22 bond election, it would need to be called by February 18th. Just a couple of things to consider is that we currently have 3 regular board meetings scheduled between now and February 18th. And as Dr. Gearing mentioned at the last board meeting, the City of Cedar Park has convened a bond task force. So I'm sure there are many other things to consider, but those were just a couple for you. For the November 8th election, a bond election would need to be called by August 22nd, 2022. And as has previously been stated, we do have 5 of our Board of Trustees seats up for election. We're also looking at statewide and local elections. And I'm going to maybe phone a friend here with Elaine, but this would be the first opportunity that Leander ISD could hold what's called a voter approval tax rate election, a VATRE, should that become necessary. There is also a Texas Education Code, Chapter 49. We've called it up here an excess local revenue or recapture election. We've more recently learned that this is also called an attendance credit election. So you'll sometimes heard this called an ACE. So I apologize for not adding that on the slide, but what we are going to do is, again, just presenting this information for you here. We are going to send you more details about the ACE election in a Friday memo this week. Elaine is going to be sharing additional details with you. And then we have scheduled a future agenda item on January 13th, that School Finance 101, where Elaine and some other additional financial experts will be here to kind of talk you through. As Dr. Gearing said, everything seems to be very interconnected, and one decision here impacts another area. So we truly want to make sure that you have all of that information you need.
Just a couple questions as you go through the consideration. So on the May 7th election date, I realize it's statewide, but that is also the local homestead exemption property proposition that comes up in that May agenda, if I'm remembering SJR 2's call correctly.
Yes, ma'am, you are correct. Elaine had discussed that with me, so apologies for not putting that on there.
No. I just want to make sure I understand because there's a lot of things coming up. The year of elections is no joke. There's a lot there. And then the recapture. We're going to be discussing how recapture will work, because that's one of the other things is our district's moving into recapture. Are we saying that's going to happen for us this year too?
I'm saying that Elaine is going to bring you a lot of details on that. Yes, ma'am, we will share more information about that. This agenda item was truly just to look at timelines, and so I don't want to get off the agenda item. So those specific details about recapture will be shared with Ms. Cogburn at a future item.
You'll notice that May 2023 is up there as well, because that is, of course, another option as we move even further out. If November becomes something that doesn't work out for bond election for LISD, then there is always that future date. That all of those dates have, of course, these timelines attached to them. So if you go to bond on May 7 of 2022, then you can lay out, that means buildings will come online in these dates, and you can start to see how that affects the capacity charts that Jimmy just showed you in terms of how does that all work out. The same for November. If you wait until November, what does that mean for building timelines? When do those buildings come on? You have to start to then have conversations about, well, if they don't come on until 2024, then what do you do in the interim? So do you now say, yes, we're going to put 6 portables at every elementary school to make sure that we can manage until 2024 when those new buildings come online? We just have to have those conversations of lining all of that out. If you go to May of 2023, what does that mean? It just pushes everything out a little further. Can we actually survive in the district with just portables until those buildings come online? That's a question we have to ask ourselves and explore very carefully to make sure that our core capacities at our facilities can actually function effectively to manage that without major rezoning in the interim. Then it becomes a hybrid of, well, if we don't have buildings out until such time, can we do some temporary rezoning? Can we only rezone certain parts of the district? How do we mix and match, put in all of those together?
And Dr. Gearing, that VATRE is for the M&O. That's addressing some of the things we talked about with workforce. But if that date wasn't chosen for November 8, it doesn't just roll naturally to May. Is that correct? It would have to roll then?
You cannot do a VATRE in May because it'll have to roll to the following November. because of the way that it's connected to budget cycles and contracts.
Well, there we go. I think we laid out our whole January meeting. What happens, administration and board, when we get here, if there's a lot of discussion that needs, have we thought about a workshop possibly in January?
We've thought about a lot of things. This is not all the data that we're gathering right now. So we have a thought exchange currently open that's also gathering information from the community. We've seen a significant shift in that thought exchange since we started this conversation about rezoning. And so we're examining that carefully. It's still open. We're going to keep it open until the end of the winter break so that we can gather that information carefully. We did have a focus group with our existing CFAC members to try to gather feedback from them. We've done some gathering of information from board members individually. So we're starting to put all of that information together to make sure that we have an understanding of what the playing field looks like. Laura Lynn pointed out that there are 3 official currently scheduled board meetings between now and February 18th. In my opinion, if we were to decide as a community that we do want to go back out to bond in May of 2022, then we're going to have a very truncated CFAC process, if at all, because there's just physically not a lot of time between now and when the board would have to call that election before February 18th to get that community work done. And so there would be quite a bit of responsibility on the board to look at what we have in the existing packages and start to make some decisions about how we could go forward if we wanted to do that in May. But certainly it would require, I think, additional meetings, like you pointed out, to make that happen.
I think we'll get to January 13th and then we'll probably go from there. I'm looking around to see, head nods, eyes glazing over, okay. All right, is there anything else that we need to make sure we cover on this item before we leave it? I do have to say, looking at some of those Let's Talks did impact, as I was reading this, even, you know, the first Let's Talks, and I started reading some more, and I'm like, okay, this informs as I'm reading this. So we kept reading with a different scope. So appreciate that. When will you bring us the Let's Talk updates? Is that going to be at our January 13th meeting too? Okay. Okay. That will help us with our timelines. All right, board members, do we want a break or keep going? 5. I'm hearing a 5-minute request. So we're going to do 5 minutes and then stretch your legs, please. Watch the time. Let's come back and we'll finish the rest of this agenda. Calendar, yes. Then the next item is the academic calendar development update.
All right, hello again, Madam President. My friends on the board. Wait, oh, it's up. All right. So we'll make this short and sweet, but I did, since we last met and talked about the development process for the calendar, we've gathered a lot of feedback from our stakeholders, and I just want to share it with you and the public to chew on. And that's in anticipation of meeting again in January with a recommendation, and thoughts would be great. So yeah, that's where it's at. We've got the community survey results and listening session feedback. So I'm sharing the attributes of the current calendar again. You'll remember this slide from last time, just to kind of give you an overall kind of overview of results from the surveys and the listening session. I can tell you people like a lot of the attributes of our current calendar. One thing they were all in agreement on not particularly liking was the start date, just getting too early. One thing they were flexible on was the number of student days, because they really want to still end by Memorial Day. And one thing that there was a lot of feedback on across the board, wait for it, I know this is going to be a surprise, early releases. So before we jump into that, I just want to say that I will say one common theme across the board relative to early releases is that everyone, including people in our community, are in agreement of the importance of time for professional learning, for trainings, and for teacher planning and collaboration. It's just the structure and the format where a lot of different ideas.
And Matt, I'd like to thank you because you sent us a list, an extensive list of all the trainings that were used during these half days.
Yes, ma'am.
And so we do see where they were used, but I do appreciate y'all looking now at next steps. So.
Absolutely. So let's try. What we're going to just kind of focus on is the early release stuff, or when should we do the professional learning, the trainings, and teacher collaboration and planning. So that's the kind of question we honed in on for the data for this quick presentation. Corey said, be quick. I'm going to be quick. He said, early releases. Some people love them, some people hate them, and that's the end of the presentation. I'm going to do just a couple more sentences past that. Somewhat surprisingly, the aggregated data is the blue, 40% of overall. Almost 5,300 people total surveyed, supported additional full days into the calendar instead of early release. 38.2% liked all the early releases, and 16.9% thought 10 to 12 early releases would be good. Now, there are some caveats to the early releases, and I am going to just briefly share them with you. When we looked at the community, love that we got almost 4,400 of our community members. It was out on social media, and it was great. So see 41.1% of our community members favor the full days instead of the early release. I thought it'd be a little bit higher than that, but for the early releases is 35%, 35.7. I do want to say when digging into the open responses, you'll see it kind of runs the gamut with our community members. Some people do say, hey, it gives, I've told you before, it gives me the opportunity to do doctor's appointments and things that only happen during the professional day. Others did say things like, hey, it is a challenge, but I'm supporting, I think we need to support the teachers with time. And so I think there's still a lot to dig into there. When we look at campus leaders, this was all of our principals, our APs, our instructional coaches, our deans of instruction at secondary level. You can see that 52% of them favor having full days to work with. And when you dig into their open response data, what you see there is that, there is going to be time built into those full days. It'll be chunked into time where there'll be some time together as a whole group, but there will also be time where you take what you learn and, hey, go into your grade level team, go into your, geometry team, and have that planning and collaboration time built into the day. So that's that. Some of the elementary folks were, that's where kind of you get a little bit more of the early release time. Desire to keep, we'll get more into that with the listening sessions, some of the secondary stuff. Staff, so you see it's kind of the opposite with our staff, and that's a lot of teachers in there. But again, when you dig into the open responses, what our teachers are saying is, and it's funny, I mean, I shouldn't laugh because it's kind of hard on me as far as planning purposes. They're like, well, we love early release time, but we don't really want the meetings that are starting to happen during that time, which that's the professional learnings and the trainings and stuff, which that's the catch-22. As we transition, that is going to be, it's a blend of time, similar to what I talked about principals wanting to do during full days, which is you get some time for professional learning, you get some time for trainings, but then you also would have that planning time. So they're not exactly loving that transition for early release time. So like I said, listening sessions dovetail with the data we gathered from the surveys. Overall, little bit more detail. There's some requests for alignment with our other Central Texas districts, particularly in Avery Ranch, where they're like, my neighbors across the street in Round Rock are on a whole different schedule, and it's screwing up our swim teams and different things like that. There were some people asking for year-round school. I don't think we have the appetite to attack that right this second, but we could have a conversation about that someday soon. And yeah, so that, when we look at community members, you've heard it from your community members, it's hard to manage. And the people who have said that they're able to manage it better are the ones that are able to work from home. And I still hear from them that, hey, it works for me, but it's not easy. And by the way, when you're working from home, they're like, we are still working, and people want to schedule meetings and things, and it gets difficult, especially when you have kids at like multiple grade levels and things like that. The early releases are tricky. And of course, we've talked about this, if early release is necessary, let's make it on Fridays, and makes total sense for the families. You got a couple more little feedback there, the positives. Some people, this was a surprising thing that I actually was interested in, but that as far as how they felt about their kids, that midweek brain break, some people talked about that being a positive, and having time midweek to just jump in and work on like longer term projects and papers and things like that. But overall, you look at that open response feedback and they're like, hey, a full day once a month would be preferred. Campus leaders, we've talked about that already, but we didn't talk impact to secondary programs. That is something that really is kind of a big deal. We're having some challenges meeting CTE minutes, and people have had to move some things around with advisory and some other things that are important to programs. Also, it's not particular people who are choir, band. They like having their full time. Also at the elementary level. And this comes out, I don't know if I skipped it during the community, but it was community and campus. Sometimes that Wednesday schedule, it's hectic, it breaks up the routine. Breaks up the routine kind of sounds good, but that's not the idea. It's that kids' routines are good. It ends up in some cases, if your child has a special scheduled on Wednesdays, it gets shortened. Not as much time for recess and that play time that we know is so important, and it just kind of throws things off. Staff, Like I said, the number one open response was, we love early release time if it's kept solely as teacher planning time, which I respect that. Not necessarily realistic as we move out of the pandemic. Like I said, it's less popular with the secondary teachers. It also, the high school AB schedule gets pretty tricky because you're always kind of off by a day. You're kind of off by a day one week, then you kind of catch up for a week, then you're off by a day one week the next week. Yeah, so like I said, more full days, good if teacher planning and collaboration was built in. There were open response answers relative to that with our staff. And that's basically what I just wanted to share. I want to keep you up to date, so before I show up with a recommendation, you'll know kind of what we're dealing with. And if you have any insights or thoughts or wonderings for me, I would love to get those out so I can use it to help guide us through the process and get to a calendar that is great for kids and also works for our families and staff.
Board members?
Or I'll just work on it. But now you know.
I agree and affirm the findings. I mean, Wednesday early release has not been fun in our household. And I know we all talked about it. We did it for a reason, and we wanted to be there to support through all the reading academies and all the extra planning times and the trainings that were needed. But appreciate us going, okay, now what does next step look like? Because we need a next step. So yeah, just affirm. I agree with your see that you are doing really good findings. Board members, any? Okay, there you go. Go forth and conquer is what we're going to tell you, and we will see you on January 13th. All right, thank you. Oh, wait. I'm sorry, let me pull you back, Matt, because I saw Aaron's mic up.
Sorry, you left about half a second for anybody to turn their mic on. I was a little slow. I just had one comment around instructional minutes. I know I asked for some data. It was provided for, I think, 2019, but I remember conversations from years prior. I know the feedback is routinely, we want to start later, we want to get out earlier, and we want to have more days off in between. And that's great, I get that. But we also need to educate our kids. And I think we all agree that more time means more opportunity for education to happen. Like our band directors and lots of other folks who run programs recognize that time with kids in those programs matters. And so I just want to make sure that we are moving in a direction that supports that principle of optimizing instructional minutes. And you know, there was a time when we didn't get out before Memorial Day. And while it's nice, I don't know that that's essential. I think for me, the bigger question, well, we got to manage the start date too, but for me, the bigger question is simply how do we prepare our kids effectively through the whole school year and take advantage of all the opportunities we have and maximize those minutes.
Appreciate the feedback.
When you bring us the calendar, will you put those instructional minutes on there for us too, so we can see that? Awesome. Okay. Anybody else? I'm going to look at everybody. I'm trying to make sure I make eye contact. Okay. All right. We'll go ahead and move from that agenda item. Board members, we do have a guest, and we told that guest that they could start speaking. And so, Jimmy, we need to go ahead and pull them up. So we're going to go down to operations, our energy management annual report.
Good evening, Madam President, board members, Dr. Gearing. Mike Conkle is our energy manager for the district and oversees the program, and he'll present the annual report of what he's been doing for the past 12 months. Good evening, everyone.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. Well, this has been an interesting year, and I think the presentation will kind of show for it. The Energy Star scores to start off with, those are probably the best Energy Star scores that we'll see. So I can pretty much retire, I guess, right? So no, it has a lot to do with the shutdowns and the consumption. So the nice thing is I always talk about the benchmarks that we do. Energy Star is one of the benchmarks that we go up against. So getting a 95.77, that's pretty awesome. So even though the shutdowns were there, it still shows that we did the shutdowns correctly. So if you're going to take anything from this report, COVID, because of the time frames that we actually that we're reporting in, our energy report reports from what would be April of 2020 through March of 2021 is what this report's going to reflect. And if you look at those dates, those are exactly when we went into shutdown, and then we came into the school year low capacity, or I don't know. I was talking to somebody about what the occupancies were, and we kind of follow that, but we don't follow the specifics. But with the low occupancy going back into the school year, we also adjusted the airflows though with the fresh air machines, where ASHRAE typically calls for those to run when school's there in session. We were starting them up prior to school and then continuing to run them after school. So this following year, just a heads up, we should see that on next year's board report where we made those reflections, and also with the load. So our occupancies went up in our buildings with the students coming back after that reporting period. So going into this next reporting period, that will all reflect. But I'll leave this up for a little while. That's awesome. So now, our in energy management, for the new board members and people that might not know, our number one goal is to provide a comfortable learning environment. Contrary to a lot of people's beliefs, we're not the ones that are, turning off lights in the classroom. We're turning them off when nobody's there. So we don't shut down air conditioning units, we set them back when nobody's there. So our number one goal is obviously to give the teachers the best opportunity they can to give the best education they can. So that's what we strive for. Spent some time this year going around through a couple of the campuses recalibrating sensors to make sure that those classrooms are comfortable. We also just make sure that we're good stewards with the taxpayers' dollars. So go ahead and move on. Changes that affect the cost and the consumption. Obviously, COVID-19. That's the biggest one for this reporting period. The weather, we just happen to have I don't know what everybody was calling it, snowpalooza or whatever it was. So the big shutdown, which actually started off to be a shutdown and ended up being turn everything on because pipes are starting to freeze. Typically, we can take a snow day and, we can set it back from home. We can shut everything down. But when you go 7 days in freezing conditions that Central Texas is not designed for, engineered for, or anything else, so we had some increases in water, we had some increases in gas, we had some increases in even electricity, because a lot of our buildings, not all of our buildings, are operating off of natural gas for heat. They're using electricity. So that was a big factor as well. So even though we talk about shutdowns, we also go into the weather as a big factor for last year. And the after hours, obviously a big, even though this reporting period, I think we had everything from the start of this reporting period all the way through October 5th, we had no rentals. So they didn't start doing outside rentals until October 5th. And even though the outside rentals don't affect the electric consumption that much, they do affect the water consumption, because if you're not putting the feet on the ground, tearing up the grass, and I say tearing it up, it's just something that they have to do, that they have to irrigate. So anytime you shut those fields down, you save on irrigation. So to the next slide we go is just the total utilities. That's kind of a breakdown, gives everybody an idea what the electricity, natural gas, and water were for that budget year or for that reporting period. This next slide gives us the historical rates. Consumption, you can kind of see what it does is it just basically tells us we can plug all the bills in, and then we can say with fees and everything else, what is our absolute cost per kilowatt hour? So we can actually see what we're paying per kilowatt hour. This is where you really start to see the shutdown on this graph. So you can see that where it drops way down, that has to do with the shutdown periods. So that's why that number looks so awesome and it drops way down. Same thing on this other graph. So you'll see the numbers kind of tail off, and a lot of it has to do with the COVID shutdowns and everything else. But where you start to get into the fun stuff is the anticipated actual costs versus, so without the energy program, this slide kind of shows you what school districts would typically pay for their utilities if they're not operating an energy program. This is what we did. So it gives us gives us your savings for the year, which the cost avoidance, $3.3 million. So that's a pretty significant number. Typically we see, as we get bigger, you see a bigger cost avoidance number just because the square footage goes up. But this year that number looks good, even though the utility costs weren't as high as the previous year. The overall, catching up on my computer because I can see it better on here. The cumulative savings, this is kind of a fun number just to show in the history of our program from 2001 all the way through 2021, kind of gives you the idea of how much we save versus the actual cost. So I think one year it was kind of fun because we said we saved, I think, the actual building cost for one of the elementaries. So I think now we're starting to surpass that, but of course costs are going up too. So, but it was kind of fun to say, you know, in the history of our energy program, we actually were able, not the land, Jimmy, but, you know, just the actual building. So, and then this one for conservation purposes and everything, it gives you the CO2. So, in the 20 years Leander ISD has saved, it gives you the total CO2 metric tons, carbon dioxide being prevented, the total number of cars that you would be taking off the road, and the total number of trees that you would have planted for that amount of savings. So, and then the rest of it just kind of gives you a brief description of investing in energy efficiency. I like to kind of let y'all read that, and then if you have any questions, this is a good opportunity to thank the board for building the schools, because I always say y'all give us the opportunity to be successful. So does Jimmy. With Jimmy's department, the way they build them, they're building Cadillacs. So you're not giving us a Yugo and saying, hey, make it perform like a Corvette. So thank y'all, and thank Jimmy, and thank y'all for the opportunity to have a successful energy program. And at this time, if y'all have any questions, I'd be more than happy to.
I was just going to say, in late December and it's 75 degrees outside, I appreciate all the stuff that you guys do to keep our kids comfortable and all that stuff. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah, have a nice evening.
Board members, anything else? Okay. Thank you so much for the presentation. We appreciate y'all, appreciate the information and all the work that y'all do. That makes a difference. So thank you so much. All right, Jimmy, if you're already up there, do you want to go ahead and just do the general construction update?
Well, this one pretty short. Elementary 29 is, you can see in the pictures, they've definitely started standing up the tilt walls and continue pouring and are making good progress. We've had real good luck out there on the site, and we're trying to be good neighbors. As you know, there's a lot of activity on a site, especially as we're doing concrete pours routinely and trying to get these, we can get the walls up, that really cuts down, because then you can get your roof on, your more interior work, and it gets a lot quieter for the community. You just still have traffic to deal with, but they are making good progress, and we continue to push hard, and they're trying to take advantage of where they can to expedite part of the project to, because our goal is to push it up into early July, but, if nothing changes, it's late July probably when we will take occupancy, but we're pushing as hard as we can, and they're, we've had rain here and there, and they've made up some time, so they're doing a good job. We're continuing to work for it. And I know we're working over the holiday break to try to finish up some other projects. And I did want to, we are still waiting on, I think, 2 components at Vista Ridge. And you just don't know where in the shipping channels these days when you're going to get them. The manufacturer, I know, has back ordered some of the parts, but they're hoping to get them released, and everything's going to be ready to plug them in and be done at Vista Ridge. We're just, until we get those parts, we cannot finish up, the systems that we have installed. But they're pushing real hard, and whatever we can do to get them done. So they're working over the holiday break and getting everything done that they can. So it's just a matter of plug and play, hopefully. So, any questions?
Board members, any questions? Okay, thank you, Jimmy.
Thank you.
All right, we'll go back up to our strategic planning discussion under our governance item B. We have 2 speakers, I think, rounded up this evening, and I bet they're both thinking next time they're going to bring guests so they can get up to the top of the agenda. I have a guest. I have a guest.
He would be super excited about that. All right. Good evening, Madam President, Board of Trustees, and Dr. Gehring. I am sorry, it's just one Sarah tonight, but we are here to provide an update for you on the long-range strategic planning process. We made a commitment to come to you every month just to update you where we are in the process and allow you to give some input. And as always, there's opportunity during the meeting to give input, but then absolutely reach out to us at any time if you have other thoughts. So a lot of these slides will look very familiar because we make sure that we revisit these every time we are talking about strategic planning. So you have our strategic planning framework. It still says draft. It's probably at this point something I can probably take draft off of. We have now almost fully lived out the process. But so that just puts all of the pieces together and connects them of how we have built this strategic plan. What you do see is that at the top of that strategic planning framework is the foundational pieces. So all of this work is grounded in our core beliefs, which again is just a masterful document and testament of the work of this Board of Trustees. Then also the vision and mission, right? So where are we headed and how are we going to get there? Along with our graduate profile. And so you put all those pieces together, and it is this bold vision of what we want to create here in this district for our students, for our staff, and for our community. So knowing that that's where we're headed, we then began building off of that work to actually draft out the strategic plan. So it is so exciting when you get to actually see the little arrow move across. So we started with the 5 goal areas that you all had identified. What are the areas that we need to really develop this plan around? So we took those and those were built into goal statements, which you have seen impact statements. So what's the student benefit if we actually achieve those goals, and not if, when we achieve those goals, what's the impact for our students? Then looking at key questions and measures, which we actually talked about last month. And then here tonight to provide you with a draft of the high leverage strategies. So again, we have moved all the way over, which is just super exciting. It has been an aggressive timeline, but incredibly impressive work. We're just so honored by the committees that have come together around this. So speaking of committees, as you know, we do have a steering committee that we actually met with last week, and they gave us some really great feedback that has been fed into the documents that you have been provided. We also had planning teams, so we had 5 planning teams that really dug into each of those particular goal areas. And then we've had advisory teams all along the way. So we have taken every bit to campus and district leaders. We've taken it to DWIC. We've also taken it to curriculum leaders. And then what is also super exciting is taking it to our Superintendent's Student Advisory Council. And they continue to give us such great feedback. And I'll actually highlight some of that here in just a little bit. So it's an iterative process, and we continue to refine throughout the whole way. So what I have for you here are our latest, as of today, goal and impact statements. So those, again, were refined after some really great feedback from our steering committee last week. So we've made some final edits, and you have those updated. One thing, I do want to pause just one thing for a moment and bring forward something that we have heard through feedback from lots of different sources, was this notion about life changers, and really wondering if that's the right term that we want to reference in the strategic plan. So that is something that actually, that terminology came straight from you all. So we definitely felt like we wanted to bring that to you, just share the feedback that we've heard. That is not something we are willing to make changes on without your considerations. So, so just wanted to share just some of the feedback that we've heard along the way, and then just see if there's any thoughts from you all. So what we have heard from some people, from multiple people, is that the term life changers indicates that students need to be changed, right? And that could be seen as educators undermining families' values. And that life changers, like I said, implies that we need to change our students rather than meeting them where they are and having an impact on them. Then on the other end of that discussion, we have the feedback that really, that kids do change over time. And so as life changers, we do have that impact and help to positively influence that. And then also knowing that life changers, what we heard, is inspirational and captures the true impact that our teachers and staff have on students each and every day. So we did take that feedback to our steering committee and let them talk that through. And I will say we heard, kind of some mixed reviews as well. And Aaron, I know you were a part of that steering committee, so definitely if you have other thoughts to add on to what I'm sharing. But really what they focused in on is that having that impact on students and really that focusing on growth, and that really it doesn't have to be life changers, that our educators are not looking for titles in that way. So I just wanted to pause, just throw that out there and see if y'all had any thoughts about that for us to take back to the groups. Okay, so I'm not seeing any thoughts or feedback quite yet, so that's okay. Still mull that over. You may have some other thoughts as we go on. So what we also, if you recall last month when we came to you all, we brought the notion of key questions. So as we think about these goal statements, what are the key questions that we need to be asking of our system and that will help and determine progress towards towards meeting those goals. So what we did is we had shared those with you all. We'd gotten some great feedback and have made some tweaks to the key questions. This is just a sample of what you would you find in the attachment. So for each goal statement, you have key questions identified, and then we've actually started building out what would be proposed evidence to answer those key questions. Because again, we're going to want to monitor our progress towards attainment of these goals. So what are the pieces of evidence that we need to be looking at as we continue on? So that is in your attachment, and you'll have that for each of the goal areas. And then finally, we do get into the strategy development. So I want to talk a little bit about the process that we went through. So each of our planning teams actually knowing the goal, the impact, and the key questions, then having all of that in mind, started engaged in a SWOT analysis. So a strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats, looking at each of those goal areas and digging into that. We also had other district leaders engage in that process to help give feedback to the planning teams. But then what was super powerful was that our Superintendent Student Advisory Council engaged in the SWOT analysis on each of the 5 goal areas, and that feedback was fed to the planning teams. It was super powerful when you hear straight from our students what they see are the strengths in our district and what are the weaknesses. So it was really powerful feedback. So then our planning teams, they had all of that feedback, and knowing what we're trying to achieve in each of these goal areas, we asked them to consider those questions that are right there on the right-hand side of the screen. So how might we leverage our strengths and opportunities to help us realize our goals? And then on the flip side, what are the most important weaknesses and or threats that need to be mitigated in our system in order for us to realize our goals? And so then they started building out strategies that helped to answer those questions. And then we took all those draft strategies out to lots of different advisory groups to get feedback, and then finally took them to our steering committee last week and got some feedback. And so we've continued to refine those. And what you have attached in your board book tonight is the full plan as it stands right now. So you see each of the goal areas, impact statements, key questions, and evidence, along with what are coming out to be the strategies to help us get there. And so with that, next steps, we're here tonight just to get some general feedback. If you're ready to give that now, or again, you can absolutely reach out to us individually outside of the meeting, always by email, phone call. But we're going to take all of this feedback, and we have on Wednesday, January 5th, a combined steering and planning team meeting, which actually it's going to be in person here, and we're super excited because we're going to, again, just make sure we have everything in place and we all feel really good about it. And we're also going to celebrate the amazing work. The group has been incredibly dedicated, and we want to celebrate that. So then from that, we'll continue refining, making sure we've got it all in final board presentation ready, and bring it to you on January 27th. Present that to you with the goal of seeking approval on February 10th.
So I'd say board members, but I see Anna's already up. So Anna.
I was just going to say I'm on the steering committee and I'm on the access team. I call it a team because we're a team. I just want to say thank you to Sarah and the other Sarah. This it's been one of my favorite committees that I've ever served on, because I think what I loved about it is every different people from different parts of the district, administrators, students, and to be able to have those conversations in a safe place and trying to understand, well, this is why we believe this and this is why we believe this, and to be able to come together like we did with these statements. Like, y'all did some really good work with our community in this committee. I can't say enough about it, and I'm excited for our meeting in person on Wednesday and next year.
I'd just like to echo, I've heard the sentiments too from participants who've been in the committee. They've really enjoyed the experience. So thank y'all so much. You did give the board members a link where we could put in input, and that was in a previous Friday memo. So board members really, at this point, it's not about going back to that link, it's about if we have input, now the place to give input is to reach out to you directly. Just want to make sure we've got the...
Yes, ma'am.
All right, any other questions? Affirmations, feedbacks, celebrations? Yeah, y'all did great. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll go ahead and move to operations. Elaine.
Ready for the Elaine Show?
And Elaine, another thing I'd like to consider, if the board is okay with it, in our next agenda when we meet in February, oh my gosh, in January, wow. Maybe depending on the discussions, if you think we put operations at the end traditionally, but maybe that's a time to put them at the beginning because of some of the discussions.
I will be bringing a guest so that I get moved up. I've learned tonight, always bring a guest. All right, our first agenda item is the Travis County tax resale deed. This is simply a piece of property that has been sold with back taxes owed. There's $2,100 in back taxes to be distributed to all the taxing entities, and so the county needs an approved resolution in order to distribute those funds.
Either questions or a motion?
I move that the Board of Trustees approve the tax resale deed resolution releasing tax liens on said property as described in the resolution and accepting receipt of back taxes owed to the district.
I second.
I have a motion from Christine, second from Anna. Any questions or discussions? All right, all those in favor, please raise your hand. 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries.
All right, I believe the next item should be the budget calendar. And I'd like to start by saying it's the most wonderful time of the year. Yes, it's the holidays, but it's the beginning of budget season. So this document lays out how we get from now to the end of June and an adopted budget. To go over some of the key dates, so you will see the first date was receive student enrollment projections, and we received those in November. This is critically important because this determines staffing, revenues, budget in total. And so from those numbers, we start building revenues, and then we're here this evening or this morning, whatever you want to call it, to look at the budget calendar. The board does not adopt the calendar per se, but this is a timeline for you. And then tonight we'll be looking at the budget assumptions that we will use to start building the budget. And then depending on tonight's discussion, we will bring that back either on January 13th for more discussion or approval. And then we do need that approved by the end of January so we can move forward. Another key date in March, we will have all campuses and departments submit their budget requests so that we can start compiling those. April 30th is the magic day when we receive certified estimated tax values, and we're going to talk about those this evening. We're scheduled to have the board approve the compensation plan on May 5th. And then finally, the public hearing on the proposed budget is scheduled for June 23rd, which is when you would also approve the budget. And then July 25th, receive the certified tax values. Traditionally, we've adopted the tax rate in late August or early September. And depending on how we move forward with elections, that date could vary, but would definitely need to be done by the August 22nd date to call an election if we go that route. So I believe there's been some conversation about keeping this calendar in each board packet from here on out so that it's easily available for reference as we move through the budget process. But again, this is for your information and no action. So any questions, I'll be happy to entertain those.
Board members? Okay, next item.
All right, so we'll move straight into the budget assumptions. And you might be shocked, but I did listen to your board retreat workshop on Saturday. It takes me a lot of time to get ready in the morning, and so in 3 days, I finished 6 hours of content. I heard a lot of discussion about financial transparency and school finance, and so we will start some in-depth conversations about school finance next month. It's very difficult to talk about budget without trying to deep dive into school finance. But remember, as we go through these budget assumptions, this is just the beginning of the budget process. So as we go through this, if you have any questions that come to mind, please jot those down. And if you would send those to me at some point so that we make sure in our information that we bring on the 13th that we address those. So we just looked at the budget calendar, and we are looking at the assumptions. So there is no decision to be made tonight. Let me get to the right slide. We will come back in January and either have additional discussion or approval of these assumptions for the ultimate approval by June 30. So let's look at some background on budget assumptions. So historically, we have had trends that drive those assumptions. But as you're going to see tonight, there are some new factors that are driving assumptions. Student enrollment increases and property value growth have historically correlated, and so we'll be looking at some of that data. The district has had the practice of allocating 2 pennies of M&O tax collections for major maintenance. Obviously, as our values grow, those 2 pennies bring more. So is this sustainable? And if it's not, what is the alternative? We're also looking at the implementation of House Bill 3. We talk about that a lot, right? And then the last legislative session modified that with House Bill 1525. Why is this important? This really changed our revenue calculations, and so therefore the need for a deep dive next month. The emergence of COVID, we talk about that every meeting. So that happened at the end of 1920. We're still living the effects of that. And then the new thing that's hit this fall is the labor shortages and the drive or the need for higher salaries. But then as we look at this here, and not only in this region, but around the country, are higher salaries really going to eliminate vacancies? Every week there's a new article about how many people are quitting jobs. And so is it really about salaries or is it about quality of life? And how much is it going to take to retain staff and fill our vacancies? And then finally, resources to address student growth. How many hours have we spent tonight talking about student growth? We're looking at portables, class sizes, budgets. Neighborhood schools are a great model, but it's a very expensive model. And so we're going to have a lot of demands and strains on this next budget. Not that we haven't had those in the past, but they're growing. So let's look at some historical data. So on the surface, this is just a chart, but there is a lot of stuff going on with this chart. So let's start in 1819. That was old school finance law, and that was the last real school year that we had since COVID hit. So at that time, we had an official enrollment of just over 40,000 students, and that reflected a growth of just over 1,000 from the previous year. Pre-K enrollment was at 351 students. ADA, as we talked earlier this evening, has been around 96%. That was the percentage for that year. Property value growth at 10%, and recapture was based on wealth equalization. So that is everything that we have ever known about school finance and Leander ISD. The trends kept telling the same story. Then the middle column, highlighted here in a funny yellow, this is the implementation of House Bill 3, and 1920 is just a hot mess. Not only is it the year I came to the district, and so is there a correlation here? But COVID hit, we changed our fiscal year, and we switched software. So a lot of stuff going on in 1920. Enrollment continued to grow because COVID had not hit yet, so you saw another increase in students of 1,350. Pre-K grew a little bit to 400. ADA is still in the 96%. Property values came down some. And then we moved away from wealth equalization, and now we're talking about excess local revenues. Move forward to the second year, or the full year of COVID, and now all of a sudden we see a drop in students. So that was a first for a very long time in the history of Leander. Pre-K enrollment trended up a little bit. We still had a very high ADA percentage, but remember we had some hold harmless from the state here. Property values declined in the growth factor. And so now we move to 21-22. We do see that as in this year, as of our October PEIMS, we were at 41,812. So that is a growth over 2021. But if you take that back to 1920, we only grew 431 students. So not the 1,000 students that we were growing. Look at pre-K. This is amazing. Pre-K more than doubled. And why is this important? We're only getting funding for about half of those kids. So our enrollment growth is in the pre-K numbers where we're not getting the funding. So that's a huge factor. And then look at ADA. We're at 94%. Dr. Gearing said earlier, each percentage is about a $3 million loss in revenues. So we really need our kids to get back in school in the spring semester. But is that going to be enough to bring the overall average for the year up? And then property values. Now, I'm going to take you back to the spring of 2020. If I'd have told you then, in 2 years, our property values are going to grow exponentially, I think you all would have looked at me and you can fill in the blank. So being proactive, we reached out to the appraisal districts a month or so ago and said, what are you seeing for 22? I got a big fat 18% in here. Again, y'all would look at me and go, it could be 20. So the property value growth is not slowing down. So the number we have for enrollment here is off the latest demographic projections at moderate. So you can see now we've got a huge growth of 1,900 students. We've bumped up pre-K a little bit. 95% on ADA, is that too aggressive? I don't know. I hope it's not. I hope it's low. But the continuation of the pandemic keeps that kind of in the gray area. So that leads me to say we've had the perfect storm. We've had historical trends that are no longer trending. Conservative assumptions have flipped, and so it's always been conservative to estimate low on property value growth. Well, if I had come to you tonight and said we're going to estimate 5%, I would not be seeing down the line that recapture is going to come into play. So now it's more conservative for us to estimate high. Value growth, remember, no longer equals increased revenues. In the good old days, when we were on prior year state values and not the 2% cap, if we estimated 5% growth and it came in at 8, it was like, woohoo, we got all kinds of money. That doesn't happen now. Student growth increases your revenues. What does student growth bring? Costs, right? So yes, we want student growth, but we also incur additional cost. And so we still have the uncertainty of the pandemic. What is Omicron going to cause? Are we going to have another August in January or February? I don't know. And so that could affect our ADA. So when I say property value growth and enrollment growth typically has correlated, so everything to the left of the first line is up to 1920. So that was pre-House Bill 3. And so you can see state and local values and enrollment growth trending together. Then that hot mess of a year of 1920 kicked in, and then in 2021 you see the decline in students, and then you start seeing values starting to tick back up. Now at the second line, that's 22-23, at 18% growth. Sorry, my numbers look weird, but our value growth and our student growth is starting to collide, and it's starting to look like value growth is going to exceed student growth, and that's what's going to push us into recapture because we're going to have fewer students that we're earning more money on. So now looking at what we're proposing to use as assumptions for the upcoming budget year, We're hearing a need for higher salaries, so I'm building in some money to accommodate that. Is it enough? I don't know that we can throw enough money at this. I'm hearing a desire for additional programs. You saw tonight, early college, high school. If we're going to add programs, there's an additional cost. I'm hearing a need to facilitate student growth. That could cost portables. So these assumptions are trying to accommodate all these needs. And then you're going to see at the end of the day, can we really afford all this? And then on the flip side, can we afford not to do all of this? So a very tricky balancing act coming up. I'm going to take a breath because I need a drink. Okay, so as I said, in November, we got the new demographic report. Moderate growth projects 4.5% growth. We're barely at 3% this year, so will we hit 4.56? That's still a question in my mind. We always do some internal adjustments for pre-K because we're not funded for all of those. For funding purposes, we bring that down. And then we've always budgeted at 96% ADA. We're lowering that to 95%. On property values, so again, 21 increased by over 16%. WCAD is estimating 21% taxable value growth. That's not market value, that's taxable. Travis County has just given us a flat 20%, no indication if that's market or value. So we're kind of lower, averaging those together to 18. So we have spent a lot of time running the summary of finance models on various levels of growth, everything from 8 to 30. What happens? Now, the numbers that we're running are before the additional increase to the homestead exemption. In theory, the state is supposed to make up the loss in tax collections for that increase. We do have one template that has come out to incorporate that. It does some weird things, but before the homestead exemption, at 17.5% property value growth, it triggers recapture, but this is what's going to blow your mind. It does not impact our total revenues. So House Bill 3 basically is giving you a set dollar amount per student, and it's a matter of how much of that can you fund locally and how much does the state need to kick in. So you've got a cap, so you're going to pay recapture, but you're still going to get that total amount per student. So the reason we're proposing 18% local value growth is on the current models, that triggers recapture, so that's our most conservative model. We are still using a 99% collection rate because we've not seen a drop in those.
Elaine, can I ask a question while you're here on
Absolutely.
Values? Is 20% more conservative to your earlier comments than 18%? Or
you're going to see a chart in a minute that shows you it doesn't really matter. Once you hit recapture, it's just a matter of how much is the recapture, but the bottom line doesn't change. So you're like me, you're thinking old rules, and it's so hard to get your head around this, but if you look at this chart right here, so at the bottom are all of the percentages of property value growth from 0 to 30%. At 4%, the state is estimating statewide property value of 4.36. So this is what triggers your level of tax rate compression. So we're definitely going to be over 4. So we're going to go back to the floor again. We went to the floor this year. The floor lowers again next year. But if you'll notice, so we have it 17.5. That's where we trigger recapture. But if you look all the way across, we don't have recapture up to 17.5, we do after, but the revenue doesn't change. It changes slightly after 18, but it's really no different.
So when do we have to start purchasing credits and incurring those costs?
That's the recapture. And so if values come in at 18 and the template we're using today is, and all the other assumptions are correct, we would start paying recapture next fiscal year.
So then are you saying that paying recapture isn't going to have any effect on our revenues?
Correct.
It's just a kind of a an accounting step in
Right,
terms
so
of.
if you'll visualize a jar here, and we're going to get $8,400 per student in this jar. If we fill it up with available school fund, that happens no matter what. And then if our taxes fill it up all the way over, that spillage is recapture. So it goes away, but this 8,400 doesn't change.
So then, once we enter recapture, you're saying actually monitoring the AV is irrelevant.
Correct.
All that really matters at that point is ADA.
Yes, ADA and all of the other factors that we get funding for.
Yeah, but ADA becomes the
ADA is the very
end-all be-all driver, right?
Yes. So it's a very strange concept when you've grown up for 20 years under a different model. Okay, so here's where you break down these numbers and show how this works. So on the left, we're starting with refined ADA, and if you'll notice all the way across, that number stays the same. The different columns are the different levels of property value growth. And then the second line is what we're calling our excess revenue or recapture. So if you follow that across, you don't see anything until we hit 18%. But to your question, Aaron, at 18% today, now don't get married to these numbers because there's a lot that's going to change between now and the time we adopt the budget. But it's important for us to watch this because it triggers recapture, and at some point we don't have enough to offset our state aid, and we have to have an election for the voters to approve us paying money back to the state. So right now I don't care if I have recapture because my revenues stay the same, but I care because we haven't had that election, and that will be in your Friday memo tomorrow. At 30%, the recapture is 32 million. But look, the revenue is 345 versus 344. So you can see when recapture comes in, we get a little bit of an adjustment and revenues go up, but they're not substantial increases. The revenue per ADA, this is what's important. We're at 8378 and see that little bump? We go up to 8402, but it stays the same. So my little cup here, I'm gonna get 8402 no matter what. And then you can see the tax rate at the bottom.
Elaine, the cup that, when it's starting to overflow though, as a taxpayer, if I say I'm paying my tax dollars to Leander ISD, at what point, and it might not yet in this scenario, at what point does that change from a taxpayer's point of view?
It doesn't ever change. They're gonna pay the same amount, we're gonna collect the same amount, it's just how much of it do we get to keep?
Right.
How much of it do we get to use for?
That's the thing though, is at what point do we not keep, right?
Well, you can see right here, in today's models, we're sending back 1.4 million at 18% property value growth. If we have 30% property value growth, which I think is really, really aggressive, I don't think this is going to happen, that's 32 million we're sending back. But we're getting the same, we're keeping the same amount. So this excess local revenue, remember this is trying to keep all districts across the state the same.
Yeah, but that's not is that factoring in Tesla, Samsung, all of those things that are coming?
Those don't affect us. They're not in our district.
I don't know.
So Del Valley might start paying recapture. Isn't this fun at 1 a.m.?
So just a quick reminder that we're just talking about the M&O side of the house right now. So when we say AV value doesn't affect us, it doesn't affect us on the M&O side.
Yes, and that's a good clarification because now I'm collecting a lot more for debt payment. And then I want to just point out at the bottom, the tax rate here, we're currently on M&O at 87.20. And so the compression would drop it down almost another 2 pennies. So this is at the floor, with our 5 golden pennies. We're allowed 8 golden pennies, but those other 3 require an election, and that's why we're starting to talk VATRE. Those other 3 pennies on today's calculations are worth $14 million. Any other questions before we go to the payroll assumptions? All right, moving on. So what are we going to assume for payroll? So we are building in a 2% salary increase. I think you would slaughter me if I came in and said we're not going to start with any increase. I have thrown in $5 million for pay study adjustments. Is that enough? I don't know what our comp review is going to bring forward, but you've probably all heard that Austin ISD is looking at increasing to $16 an hour. But are you paying attention to how they're doing that? They're cutting 60 central office positions. So there's a trade-off, right? I'll give you this, but I'm going to take this. I don't know that I have 60 central office positions to cut. Then we've built in staffing formula positions. So again, we're seeing the growth at the elementary level. So to maintain 22-to-1 and 18-to-1 at pre-K, that requires a lot more positions. We traditionally add quite a few new special ed positions. I've got a very lean number in here for new position requests outside of formulas just because I just don't know how we're going to afford it. We have in here new staffing for elementary 29, 30, and 31. That had been the plan. Now, if we're not going to do 30 and 31 in any near future through 2017 bond savings, we can cut some costs here. But you can see the total's only 1.5, so it doesn't do a lot of good. This current year, we budgeted payroll at 99%. This next year, we're proposing 98%. That's a $4.5 million reduction in the overall payroll. And that just accounts for vacancies, timing changes throughout the year. So it gets you a leaner budget. And then as you saw earlier this evening, the early college high school, the implementation cost of that at about $1 million.
Just a quick observation. So on the elementary schools, the bulk of that 1.5 million is in 29 because that's full staffing for 29, right? And then there's only small bits of 30 and 31 because that's not full staffing for those two, right? So even if we don't do 30 and 31, the savings on that 1.5 is really a very small amount, right?
It's very small. So I just want to point out here, in salary increases alone, I've got $11 million built into these numbers, and then nearly $9 million in new positions. All right, then other assumptions, trying to put everything in here so that we know what it costs to do everything that we traditionally like to do. We've put back the $1 million additional insurance contribution. We took a pause on that this year, if you'll recall. I've put in $6 million for major maintenance because that's almost the equivalent of the 2 pennies. Jimmy's going to bring you that plan next month, I believe. And talking to him, we may be able to reduce this sum based on the fund balance of what we've accumulated there and what the needs are for the next 12 months. I've got $1 million in here for capital outlay / portables. That's not going to get you very many portables. So as we talk about our facility planning, this assumption may need to change. We're right now planning to use just under $5 million of ESSER funds to supplant this budget, so that brings us a little bit of relief. But every time I get a new request for ESSER funds, it takes away from that number. So we're trying to be very cautious about what request we fulfill when people come and say, you've got ESSER money, can you give me money for this? Can you give me money for that? And then remember last year at this time, we started talking about a deficit parameter. What level of deficit would the board be comfortable with? We're starting with 4%, which is 15 million. 15 million is pretty close to the deficits we've been adopting and then been able to turn around through savings. Will we be able to continue to turn that around? I don't know, because revenues are getting tighter and tighter with the lower ADA. So these are all of the assumptions that we've built in. So you're probably asking, well, what does all that look like? So you may have had the opportunity to look at the comprehensive 3-year projection sheet, and I always like to just go straight to the bottom line. So with all of this thrown in and the current models, that brings us to a $37 million deficit. Our 4% parameter would allow 15, so I've got to cut $22 million. Well, I can do that if we don't do any salary increases and no new positions, but I don't know that that's the environment that we're in. So definitely have our work cut out for us for the next 5 months. How can we increase revenues? What are our priorities? Can we sustain the same level of education that we cherish when our revenues are not growing and our students have kind of taken a dip? So we built out the next 2 years. It's not pretty. This is not what we're going. If this would be if we adopted this budget right now today. We know we're not adopting this, but if we did adopt this is where we're going. So we're not adopting on this. We're going to start with this, and then we're going to start figuring out how we trim. We need to talk about what are the board's priorities for salaries. What are the board's priorities for raises, for new programs? That's not a conversation we need to finalize tonight, but these are the things that we need to start thinking about.
Elaine, it seems like we're doing so many different conversations parallel here at the same time. So this does impact it, but I don't know if it's directly with this as far as budget discussions. The legislative committee will be meeting talking about like legislative initiatives, grassroots. It's going to happen in January. We're going to need to talk about what kind of things we are going to start advocating for in our district. And I'm thinking about some of the things that you're discussing here that impact that. So as we continue discussions, I just want to keep building that out about what does full-day pre-K funding look like for us? What does recapture long-term if it keeps going? How does that impact us to help make sure that we're prepared as we go forward with advocacy on what we need for our district to support our students?
You know, I know this is pie in the sky, but I would really love to be funded on enrollment, not ADA. We staff for enrollment. It won't happen in my lifetime, but
still good to know.
I think we're not talking about legislative priorities just now, but since you started drafting a list, the regional adjustments, the metro adjustments that have been in the formula for years are problematic. Right, they were built at a time when the cost of living in Austin was lower than it was in Dallas and Houston. That's reversed, and so Austin area districts are upside down versus the Metroplex in Houston, and so that to me seems it's going to have to get right-sized eventually, or you're going to see pretty big issues with staffing in Central Texas compared to the other metros.
And to your point, Aaron, I would guess 95% of Metroplex districts had a TRE before House Bill 3, so their compression is not as great.
All right, so as we continue to build on the discussions, what else do we need as we're taking up assumptions? What information do we need, Elaine, to get back to us? Okay.
I think Dr. Gearing was observing earlier the effect on INS. while we're focused on the M&O budget, I think some of these calculations are going to require an understanding of how the AV affects INS, because we're going to be talking about ways to potentially shift some things. And for me, the biggest question ultimately is going to be a lot of commotion for voters and a lot of confusion potentially. But if we can keep the bottom line pretty simple so that tax rates decline or something along those lines, if we can afford to do that as AVs increase, then that will help to simplify the impact and hopefully clean up the messaging too.
Absolutely. So there's going to be a lot of complicated conversations, but we do need to look at the whole picture and not just silos of M&O and INS. And that's what we will attempt to start in January so that you are up to speed on how all this fits together.
All right, Elaine, moving on to focus on the finance.
Okay, so I'm not going to read through all three of these documents for you this evening, but I just did want to let you know, so for our new board member, we started these documents last year just to start looking at our peers and how do we compare. And we used two peer groups. One is a local group of districts and the other group is statewide that had similar student demographics. And last year's series focused on the 2018-2019 data. We updated all of the reports for 19-20 data, but unfortunately that's the year that we only have 10 months of revenues and expenditures. So when you look at the comparisons, they're really skewed because it looks like we decreased and we've got lower costs than everyone else. But we wanted to go ahead so that we had a consistent series and update them for 1920. So there's nothing really surprising in the data that we saw. Our peer groups didn't really change. The changes in student demographics correlated from district to district for the most part. The next update will be based on 2021 data, and then that will be a full 12 months. So at that point, we'll have the opportunity to really deep dive and see where we're comparing to our peers. I'll just point out at the end of 2021, we ended with a fund balance of $181 million. That equates to 6 months of operating. Our board policy requires 3 months, so we're well within 3 months. Now our challenge is how do we maintain and not dip below that 3 months. There also was an issue 4 that focused on staffing. That one has not been updated yet. That report takes quite a bit of time, but we did get these 3 updated, and then we are working on a 5th issue that compares the district's debt to not only these peers, but to fast growth peers. And it's some very interesting data. We finished the report, I looked at it, said, well, what does this really tell us? It's just a bunch of charts. So I really want to go back and deep dive into what does this tell us? Because we're looking at property values in the various districts and their debt levels. And so I want that to be a meaningful report. So all of that to say, we've updated these. These will be added to our website so that we have a consecutive annual report, but nothing to go through and highlight unless you did spend all of your weekend doing LISD work and have questions.
All right, any questions? All right, Elaine, thank you. We want to move on to business and finance monthly reports.
Yes, so I'm looking through those. I'm on the wrong month. I was like, we're not doing that tonight. It's like property tax roll. We already did that. I don't believe there's anything to highlight on the monthly reports. So again, unless there's any questions, I will let you go to the rest of your meeting.
Board members, any questions? Okay. Well, thank you very much, Elaine. Appreciate it. As always, excellent information and tons of reading material. As if we didn't have enough things to read over the break, we have a little more. All right, we will now, it is 12:47 a.m. We will be moving into closed session
for purposes permitted by Texas Government Code 551.071, consultation with attorney regarding pending or contemplated litigation and/or attorney-client privilege matter. Texas Government Code 551.074, personnel deliberate appointment, evaluation, reassignment, duties of a public officer or employee. Texas Government Code 551.0821, deliberation regarding matters whereby personally identifiable information regarding one or more students will be disclosed. Texas Government Code 551.076, deliberation regarding internal security audit and/or discussion with our chief audit executive. Texas Government Code 551.072, deliberation regarding the purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property. Texas Government Code 551.074, deliberation and consideration of employment of the Wiley Middle School principal, and Texas Government Code 551.074, deliberation and consideration of the employment of the Chief of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. There will be no action taken in closed session. We will return to open session to take any action. Thank you. All right, board members, it is 1:22 a.m. We are back into open session, and I need a motion.
I move that the Board of Trustees accept the recommendations of Dwayne Street for Chief of Diversity, Equity, Inclusion for the Office of Superintendent, 1-year probationary employment contract for personal additions as presented in accordance with the salary scale, policies, and contract of Leander Independent School District for the 2021-2022 school year.
I second.
I have a motion from Anna, second from Gloria. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 6 ayes, nay, 1 nay. Motion carries. Next.
I move that the Board of Trustees accept the recommendation of Ebony Parks for principal at Wiley Middle School, 1-year probationary employment contract for personnel additions as presented in accordance with the salary scale policies and contract of Leander Independent School District for the 2021-2022 school year.
I second.
Have a motion from Gloria, second from Anna. Oh my goodness. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries. Next motion.
I move that the Board of Trustees accept the recommendations for teacher employment contract for personnel additions as presented in accordance with the salary scale policies and contract of Leander Independent School District for the 2021-2022 school year.
Second.
Have a motion from Gloria, second from Sade. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 7 ayes, no nays. Are there any other motions? That'll conclude our board business. Before you leave this evening, please put a mark on the little board calendar thing over there. We'll continue using our continuous improvement tools. It's 1:23. There are no other agenda items. This meeting is adjourned. We'll see you in January. Have a great
Happy New Year, Merry
holiday winter
Christmas,
break.
all of the above.
Merry Christmas, y'all.
Yeah, I don't know. I still have all that. Have a good Christmas.